The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 18, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Glenn Thompson to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair now recognizes members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my gratitude to the many volunteers from Ohio's 3rd Congressional District who are here this week representing the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. They are working tirelessly to help end cancer for everyone. Over 750 volunteers, advocates, and patients from across the country representing almost every congressional district, including constituents from my 3rd Congressional District of Ohio. They are selflessly donating their time and energy to fight to end cancer. Mr. Speaker, approximately 1,680 Americans die every day from cancer. Ohio alone, there will be almost 24,000 cancer-related deaths this year, putting Ohio in the 6th highest mortality rate in the country. These numbers are staggering, and they serve as a sobering reminder that nearly all of us have had a friend or a family member to fight this disease. Just 2 months ago, in this very chamber, we grieved the loss of my dear friend and our Congresswoman and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, who sadly passed after her courageous battle with pancreatic cancer. One of the biggest existing hurdles to beating cancer is our limited ability to detect it early. That is why the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network volunteers from Ohio are here advocating for increased funding for cancer prevention and research for the passage of H.R. 2407, the Nancy Garner Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Act. This bill is led by my friend and our colleague, Congresswoman Terry Sewell. She would like to increase access to earlier and simpler cancer screening. Early detection delivers hope, especially for Black Americans who face the highest cancer death rate and the shortest survival rate of any racial or ethnic group in the United States. We must do better to understand cancer and to serve our underserved communities. We must work together because working together will ensure that all Americans have equitable access to new cancer detection tools. Mr. Speaker, we have had many spirited debates on this floor. But with the over 2 million new cancer cases expected in 2024, I think we can all agree on a shared goal to fight and to beat cancer. One way of starting this would be for us to pass H.R. 2407. And that is why I want to thank the Cancer Society for their advocacy and also to let us know that they are the arm of the Cancer Society. And they are the leading organization urging increased funding for cancer research and cancer prevention. I also want to take this opportunity to thank and commend ACS-CAN's Board of Directors Chair, Dr. Kimberly Jeffries Leonard. Dr. Jeffries Leonard is a trailblazer with over 40 years of experience in applied health and behavioral medicine research. She made history in becoming ACS-ANC's first Black chairwoman. Congratulations to you, Dr. Jeffries Leonard. This exemplary organization has made it possible for us to meet our constituents, to hear the stories, and to understand better how cancer burdens families, far too many families. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that it is important for us as members of Congress to support investments in cancer research and innovation that will help prevent, detect, and treat the families and the individuals with this disease. So, Mr. Speaker, let me once again thank ACS-CAN and their volunteers for their tireless dedication and diligence in the fight against cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we observe National Farm Safety and Health Week, and I'm honored to stand before you to recognize and celebrate the tremendous contributions of our nation's farmers. Their dedication and hard work are the bedrock of our entire nation. Food security, after all, is national security. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I have the privilege of working closely with those who lead in the agriculture industry. Over the past year and a half, I've visited over 40 states and met with thousands of farmers. I've seen firsthand the challenges that they face, from unpredictable weather to fluctuating markets. I've also witnessed their relentless efforts to ensure the highest safety and quality standards for the food supply that reaches every corner of our country. Farmers are the lifeblood of our communities. They feed our families, sustain our rural economies, and contribute to the cultural fabric of our nation. They work long hours, often under grueling conditions, to provide us with the abundance that we enjoy every day. Their commitment and resilience are nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, despite the vital role they play to make all of our lives easier, their work comes with significant risks. Farm life is inherently dangerous. The nature of their work involves heavy machinery, unpredictable livestock, and exposure to various environmental hazards, from extreme weather conditions to hazardous chemicals. No two grains of wheat are the same, and no two farms are the same, which means the challenges they face are all different. It's crucial we support our farmers with effective safety measures and robust support systems. That's why the Farm Bill, which we are working to bring to this floor, is so crucial. This legislation is not just another priority policy document. No, it's a testament to our commitment to improving the lives of those who work tirelessly to keep our nation nourished. Our discussions on the Farm Bill have been focused on ensuring that it addresses the full spectrum of needs of our agricultural community. This bill represents our dedication to fostering a safer and healthier work environment for our farmers. I ask my fellow colleagues to join me in extending our gratitude to every farmer, rancher, and producer across this great nation during National Farm Safety and Health Week. Their tireless work, dedication, and unwavering commitment does not go unnoticed. We are profoundly grateful for all that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, a courageous 23-year-old American Israeli who was executed by Hamas terrorists. Hirsch was abducted at the Nova Music Festival on October the 7th. In the face of unimaginable terror, Hirsch's arm was blown off by a grenade. his senseless murder, along with 5 others discovered on September the 1st, is a stark reminder of all innocent civilians killed. It is also a reminder of the many of whom remain held hostage, enduring unimaginable suffering. To Hirsch's parents, John, Rachel, we extend our deepest sympathies. We stand with you. May Hirsch's memory be a blessing. Congress, the administration, and the international community must intensify efforts to secure the immediate release of all hostages and hold accountable those responsible for these egregious acts. Bring them home now. Mr. Speaker, we honor the transformative power of diplomacy. 4 years ago, the Abraham Accords opened the door to a new era of peace, bringing together Israel, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, and later Morocco, in an unprecedented step towards stability in the Middle East. The signing of the Abraham Accords, a historic moment, reminds us that even in the face of deep division, it is possible to find common ground. Israel, a beacon of democracy in a region too often defined by conflict, has long been a vital part of our pursuit of security and prosperity. The Abraham Accords highlight not only Israel's crucial role in securing its own future, but its commitment to building enduring alliances that benefit the global community. Yet, our work is far from over. We must remain unwavering in our commitment to support Israel and all partners who extend the hand of peace. Let us continue building a world where dignity, security, and freedom are the rights of all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the less dangerous rhetoric that has led to 2 assassination attempts on President Trump in 2 months. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the law enforcement officers who fearlessly prevented a second utter catastrophe from taking place this past Sunday. I'm also incredibly thankful for God's continued hand of protection over President Trump. But I'm deeply disturbed that within a 64-day span, President Trump has seen an assassin's attempt to take his life not once, but twice. After the first horrifying attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, many Americans asked for politicians and media pundits alike to turn down the temperature of their political rhetoric. Yet, given the continued targeting of President Trump's life, it's evident that many on the left haven't stopped spewing hateful speech and malicious lies. For years, we've heard rhetoric from the radical left that goes well beyond a mere policy disagreement and crosses into dangerous territory. Think about all the times liberal figures have erroneously labeled Trump as Hitler, or the biggest threat to democracy, and a dictator who must be stopped. Now we're seeing the tragic results of that false rhetoric. President Trump has faced not 1, but 2 assassination attempts. This isn't a partisan issue. This is about the safety of our leaders, the stability of our republic, and the rule of law. Yet disturbingly, we've seen numerous Democrats in the left-wing media blame these attempts on President Trump himself. This level of victim blaming isn't just ghoulish, it's a sinister attempt to normalize the senseless violence and to absolve themselves of any wrongdoing. There are still many unknowns about both of these attacks, and while I certainly have concerns and questions about the obvious security failures that have taken place, I can't silently sit by as the left, including many of my Democrat colleagues, take no accountability for their incendiary rhetoric and shameless lies that undoubtedly have played a part in inspiring the assassination attempts on President Trump. And since the liberal media won't hold them accountable, I will. Here are examples of the less violence inciting dangerous rhetoric. Quoting Vice President Kamala Harris, Trump is a threat to our democracy and fundamental freedoms. Again, she says it's on us to recognize the threat Trump poses. Governor Tim Walz said, are Republicans a threat to democracy? Yes. Are they going to put people's lives in danger? Yes. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, Trump is a threat to our democracy, the kind that we have not seen. Rep. Jasmine Crockett said, MAGA in general, they are threats to us domestically. Rep. Dan Goldman has said he is destructive to our democracy and he has to be eliminated. Rep. Steve Cohen said Trump is an enemy of the United States. Rep. Debbie Wasserman Schultz said Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. Rep. Adam Schiff said Trump is the gravest threat to our democracy. Rep. Gregory Meeks said Trump cannot be president again. He is an existential threat to democracy. Rep. Abigail Spanberger said Trump is a threat to our democracy. The threats to our democratic republic are real. Rep. Mike Levine said, Donald Trump is a threat to our nation, our freedom, and our democracy. Rep. Eric Sorensen said he is the greatest threat to law and order we have in our country today. Rep. Jake Auchincloss said, what unifies us as a party is knowing that Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy. Yesterday, just 2 days after the second assassination attempt, White House Press Secretary KJP said, President Biden has been clear-eyed about the threat that the former president represents to our democracy. Seriously? She couldn't stop herself and had to join in. And let's not forget President Biden, who said, it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. President Biden has also said, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Trump is a threat to this nation. As well, Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's literally a threat to everything America stands for. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples. For the last 9 years, the left has erroneously labeled Trump as a racist, a fascist, and an existential threat to our democracy. They've encouraged protests, approved of violent rhetoric, and in some cases refused to condemn violent actions. They've made it acceptable to view someone with opposing political beliefs not as a fellow American, but as an enemy to be destroyed. Bottom line, when you constantly tell people that our democracy is in existential danger because of one man, and when you label that man a threat to the very fabric of our country, then you should take some responsibility and not be surprised when unhinged individuals take matters in their own hands. Words have power, and Democrats have recklessly used that power for a nefarious political gain. No matter the cost, we as a nation must be better than this. I have 6 words for my Democratic colleagues. Stop it, and stop it now.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we all know that hate has always been a part of the human existence, but we see so many hate crimes today. Late Sunday night, vandals defaced the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir on Long Island with vile hate and bigotry against the Hindu community. I've seen Hindus many times, and many of you have as well, when they place their hands together and they bow and they say namaste. When they do that, they're recognizing the divinity in the person in front of them. They're showing their respect for the person in front of them. We really need to recognize that with all of our fellow human beings, that we're all special, made in God's image, and need to treat each other with more respect. What's happening that we see these acts of vandalism and bigotry and hate happening so often? Is it because of the inflammatory rhetoric we hear all the time? Is it because of the extremism? Is it because of the lack of accountability? What do we need to do to address this problem? Because hate is not the answer. Love is the answer. In the short term, we need to hold vandals and criminals and people who commit hate crimes accountable. We need law enforcement to work to apprehend these criminals, and we need prosecutors to prosecute them, to hold them accountable. Because people can't just say whatever they want, regardless of the impact it has on other human beings. And in the long term, we need to do a much better job educating people about the importance of love and of respect for other people. On Monday, I stood in unity with the BAPS community gathering with state and local officials, people from different religions, Democrats and Republicans from the federal, state, and local level. We spoke out for the values that the people at the BAPS community stand for, that Long Islanders stand for, that New Yorkers stand for, that Americans stand for. Let's remember the importance of mutual respect and love and the role they play here in our country and in our world. Love will always win out. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of the United States of America is the guardian of our liberties. It embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law. September 17, 2024 marks the 237th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. It's fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which commemorate it. To honor this year's Constitution Week, I ask my fellow citizens and my colleagues here to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. And don't forget, the Constitution does not give us rights, it does not grant us rights. The Constitution seeks to bind our government and protect our God-given rights. I extend my sincerest gratitude to the members of the John Gwill, Polly Hawkins Craig chapter of the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution for their steadfast commitment to honoring the history of our great nation and for hosting a Constitution Week celebration for my constituents. Madam Speaker, we are told today that we are going to vote on a continuing resolution with another bright, shiny object attached to it. I feel like this legislation is insincere and unserious. Now, why is it unserious? Well, it's unserious because we're cramming all government spending into one bill, and instead of deciding what to spend on, we're saying, well, let's just spend at least as much as we spent last year and not worry about running any of these bills through committee or debating how much we should spend on things. It's also unserious because we've spent 2 years uncovering deficiencies in our government. We've been stonewalled by the FBI and the DOJ. That familiar refrain, oh, Mr. Congressman, that's the subject of an ongoing investigation, and it's our longstanding policy not to comment on that. Well, you could say that in a press release, but they shouldn't be saying it to Congress. But they get away with it because we don't cut their spending every time they do that to us. If we would withhold the ink cartridge for one printer at the FBI, they would come to heel. Yet we're not going to do that in this bill, this continuing resolution. It's just unserious. It's also very insincere. It's an insult to the American people. It's an insult to their intelligence to bring this bill to the floor because it sets up a fake fight that we all know here is fake. Somebody come down here and tell me it's not fake. You all know it's fake. And here's what's even more insincere about it. The compromise has already been reached in a smoke-filled back room here. They already know what we're going to do. It's going to be a clean CR when we get to September 30th. And what is the deal they've reached? It's the same deal they reach every year. We'll let you spend a few billion dollars more if you'll let us spend a few $1 billion more. When in fact what we should be doing is correcting this country's course. We are on a course to financial ruin. And I ask my colleagues, when history looks back, how will it judge you for what you do today on this vote? Will it say, oh, well, this is a person who was unserious and insincere, and instead of making the tough arguments and having the tough discussions with their voters, decided to go along to get along on the path to financial ruin? Or will you be one of the people who stands up and says, this is unsustainable, we must stop it, I will not engage in a fake fight, I will not be part of this political theater, and will you stand your ground? Will you be one of those people? I hope you will. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the continuing resolution with the fake, shiny object attached to it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this Hispanic Heritage Month, I want to pay tribute to a legendary Latina singer who crossed genres and generations, Linda Ronstadt. Now, utilizing her distinctive voice, she brought delight to fans of pop, country music, folk, light opera, and of course, Latin music. She was incredibly proud of her Mexican heritage. And when she told record executives that she wanted to record an album all in Spanish, they told her it would ruin her career. Well, she went ahead anyways, releasing Canciones de mi Padre, which stands as the best-selling non-English language album in American history. Selling over 100 million albums, Linda has 12 Grammys, an Emmy, and in 2014 was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. A passionate advocate for the arts, in 2013 she was honored for her work by President Barack Obama with the National Medal of Arts. Now, she announced her retirement in 2011. She was revealed to have a neurodegenerative diagnosis that left her unable to sing aloud. She is a personal favorite of mine. My favorite song of hers is Blue Bayou, and I'll always honor her love of music and people. This Hispanic Heritage Month, Linda is someone that I will uplift and support. Her musical achievements will be remembered for a long, long time. Mr. Speaker, I rise to warn the American people about one of the greatest threats we face as a country. A shadowy network led by a billionaire businessman is working to threaten some of our most important values. This businessman attacks immigrants from far places and mild-mannered journalists here in our country. And the shadowy network seeks power at all costs. And no, I'm not talking about Lex Luthor and his Legion of Doom, but Donald Trump and his authoritarian and dictator friends who threaten our very democracy and world peace. I'm here to raise the alarm about the massive foreign interference of our politics at the highest levels. We know that recently the Washington Post reported allegations that the Egyptian president, seen right here, may have tried to transfer $10 million to the Donald Trump campaign for president in 2016. And we also know that other foreign governments have also tried to buy influence from the Trumps and the Kushner family. We know that Jared Kushner colluded to collect $2 billion from the Saudi royal family for his investment fund just 2 months after leaving the White House job. We also know that the Trump Organization has collected at a minimum $7.8 million in foreign payments from multiple countries during his presidency, funneled through the Trump Organization and its hotel properties. Mr. Speaker, we cannot delay more accountability or an investigation. Donald Trump has made dangerous allegiances with enemies of the United States of America and our allies. They do not stand for truth, justice, and the American way. I have raised this alarm over and over and over again, and we should not stop. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward nominees for the office of president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow.
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Madelyn Connor. There are very few times in life when you meet a person and leave the conversation inspired to do more. But that was Maddie. You see, she was a dream maker. She had a vision for her community, a dream in her heart, and a drive to see it through to completion. Earlier this year, I received a request to visit a new charter school opening its doors in Northeast Louisiana. I knew very little about this school named the Academy of Collaborative Education, also known as ACE, only that it would serve students from our region who had received an autism diagnosis. On the day of my visit, Maddie swung open those school doors, and I was met with her contagious smile and a huge hug. As she sat me down to explain the origin of the school, I noticed that her passion for the kids who would benefit from this program shone through the most. It came from one of the most genuine and fiercest of places, a mother's heart. She explained that her son had received an autism diagnosis, and she was left with disappointment and frustration when she realized the curriculum at her local public school would not suffice his needs. She sat down with his speech pathologist, Joellen Freeman, one day to share her concerns, and there a dream and a plan was born: to start a charter school aimed to support children with autism. The journey to start this school was riddled with obstacles and heartache, but Maddie never gave up. That was her nature. Nothing was going to stop her from giving these kids an opportunity to learn in a supportive environment. It took 2 years and an arduous 250-page application process, but finally her dream was realized with an official ribbon cutting on July 26, 2024, alongside her co-founder, Joellen. This picture of her was taken on that very day the ribbon was cut. Her family and friends were there to celebrate and remember her beaming with joy on the day that her dream was realized. I'll never forget when I stood up to leave after our meeting and tour of her new school was complete. She stopped me on the way out to grab something from her desk. Her eyes flooded with tears as she showed me a picture of her son, Ace. She said, "This is my why." She didn't have to say another word. Our eyes met and I instantly understood. There is nothing more powerful than a mother's love. It has the power to change the world. In Northeast Louisiana, we lost our dream maker on August 30th, 2024. Richard, who's with us today in the gallery, lost his loving wife. Grayson, Ace, and Jet lost their precious mother. And as they navigate this journey through grief, I pray they will find some comfort in knowing that they were Maddie's whole world. So much so that she left them a legacy. The Academy of Collaborative Education has the power to transform a region and impact countless lives in our state of Louisiana and beyond. And it will be there for years to come to help autistic children and worried moms and dads, because Maddie had a dream in her heart and a fierce determination to help her children, and she never gave up. Madam Speaker, I would like to leave you with the words spoken by Maddie's husband, Richard, at her funeral. He said, "We lost Maddie, but only in flesh. Her spirit lives on through her family, friends, and each and every one of the people who knew her. We will all be reunited with her again one day. How sweet that day will be. May we all live each one of our days left inspired by the way Maddie lived hers as a dream maker." Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair reminds members not to refer to persons in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Because unanimous consent to address the House for up to 5 minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise serious concerns about the ongoing underfunding of our federal public defender program. Nearly 90% of defendants in federal court cannot afford their own attorney. Defendants have a constitutional right to an attorney in criminal cases. And without federal defenders, the justice system can't function, and defendants are not able to get a speedy trial. Any loss of federal public defenders increases court delays and costs, sometimes significantly, because of reliance on private panel attorneys who are usually more costly and often have less experience. This is a particularly precarious moment for the federal defender program. In fiscal year 2024, an inadvertent budgeting error resulted in initial funding levels that were more than $100 million less than what the program needed across the country. In response, the program implemented a series of cost savings measures, including a hard hiring freeze, suspension of training opportunities, and deferral of cybersecurity upgrades. Insufficient funding for the federal public defender program affects not only the rights of indigent individuals charged with federal crimes, but also the overall operation of the federal criminal justice system. When the federal public defense system is underfunded, it creates delays in processing criminal cases, backlogs in U.S. attorneys' offices, and an increase in appeals. Additionally, we're seeing more complex cases that require increased forensic evaluation. These cases are not given the attention they deserved in an under-resourced public defense system. A strong federal public defense system, which is something that has historically been bipartisan here in the Capitol, a strong federal public defense system enhances the confidence of everyone who has an interest in an efficient, reliable, and fair federal justice system, including crime victims and the public at large. Congress must adequately compensate federal public defenders for the unintended consequences of the fiscal year 24 cost-saving measures. We must restore training and cybersecurity infrastructure investments, and we must address the cost pressures for personnel in those offices and other essentials. This is important for our criminal justice system and for fairness. Let's get it done. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman and scholar from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Without objection.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job.
Today I rise to recognize a patriot and an American hero, Bill DeCapit, a member of the Solon VFW who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. As a U.S. Navy World War II veteran, Mr. DeCapit was born 7th of 11 children. He and his late wife, Rose, had 2 daughters and are proud grandparents of 2 adult grandchildren. A Seabee in the Navy, during World War II, Mr. DeCapit was stationed in the Pacific Islands for 3 years, where his duties included helping to repair U.S. ships and planes. He also helped to build the runway on Tinian Island, where the Enola Gay was launched. Mr. DeCapit has always had a love for cars. When he returned from World War II, he went into the car repair business and continued that career into his 60s. Today, Bill continues to volunteer at Cleveland Public Theater. When asked what his secret is to a long life, Mr. DeCapit says, "I can't believe I'm 100. Volunteering helped me. I just get up every day and I live a good life." I want to thank Mr. DeCapit for his selfless service to this country and to wish him a very happy birthday. God bless you, sir. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in honor of our Latino community's rich contributions to our nation, I rise to recognize my constituent, Cristina Villarreal, for her dedication and advocacy to champion Latinas in our nation. Christina's career, from her roles in the city of Chicago to Cook County, reflects a deep commitment to social justice and equity. As Chief Officer of External Affairs at Planned Parenthood of Illinois, Cristina has tirelessly worked to ensure that Illinois remains an abortion haven for the Midwest, defending the right of every woman to bodily autonomy and to access the reproductive care they need and deserve when they need it. Cristina has also served as the president of the Chicago chapter of the National Organization for Women, amplifying the voices of Latinas and ensuring they exercise the right to vote. Her work is inspired by the world she wants to build for her 2 daughters, Catalina, who is watching now, and Camila. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Cristina Villarreal for her unwavering dedication to justice, to equity for Latinas and all women, and her invaluable service to our community and to our state as a poderosa Latina. Thank you and congratulations, Cristina. Mr. Speaker, in honor of our Latino community's rich contributions to this nation, I am proud today to recognize Rogelio Roy Soria, of the Transportation Workers Union of America, Local 556, for his tireless advocacy for worker rights. As a shop steward, executive board member for his local, and recording secretary of the Chicago Metro chapter of the Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, Roy has dedicated himself to building a multiracial unity as we fight for fair wages, for dignity, and for justice. Because of Roy's leadership, we passed the 2022 Illinois Workers' Rights Amendment, enshrining the right of employees to organize and bargain collectively in Illinois, and expanded the Illinois Sick Leave Act to 30,000 aviation workers in Illinois. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Rogelio Roy Soria for his unwavering commitment to worker solidarity and the power of collective action. Felicidades, Roy, and thank you for your incredible leadership. Mr. Speaker, in honor of our Latino community's rich contributions to our nation, I rise to honor Hugo Manso, a champion for Latino representation in the trades, for his unwavering commitment to organized labor and Latino empowerment. Initiated into the Painters Local Union 33 in 1993 as a drywall finisher, Hugo was the very first Mexican American hired by the Painters District Council 14. In 2014, Hugo became the first Mexican elected business representative for Painters District Council 14, overseeing the work of Will and Grundy counties. He later served as a director of organizing, driving efforts to unionize non-union sites and industries, providing workers with the option for the very first time collectively to negotiate wages, hours, working conditions, and their own welfare. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Hugo Manso and join workers throughout Illinois to thank him for his leadership. Congratulations, Hugo. Mr. Speaker, in honor of our Latino community's rich contributions to this entire nation, I rise to honor my constituent, Stephanie Chavez, a proud first-generation Mexican-American from Glendale Heights, Illinois. She's the daughter of Maria and Tomas Chavez. Stephanie has spent her life pursuing a career as a secondary social studies teacher. She believes that education is a tool for collective liberation, and she's committed to teaching the next generation about the history, about the policies of our nation, and to teach our young people to be proud of our roots, many of those immigrant roots, and how to engage and shape a brighter, more equitable future. Her dedication and hard work have led her to become awarded the 2024 Outstanding Graduate by the College of DuPage Foundation. I had the pleasure of seeing firsthand the incredible leadership and positive example that Stephanie sets for her children at Glen Ellen Children's Resource Center in my district. And so, Stephanie, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend you for your passion and your dedication. She is an inspiration to all of us, especially young Latinas, dreaming of a future of liberation like I do. Stephanie, thank you. Congratulations. And with that, Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, our shepherd, we are your people, the sheep over whom you keep watch. It is you who have made us, and we belong to you. Such a relationship is at times too intimate to accept. Such dependence on you is often a challenge to our sense of self-sufficiency. But if we open our eyes to the multitude of blessings you have bestowed on us, if we allow our wills to experience the goodness you desire for us, if we soften our hearts to receive the love you demonstrate to us in countless ways, how can we desire anything but to enter into your presence with thanksgiving? How can we but seek to live lives that please and praise you? How can we not trust your faithfulness in these days when we realize it has been present with us for generations? May our prayers show our gratitude. May our actions today demonstrate our desire to glorify you. May our thoughts, decisions, and attitudes reveal our faith and trust in you. In your eternal mercy we stand, and in your gracious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 77th birthday of the United States Air Force. The United States Air Force was established on September 18, 1947, but its beginnings can be traced back to August 1, 1907, when the U.S. Army Signal Corps established a small aeronautical division to handle all matters pertaining to military ballooning, air machines, and related subjects. After the U.S. involvement in World War II, the evolution of the battle made the need for an air-specified military branch evident. For the past 77 years, the Air Force has patrolled the skies protecting citizens here and abroad. Our U.S. airmen embody strength, excellence, and innovation. Their unwavering dedication to our country is demonstrated by their aim high, fly, fight, win motto. I ask my fellow colleagues to join me in recognizing the sacrifices of our airmen, thanking those who serve today and honoring those who have served. Mr. Speaker, I hope you will join me in wishing our U.S. Air Force a happy 77th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Absolutely, and the gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a recent article in Generations Now, a publication from the American Society on Aging, entitled Food is Medicine, and authored by several experts in both nutrition and aging services. The article makes the case for better leveraging and expertise and broad reach of community-based food programs through the Federal Older Americans Act nutrition program to combat hunger, prevent malnutrition, and reduce diet-related chronic disease among older Americans. Seniors all across the country and from all walks of life trust and rely on Older American Act programs for nutritious meals and community connections. These programs continue to innovate and to bring people together. My home state of Massachusetts is highlighted for its efforts to encourage more locally grown foods and for partnering with local schools to promote intergenerational meals among participants. And I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the article into the record. And Mr. Speaker, Older Americans Act nutrition programs play an integral role in our efforts to end hunger now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to announce I'm introducing a resolution to censure the ranking member of Homeland Security Committee, Benny Thompson from Mississippi. In April of this year, Mr. Thompson introduced a bill to repeal and completely remove the Secret Service protection of former President Donald J. Trump. With the Department of Justice being weaponized against President Trump, multiple Democrat state DAs being weaponized against President Trump, they are also taking action that could lead to the murder of President Trump. Mr. Thompson has refused to remove his bill. On July 13th, President Trump was nearly assassinated. On September 15th, there was another assassination attempt on his life. This bill must be removed, or Representative Thompson should be censured in the well of the House. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a dedicated member of the United States House Armed Services Committee, a 94 graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, and a proud United States Air Force veteran, I rise today to celebrate the 77th birthday of the United States Air Force. The United States Air Force was officially established on September 18, 1947, and has since proven to be the best in the world. The United States Air Force has played an essential and unwavering role in defending our nation's security and honor, ensuring the safety and freedom of our citizens. To all those who have served and those who are currently serving in the United States Air Force, to you and your family, thank you for your service to our country. Fly, fight, win. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to commemorate yesterday's 237th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution. What began as a grand experiment in government has culminated into a most free, productive, and powerful nation in the history of the world. The wisdom of our founding fathers, embedded into the U.S. Constitution, has proven the test of time, and we must hold to it just as strongly today as we have through the centuries of intimate war and economic depressions. We live in a time of great social unrest, political polarization, and differing ideologies, threatening to tear this country apart. However, we hold steadfastly to the truth and guiding principles of our Constitution. We will not only weather the storm of today's issues, but all that follow them as well. We must remember that we are all Americans, and it is our collective pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness which unites us together. May the Constitution continue to remind us of this for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address the House for 1 minute or more.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I woke up to bad news. One of my friends, J.D. Souther, also known as John David Souther, great singer-songwriter and an actor to boot, passed away yesterday in New Mexico at the age of 78. J.D. wrote a lot of songs that the Eagles did, Linda Ronstadt did, covered, and he performed some of them too. He did New Kid in Town, and when I was elected to the Congress, he came to Memphis with Jackson Browne to do what I consider probably the greatest fundraiser in history. It was a small house with a living room that had a little area above it, and the two of them did an hour concert for the few people that could cram into that living room. And JD sang New Kid in Town about me, saying I'm going to be the new kid in town in the Congress and great expectations are thought of you. So I think about that a lot. When I got elected, JD called me and he said, Steve, you're going to the show. Well, the show was Major League parlance for going to the major leagues, and we were both baseball fans. He was just a great guy. He was smart as hell, in the Songwriters Hall of Fame, had a great voice, was so respected by musicians. I kind of got him from Warren Zevon, who was my pal, and Warren kind of willed him to me. Warren was dying, and he said, Steve, I've got a friend who's moving to Nashville, and y'all should be friends. When I met him in Nashville, he said, I need to get something out of this. I want to get married. Can you marry me? And I could do marriages, and I married him at Bert Stein's house, and Rodney Crowell was the only witness. The marriage didn't take, but I did the best job I could. JD was my friend, great American songwriter. He will be missed. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1455 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 90, House Resolution 1455. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3724, to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to prohibit recognized accrediting agencies and associations from requiring, encouraging, or coercing institutions of higher education to meet any political litmus tests or violate any right protected by the Constitution as a condition of accreditation. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-49 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 4790, to amend the federal securities laws with respect to the materiality of disclosure requirements to establish the Public Company Advisory Committee and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-48, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 5179, to require the maintenance of the country of origin markings for imported goods produced in the West Bank or Gaza and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 5339, to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-50 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or the respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 5, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5717, to provide that sanctuary jurisdictions that provide benefits to aliens who are present in the United States without lawful status under the immigration laws are ineligible for federal funds intended to benefit such aliens. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7909, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-47 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 136, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to multi-pollutant emissions standards for the model years 2027 and later, light-duty and medium-duty vehicles. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for unanimous consent for the gentlelady from Indiana to control the remainder of the time.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 1455, providing for the House's consideration of 7 pieces of legislation. First, the rule provides for H.R. 3724, the End Woke Higher Education Act, to be considered under a structured rule. Second, the rule provides for H.R. 4790, the Prioritizing Economic Growth Over Woke Policies Act, under a closed rule. Third, the rule provides for H.R. 5339, the Protecting Americans' Investment from Woke Policies Act, under a closed rule. Fourth, the rule provides for H.R. 5179, the Anti-BDS Labeling Act, under a closed rule. And the rule provides for H.R. 7909, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, and H.R. 5717, the No Bailouts for Sanctuary Cities Act. Mr. Speaker, I support this rule and the underlying legislation, beginning with H.R. 3724, the End Woke Higher Education Act. As a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, we have spent countless hours addressing the serious issues within higher education under the Biden administration, where activism is often prioritized and differing viewpoints are silenced. These conversations have become increasingly necessary as we've seen waves of anti-Semitic protests where students are supporting terrorist organizations, and these protests are sweeping the nation. Too many institutions of higher education have cowered to the mob of protesters, often compromising the safety and well-being of their students. Freedom of speech is under attack on our campuses nationwide, and it's our students who are paying the price. This mindset weakens what has historically been the strength of America: free-flowing and open debate at our institutions of learning. We must not let campus activists, woke faculty, and partisan administrators turn post-secondary education into DEI indoctrination camps. Denying speech undermines the very fabric of the nation and is against everything our founders intended. I'm glad this legislation includes my Students' Bill of Rights, which aims to address the erosion of First Amendment rights faced by students and provides protections for academic freedom and expression. Our students should never feel afraid to express their point of view or fear retribution or negative consequences for their future. This woke mind virus doesn't stop there, which brings me to H.R. 5339, the Protecting American Investments from Woke Policies Act, protects the retirement savings of workers, retirees, and their families by rolling back woke ESG requirements that have nothing to do with the bottom line. The bill ensures that financial institutions are focused on maximizing returns in retirement plans rather than advancing the Biden-Harris administration's radical agenda at the expense of American workers. Forcing often underperforming and relatively high-risk investments on our seniors is not what they're asking us to do in this chamber. In this spirit, I'm glad the bill includes one of my pieces of legislation, the Retirement Proxy Protection Act. The bill ensures that fiduciaries prioritize economic interests of plan beneficiaries when voting on shareholder proposals. Finally, the rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 4790, a comprehensive bill package targeting unelected bureaucrats. Time and time again, this administration has prioritized, again, an ESG agenda and initiatives that are against the well-being of workers and American businesses. Democrat-appointed bureaucrats are attempting to use regulation to create climate and social policy in our financial markets, ultimately raising costs and limiting growth. This legislation aims to stop unnecessary political reporting requirements for companies, make federal regulators more transparent, and reduce the SEC's power over shareholders. I'm proud that another one of my bills, the No Expensive Stifling Governance Act, or No ESG Act, is included as part of this package. I'd also like to touch on my friend Congressman Nicola Lota's bill, H.R. 5717, the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. Despite the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1966 clearly stating that no restrictions can be placed on communication between local or state authorities and federal immigration officials about someone's immigration status, many cities still choose to not comply. We've known for years that sanctuary cities create incredible challenges for federal law enforcement, and in doing so, public safety is endangered. Take Aurora, Colorado, for example. They're experiencing unprecedented gang violence due to a neighboring sanctuary city. We also know that the Biden-Harris administration has been a master class in how to not handle border security, and this administration has totally failed alongside the sanctuary cities in enforcing our immigration laws. Because the crime that finds a home in a sanctuary city spreads to other jurisdictions. If sanctuary cities choose to operate this way and endanger their own communities, neighboring communities, and ultimately the entire nation, They must be forced to balance their irresponsible choices with the loss of other federal support. It's pretty simple. If you fail to comply with the law, you should not expect support. Our constituents understand and also demand that their tax dollars not support sanctuary cities that actively undermine their public safety and our immigration law. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 136 to push back on EPA overregulation, H.R. 5179 to end anti-Israel boycotts, and H.R. 7909, the Violence Against Women Act, which would crack down on crime caused by the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to consideration of these important bills, and I urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the time, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is good to be back on the House floor with the gentlelady from Indiana. It's great to be with her, and so far she's allowing me to actually speak and hasn't called for me to be silenced. The last time we debated, I stated an uncomfortable fact about he who shall not be named, and the gentlelady had me silenced and had my words stricken from the congressional record. But you just got to love that, Mr. Speaker. The party of free speech that rails against woke this and cancel culture that and calls us snowflakes, they can't handle it when someone comes down here and tells the truth. And they try to silence the people they disagree with. It's really quite stunning. So here's more of the truth, and let's see if I'm allowed to talk this time. Mr. Speaker, under Republican control, the House of Representatives has become a place where trivial issues get debated passionately and important ones not at all. And what we're dealing with today is a bunch of weird, wacky, poorly drafted culture war nonsense. This is all just a waste of time. These bills aren't going anywhere. It's not even political theater. It's theater of the absurd. The government shuts down in a few days. And instead of actually working with Democrats to keep the lights on, instead of actually doing something to fix the problems that the American people want us to fix, my Republican friends are doing nothing. The roof is on fire, and instead of calling 911, they're sweeping the floors. I mean, it's beyond nuts. Last night in the Rules Committee, during our hearing on this rule, I had some Republican members telling me they didn't like my tone. They didn't like the fact that I said we don't share the same values. I'm sorry I hurt people's feelings, Mr. Speaker, but the truth is the truth. And we don't all believe in the same things. When it comes to my friends on the other side of the aisle in this chamber, we really don't share the same values. I know many of my friends on the Republican side are nice and good people, but their ideas are not nice and are not good. And let me just give you a couple of examples. Democrats want to make sure that our kids go to college and get a good education that prepares them for the workforce. And instead of working with us, Republicans go on and on about woke this and woke that in our schools. Apparently, anyone who wants to teach facts is woke nowadays. They want colleges to stop being, quote, woke, even though they can't quite define what that even means. It's all political BS, Mr. Speaker. Another example, Democrats actually want an economy that works for everyone. And thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, we are fighting to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Not Republicans, not Republicans. They're talking about woke economic policies. I don't even know what they're talking about, what they mean. But you want to know what people back home talk to me about? They're asking me, why are Republicans trying to cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires? Why are Republicans trying to go after Social Security and Medicare? Another example, Mr. Speaker, Democrats actually care about strengthening and protecting the Violence Against Women Act, not Republicans. A majority of their conference voted against extending the Violence Against Women Act. Let me say that again. A majority of their conference voted against extending the Violence Against Women Act. And now they have the nerve to come down here and talk about violence against women and use it as part of their sick ploy to go after immigrants? Give me a break. Their bill is so poorly written that it could hurt survivors of domestic violence. And I could go right down the list. It is obvious to me that at some point, the RNC talking points went out to everybody. And those talking points said, woke, woke, woke. And so now we have to waste time on this trash. It's just another week of the GOP circus. And as I've said before, calling this a clown show is an insult to actual working clowns. But most of all, it is an insult to the American people for Republicans to use these hallowed halls and to spend hours and hours of time this week on these absurd, awful bills. Again, none of them are going anywhere. The reason to be in Congress is to help people. That means putting people over politics. It means not caving into the most extreme members of your party. And it means getting stuff done. What a radical idea, getting stuff done. None of these bills, as I said, are going anywhere. And yet here we are playing these absurd, ridiculous games. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Burgess of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding. The reason we're here is because the average family of 4 is paying over $17,000 more per year thanks to the policies of the Biden-Harris administration and their allies in Congress. In 3.5 years, the policies and regulations have been unleashed into every aspect of our lives. And on top of that $17,000 more that American families are having to pay each year, now the Biden-Harris administration's EPA expects that family to cough up another $10 grand for an electric vehicle. Now, House Republicans today will repeal this ridiculous regulation with the passage of a joint resolution under this rule. It's not just consumer goods that are more expensive. Retirement is increasingly out of reach because of the Biden-Harris administration and their policies, what they've injected into our capital markets and retirement plans. The American family will not care how much their retirement fund promoted ESG or DEI when they need to push off their retirement for years under this economy. House Republicans will refocus the financial markets and the retirement funds away from politics and towards maximizing investment returns, maximizing shareholder value. What a concept. Seems like that is something everyone should be for. And finally, I want to touch on 2 important pieces of legislation under this rule that are affecting Texans. The first of which is the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. This bill makes it crystal clear in U.S. law that illegal aliens who commit domestic violence or are both deportable and inadmissible in this country. We have a border czar. You wouldn't know it because of what's been happening, but we have a border czar. We have a Secretary of Homeland Security who has refused to take the actions necessary to protect American citizens. Why they have neglected American citizens, I cannot tell you. Perhaps the Democrats can. But look, even ones who commit domestic crimes, these individuals should be inadmissible, deportable and inadmissible to the country. Another bill ensures that lax enforcement of immigration law, which has become the hallmark of the Biden-Harris administration, does not extend to criminal domestic conduct. And speaking of lax enforcement, the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act makes it crystal clear that no state or local government that made a conscious choice to disregard federal immigration law will receive federal funds to do so. Sanctuary cities perpetuate the crisis at our border, crisis that my state knows all too well. The No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act ensures that taxpayers won't be on the hook for the conscious choices.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 30 seconds.
I'm happy to yield back. Thank the Chairman. Thank the Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I enjoyed listening to the chairman of the Rules Committee, but let me just state for the record, nothing he talked about will be at all impacted by any of the stuff that we're talking about here today. None of these bills are going anywhere. If you want to pass legislation to address some of the issues that were raised, maybe we ought to work in a bipartisan way. Maybe it ought to be not my way or the highway. So these aren't serious pieces of legislation. These are press releases. Let's all be honest with the American people about that. This is not serious legislating. I haven't done serious legislating here in a long, long time. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to kind of zoom in a little bit on this Congress in general. And I just mentioned that this is the most dysfunctional Congress in history. And if anyone wants proof, look no further than this resolution. 5 more closed rules that allow 0 amendments to come to the floor. And for folks who don't know, a closed rule means no amendments. Take it or leave it. If you have a good idea and want to improve a bill, too bad. This is how they govern in Russia and China. And that is what the Republicans are turning this place into. And with these 5 closed rules they are bringing to the floor today, Republicans are breaking their own record for shutting down debate. With today's vote, there will be 106 closed rules in this Congress. 106. This is now officially the most closed Congress in the history of the United States of America. Congratulations. And that gets me, and what gets me, Mr. Speaker, is that my friends on the other side have been totally fooled. They were tricked by their own leadership, by Speaker McCarthy and then now Speaker Johnson. You know, the gentlelady from Indiana and her colleagues on the Rules Committee were promised a more open process. They were told the Rules Committee was going to be different, more open, and would have more regular order and more amendments and more debate. Speaker McCarthy was even blackmailed into putting members of the Freedom Caucus on the Rules Committee to guarantee a more open process. But apparently it didn't matter because he totally broke his promise. And now Speaker Johnson, wow, he shredded it. During the first 9 months under Speaker Johnson, we saw 64 closed rules, even more than the 42 closed rules we saw under Speaker McCarthy. They traded a bad speaker for an even worse one. Republican leaders have blocked 5,799 amendments from even coming to the floor. That is 5,799 amendments have been blocked from coming to the floor by the Republican majority. And by the way, they're not just Democratic amendments. They blocked Republican, bipartisan, and Democratic amendments. They blocked an amendment to disrupt the smuggling of U.S. firearms across the Mexican border. They blocked an amendment to combat fentanyl trafficking at ports of entry. Holy hell, they even blocked my amendment to protect food for seniors who participate in the Meals on Wheels program. They have blocked, and get this, they have even blocked over half of their own Republican members' amendments. Let me say that again. Most Republican amendments have been blocked by this Congress. These amendments have been prevented from even seeing the light of day or getting a debate on the House floor. And get this, there have been 98 amendments that Rules Committee Republicans have either authored or supported that have been blocked by their own majority. I mean, you got on the Rules Committee, you like to have a little juice, but 98 of your amendments, Republican amendments, have been blocked by your own party. That's almost 100 amendments. And that's just rules Republicans. That's just rules Republicans. I'm sure, I'm sure they would have loved to have had the opportunity to debate your amendments on the floor. If Rules Committee Republicans can't get amendments, how the hell do you think the rest of us are doing? Republicans said they wanted an open process in this Congress. Open process, my foot, Mr. Speaker. Under this majority, the Rules Committee has become a place where democracy goes to die. Their members should be outraged with the Speaker and this leadership, just as much as Democrats should be. And again, 106 completely closed rules that block all amendments. A shameful statistic, an all-time authoritarian high set under this Republican majority. And let's look at the results. Let's look at the results. Look at what they have to show for it. Republicans had the most unproductive Congress in the history of the United States of America. 26 days we went without a speaker because they were fighting with each other. Weeks wasted with failed rule votes while they argue among themselves instead of negotiating with Democrats. broken promises on the appropriations process while they kick the can down the road with another failed CR, bringing us to the brink of catastrophic debt default and then asking Democrats to bail them out. 10 months passing no legislation through the Rules Committee that ever became law. So congratulations to my friends. In addition to being the most incompetent, dysfunctional, unproductive Congress in American history, they now have also presided over the most closed Congress in American history. Well done, well done. And they're not done yet. We have to live through 3 more months of this. God help us, and with that I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to note that what my colleague, the ranking member, does not note is that this House has passed under Republican leadership more than 300 bills out of the House of Representatives with 92% bipartisan support. Many of these bills go to the Democrat-controlled Senate, where they die. The ranking member also likes to criticize this majority when he knows full well, just last Congress, when he was chair, the Rules Committee was no bastion of an open process. But for the record, here are some statistics that might help paint a better picture and provide context for the cherry-picked numbers the ranking member rattled off. It's true there have been more closed rules, but this majority has reported nearly twice the amount of bills in the last Congress. Considered as a percentage, this majority has reported fewer closed rules than when he had the gavel. Even more, over a third of the closed rules were because no amendments were offered, making the rule closed by definition. Not considering those closed rules brings us still at roughly the same rate as a percentage of closed rules from the last Congress, but with significantly more bills offered. I'd also remind this body that the previous Congress saw the use and abuse of partisan en bloc amendment votes, which created omnibus-style amendments designed to defeat Republican or tough amendments and had the practical effect of stifling the Republican minority. Even with this procedural atrocity, the ranking member still can't claim a higher ground on making minority amendments in order. We've also needed to keep up with the onslaught of regulations from the Biden-Harris administration that they've unleashed on the American people from unelected bureaucrats. We've considered numerous disapproval resolutions, which traditionally are carried closed because of how they're written. The ranking member carried on this tradition when he had the gavel. And while the ranking member wants to talk about how we're stifling Democrat amendments, this majority has actually made more minority amendments in order as a percentage than the previous Congress when he was calling the shots. So while the ranking member shakes his finger at the majority for the way this Congress has gone, I want to point out that he understands the unique difficulties and the tough decisions the Rules Committee is tasked with in moving the majority's agenda. With that, I would like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Norman.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. I appreciate you putting forward these bills. You know, I'm glad there are citizens up here listening to the 2 different points of view. We are totally different. And some of the things that, as you said in rules yesterday, Mr. McGovern, the last 4 years under the Biden, Zara Harris administration have wrecked this country. You mentioned yesterday, and I brought this up in rules, empathy for children. Where's the empathy for the 300,000 that this administration is letting in this country unaccompanied? God knows what's happening to them, of the 15 million that are coming in here. How is that working for America? How is it working for America when you're taking the side of the criminal and putting handcuffs on the policeman, on your defund police activity? How is your actions of this administration on tax cuts, tax? You want the federal government to tell these people where to spend their money. We're not having it. The reason the amendments aren't made in order, they're dumb. Some of them are good, but most of them are dumb. And they're anti-freedom is the best word I can say. But I rise today in support of the rule to provide consideration for bills that combat the administration's woke policies that you're forcing on businesses. I'm thrilled the rule contained a package of financial service bills that you're right, we shouldn't have to protect. It should be common sense, but it's not from the Democratic Party. This package includes my bill, the business over activists. As Republicans, we believe in limited government, letting us spend our money, not letting unelected bureaucrats spend our money. The fact that in under the Exchange Act, the ability of the Securities and Exchange Commission to oversee proxy solicitation is very limited. Every regulation has been weaponized against the very businesses that are paying the taxes to support this country. As far as my particular bill, the Congress never granted the SEC authority to make it mandatory for companies to include shareholder proposals in their corporate proxy statements. This legislation reaffirms the proper role of the SEC and ensures that it cannot exceed this authority by compelling companies to include certain shareholder proposals against their will. You know, a lot of things we're having to combat is per the Constitution that you're wanting to do away with. We believe in the Constitution, we believe in freedom, we believe in limited government. This package of bills spells this out and protects our God-given rights that we shouldn't have to fight for, that your party is wanting to do away with.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Pardon me?
Your time's expired.
I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, I'll reiterate what the gentleman from South Carolina just said. We have different viewpoints and different values. I'm sorry that he feels he lives in a wrecked country. I don't believe that. I think the United States of America is the greatest country on this planet. And I'm proud to serve in Congress to try to help the people of this country. I would never refer to this country as a wrecked country. And again, the gentleman who just spoke, I thought when he was appointed to the Rules Committee, he was appointed to make sure that we had a more open process. And I regret to inform the gentleman that 106 closed rules slipped by him this Congress. I appreciate him standing in the breach. And by the way, when he refers to all the amendments that were rejected as being dumb, 50% of them were of Republican amendments. Yeah, were denied. I think 27 of your amendments were denied. I wouldn't classify them as dumb, even though I may disagree with the intent. And Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a list of the 106 closed rules issued by the Republican majority in the 118th Congress.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, beneath all these statistics about closed rules are actual ideas that are being blocked from being debated on the House floor. These are thoughtful proposals that members have worked hard to develop, ideas to help actual people, and they deserved a debate and an up or down vote. Now, proposals like this: an amendment to disrupt the smuggling of U.S. guns across the Mexican border to help cartels, an amendment authorizing funding for DHS to combat fentanyl trafficking at our ports of entry, an amendment to prevent cuts to Meals on Wheels. That's home-delivered meals to seniors, Mr. Speaker. And that was my amendment, by the way, so I can assure you that it was a very, very good idea. They even blocked an amendment to provide postpartum mental health information to pregnant students, and that was a Republican amendment. Mr. Speaker, Republicans haven't just blocked amendments by reporting out closed rules. They're structured rules. The rules that allowed a few amendments have also continually blocked thoughtful, rule-compliant amendments. And they seem especially focused on blocking Democratic ideas from a debate and an up or down vote on the floor. A quarter of their structured rules, get this, blocked all Democratic amendments, all Democratic amendments. Now, let me quickly just list a few ideas that Republicans were either too afraid to debate or couldn't spare 10 minutes for a consideration on the House floor. An amendment to protect children from getting asthma, amendments to ensure the regulation of dark money in politics and to prevent corrupt pay-to-play political donation deals with federal contractors, and an amendment to provide cancer screenings to federal firefighters as part of their DoD annual physicals when we know they are exposed to cancer-causing chemicals as part of their jobs. There is simply no excuse for this, Mr. Speaker. I reserve my time.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized. That members are reminded to direct the remarks to the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Ms. Fishbach from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of H.R. 5717, the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act, but I do have to comment. The ranking member, I sit on the Rules Committee, and the ranking member and I were there last night, and we're here again on the floor together today, and all I hear is complaining. I don't hear alternatives. I hear about how bad the amendment process is, that their amendments aren't made in order, but I haven't heard them really talk about the alternatives, about what are they proposing. Are there alternatives to what we are doing? What would they do differently? But instead, we hear complaining. And I do want to talk about H.R. 5717. This bill prohibits funds from any sanctuary state or sanctuary city if those funds are being used to benefit illegal immigrants. That seems like common sense to me and to my constituents. We should not spend American tax dollars to help states and cities that are violating U.S. law so they can turn around and dole out those dollars to illegal immigrants. And sometimes those benefits are even more generous than our own citizens receive. I do want to correct something that Ranking Member Nadler said last night in Rules Committee. He said that this bill could prohibit federal funds like COP grants and Burn JAG grants from going to law enforcement officers. I want to state this clearly. That is just not true. Not only are police departments not qualifying jurisdictions under this bill, but the bill applies only to funds being used to provide benefits to illegal immigrants. And let me tell you, using funds to arrest and detain illegal immigrants is not to their benefit, nor is it part of this bill. This is just an attempt to distract from the fact that the Biden-Harris administration has created chaos in communities across this country. Yet rather than help hardworking Americans, they want to take your tax dollars to pay for free flights, free cell phones, and free hotel stays. This bill puts an end to this waste of your taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, after listening to the gentlelady from Minnesota, I'm confused. She said you don't offer alternatives. That's what amendments are. They're alternative ideas. They're alternative ideas. And I just went through a list, of some of the alternatives that we wanted to offer, dealing with firefighters and cancer screening, and dealing with children and asthma, dealing with making sure senior citizens have adequate access to nutrition. Those are alternatives. Those are ideas. My friends, unfortunately, are in control of this place. So they get to bring the bills to the Rules Committee. We try to present alternatives through the amendment process. But here's another alternative, and that is, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 16, the American Dream and Promise Act of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the bigoted hatred that we are seeing directed at immigrants in Ohio and across the country is sickening. And according to research done by the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, there has been a rise in conspiracy theories that stigmatize minorities and promote hatred of ethnically diverse communities. And get this, politicians' use of bigoted rhetoric can also play a role in hate crime incidents. And it is sad, but to be frank, we didn't need researchers to tell us this. We can see and we can hear it from the Republican Party every single day. And it does a grave disservice to the dreamers, to TPS holders, and to DACA recipients in this country who only know America as their home. These are taxpayers, small business owners, educators, and critical parts of our communities. Dreamers were brought to the United States as children through no fault of their own, and it is past time to grant them the pathway to citizenship that they rightly deserve. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to fix our broken immigration system and secure our border. But unlike the messaging bills before us this week, this is a bill that actually does something, and it's actually bipartisan. And it sends the message that we are sick of the vitriol and hate crimes against this community, and that we value their many contributions that make this country a better place. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I am proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, a great leader, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we are only 12 days away from a potential government shutdown, and yet here we are debating yet another slate of unserious Republican policies, so-called anti-woke bills. Instead of prioritizing legislation to improve the lives of the American people, they are set on wasting our time with political games. Instead of working on a bipartisan appropriations process with Democrats to keep our government open, the Republican Party is focused on pushing elements of Trump's Project 2025, a blueprint for a radical and draconian restructuring of our country that includes eliminating many of our freedoms. They show us over and over that their party is gripped by troubling extremism. Their incessant, dangerous rhetoric about immigrants is but one example of this extremism. My Democratic colleagues and I remain focused and committed to real solutions that improve our country and our economy, which is why if we defeat the previous question, we will come together to pass meaningful, life-changing legislation like the American Dream and Promise Act, a common-sense bill that has bipartisan support. Despite high public support for Dreamers who were brought to the country as children and are proud to call the United States home, Dreamers had the rug pulled out from under them in 2017 when former President Donald Trump abruptly terminated the DACA program. Since then, Dreamers and their families have been caught up in a court battle, not just for the fate of the program, but for their future. The American Dream and Promise Act could put an end to years of fear and uncertainty for Dreamers, as well as TPS and DED recipients, and countless mixed status families who dread the day their loved one may no longer be here. This bill is a vital step toward providing dignity, stability, and security for those individuals who for years have contributed to our communities, to our economy, and our American story. I urge my colleagues to use our limited time here in Washington, D.C. on real solutions. Help us defeat the previous question so we can instead do real work that makes a real impact like the American Dream and Promise Act. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, who will also speak on the importance of defeating the previous question.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this week we find ourselves confronted with a series of bills brought by our Republican colleagues that are not only misguided, but also villainize immigrant communities. These proposals attempt to further criminalize those who are seeking a better life and threaten to withhold essential federal funds from cities like Chicago that have policies designed to support the inclusion, safety, and justice of all, regardless of immigration status. Victims of domestic violence will be even more fearful of coming forward if they fear being reported to immigration authorities. Let us be clear. Our immigration system is broken, and simply doubling down on punitive measures will not solve the problem. We need comprehensive solutions that recognize the humanity of those seeking refuge and opportunity in this great nation. Instead of fostering an environment of understanding and compassion, these bills promote fear and division. That brings me to a crucial piece of legislation that deserves our immediate attention, the Dream and Promise Act. This bill is a beacon of hope for dreamers and those with temporary protective status, providing them with a pathway to citizenship. These young people, many of whom have known no other country but ours, are an integral part of our communities and our economy. There are students, teachers, healthcare workers, and leaders who contribute to our nation's prosperity. It's time that we acknowledge their contributions, ensure that they can live without fear of deportation. By prioritizing the Dream and Promise Act, we can send a clear message that we value the lives and aspirations of those who call America home. I urge my colleagues to reject harmful immigration bills on the floor this week and instead to join me in championing the Dream and Promise Act.
Time has expired. The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the other side of the aisle won't even deport violent criminals. That is against the very safety of American citizens. In New York City, under Bill de Blasio, they passed a series of sanctuary city policies between 2014 and 2018 that prohibit the New York Police Department and Correction and Probation Departments from cooperating with U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement agents, except under very limited circumstances. However, now more than 100,000 migrants have passed through New York City since the spring of 22. 58,000 still remain in the city's care. Current Mayor Eric Adams and the Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, have said, we don't have capacity. For years, ICE has warned that sanctuary cities create a public safety threat, and they're one of the biggest impediments to public safety efforts. However, under the Biden and Harris administration, the crisis at the southern border has only worsened the consequences of sanctuary policies and made enforcing current immigration laws even more difficult. So H.R. 5717, despite mischaracterizations from my friends on the other side of the aisle, creates an incentive for local jurisdictions to cooperate with federal immigration officials by prohibiting federal funds to be used to provide sanctuary for illegal aliens from going to sanctuary jurisdictions. Under current law, it creates a perverse incentive for sanctuary cities to willingly flout the law. 5717 holds sanctuary cities accountable for exacerbating the Biden-Harris border crisis and flouting federal immigration law by prohibiting the use of taxpayer dollars to fund housing, health care costs, and other benefits for illegal immigrants in such municipalities. Taxpayers who are at risk due to the border crisis should not be funding local governments not interested in upholding the rule of law. No bailout for sanctuary cities corrects this perverse incentives and ensures that taxpayers are not on the hook for this lawlessness. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you gotta love when Republicans try to talk tough about immigration reform. I just want to remind my colleagues that one of the most conservative senators in the United States, senator from Oklahoma, wrote a comprehensive immigration reform bill that has some very tough provisions in it, and their standard bearer, the man who I cannot name on the floor for fear that my words will be taken down, told Republicans to not allow it to come to the floor for a debate or a vote. They would rather have a campaign issue than solving a problem. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. I also would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from the National Institute of Justice entitled Undocumented Immigrant Offending Rate Lower Than U.S.-Born Citizen Rate.
Without objection.
All day long, Republicans spout hateful rhetoric about undocumented immigration and crime because they want us to be scared and they want to divide us. But their claims are simply not rooted in truth. In fact, undocumented immigrants are less likely, not more, than U.S.-born citizens to commit crimes, including violent crime. And I also would like to request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article by the Cato Institute entitled Sanctuary Jurisdictions of Florida Do Not Have Higher Crime Rates. Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence, none, either in Florida or in the rest of the country, that sanctuary cities result in more crime. There's none, zero. But that won't matter to Republicans because they are unmoved by the facts. And Mr. Speaker, earlier I listed some examples of ideas that Republicans blocked from even being considered on the floor. Here are a few more. I just want people to appreciate this. An amendment that would protect access to IVF for federal employees. They blocked it. An amendment to require a study for tribal consultations before enactment of an oil and gas bill that could affect their subsistence resources. An amendment to make critical targeted investments in small-town police departments for the recruitment, retention, mental health support, and training they need to protect themselves and their communities. They blocked that too. And an amendment to ensure continued access to emergency care for pregnant service women at military treatment facilities. Look, maybe Republicans don't believe in IVF or any of these other ideas, but they can just vote no. Why block these ideas from even being debated unless they're afraid they would pass? I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire if the gentleman, Mr. McGovern, is prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I'm not prepared to close yet. There may be some.
Gentleman is not prepared to close. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to get back to this extraordinary closed house. I just want everybody to appreciate that on how awful this process is. Here are yet more examples of ideas that were too scary, too revolutionary, too controversial to even be debated on the House floor, according to this Republican majority. An amendment to provide grants to organizations who are helping to transition service members to civilian life, including job recruitment training. They blocked that. I mean, what are they thinking? Who does that? An amendment to ensure that students with dietary restrictions like lactose intolerance can have an alternative to whole milk at lunch. Is lactose intolerance now woke? I mean, I don't get it. That was blocked. And an amendment to ensure that a bill wouldn't cause our domestic energy prices to increase. I ask again, what is the majority afraid of? I mean, look, we have our differences. We ought to have substantive debate on the floor and then have votes. And I would be willing to bet that there are some thoughtful Republicans who would support some of these amendments that I mentioned here. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
So the gentlelady has no other speakers, am I? Okay, well then I will close. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
Okay. I yield myself the remaining time. Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot about wokeness here today, but I want to focus on the woke democratic ideas that Republicans have blocked in this record-breaking closed Congress. I mean, ideas like protecting IVF, fighting fentanyl trafficking, and making sure lactose-intolerant students have something nutritious to drink at lunch. Wow. I mean, that those ideas are woke is crazy. 106 closed rules is a big number, a record-breaking number, but much more important is what that number represents. These ideas and all the other blocked amendments I highlighted would have helped everyday Americans. Is that woke? Is it woke to try and keep kids from getting asthma, to provide job training to veterans, to provide cancer screenings to firefighters? Is that woke? I don't know what my Republican colleagues are afraid of. Maybe they're afraid to vote no. Maybe they're afraid to vote yes. But this is Congress, Mr. Speaker. We're here to take hard votes. And this record-breaking number of closed rules is a disservice to the people the Republicans represent. And Mr. Speaker, while Republicans want to talk about being woke, I wish instead they'd wake the hell up and do the people's business. For example, I don't know, maybe pass a bill to prevent a government shutdown. You know, what we are doing today is merely a political exercise. Their obsession with trying to inject politics and culture wars into everything is getting really old. Almost old as the presidential nominee. Let me just say, I love this place, and I love all the different things that we've been called on to do. And I will just say this, Mr. Speaker, I want everybody to join with me, and let's end this. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman has ended this. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and nominees for the office of president. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Despite what my colleagues on the left have to say, the American people know that the Biden-Harris administration has been a relentless, woke assault on the American economy, the education system, and even Americans' retirement accounts. The American people know the Biden-Harris administration has resulted in crippling inflation, a wide-open border, decreasing public safety, and increasing drug overdose deaths. With the bills before us today, we continue to deliver for the American people. House Republicans are fighting at every turn to secure our borders, restore our economy, protect free speech and free markets. The Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act and the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act are common sense bills that would immediately make our communities safer, something the Biden-Harris administration has repeatedly failed to do. I would hope that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle would support these important bills. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week, and I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman has yielded her time. The question is in ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker?
The gentleman is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes. Sorry. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on HR Resolution 1455, adoption of House Resolution 1455, if ordered. In motion to suspend the rules and pass S 1146, HR 9076, HR 7213, and HR 1513. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute and 2-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the ordering of the previous question on House Resolution 1455, in which the ayes and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 90, House Resolution 1455, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3724, to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to prohibit recognized accrediting agencies and associations from requiring, encouraging, or coercing institutions of higher education to meet any political litmus test or violate any right protected by the Constitution as a condition of accreditation, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 4790, to amend the federal securities laws with respect to the materiality of disclosure requirements to establish the Public Company Advisory Committee and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5179, to require the maintenance of the country of origin markings for imported goods produced in the West Bank or Gaza and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5339, to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5717, to provide that sanctuary jurisdictions that provide benefits to aliens who are present in the United States without lawful status under the immigration laws are ineligible for federal funds intended to benefit such aliens, provided for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7909, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 136, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to multi-pollutant emissions standards for model years 2027 and later, light-duty and medium-duty vehicles.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays 196. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 200. Resolution is adopted without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 1146 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Senate 1146, an act to amend Part E of Title IV of the Social Security Act to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to identify obstacles to identifying and responding to reports of children missing from foster care and other vulnerable foster youth, to provide technical assistance relating to the removal of such obstacles and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. City members change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 7, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9076 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 9076, a bill to reauthorize and modernize Part B of Title IV of the Social Security Act to strengthen child welfare services, expand the availability of prevention services to better meet the needs of vulnerable families and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 405, the nays are 10, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the motion with the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7213 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7213, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to enhance and reauthorize activities and programs related to autism spectrum disorder and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 13, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Morris Rogers, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1513, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 421, H.R. 1513, a bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a task force to be known as the 6G Task Force and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 393, the nays are 22. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Hey, buddy. How you?
It's new. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentlewoman is correct. The House is not in order. The gentlewoman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, I call up the bill H.R. 5339, the Protecting Americans' Investments from Woke Policies Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 184, H.R. 5339, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-50 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5339.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of the Republican fight against the woke progressive agenda. The Committee on Education and the Workforce is proud to lead debate on the Protecting Americans' Investments from Woke Policies Act, or H.R. 5339, a bill that would confront and dispatch one of the most nefarious and hidden forms of wokeness. Wokeness comes in all shapes and sizes. It's a problem when it's pushed at your local public school. It's an existential threat to the country when it's pushed by the institutions that police how we think, what we say, and where our money goes. Wokeness destroys everything it touches, including the value-neutral institutions that America used to take for granted. First, wokeness conquered academia. Then it conquered the media. The final frontier of the woke mind versus virus is the banks and capitalism itself. You may say, what? Banks are woke? They're driven by things like profit motive in the markets. Well, think again. Under the guise of a practice known as environmental, social, and governance investing, or ESG for short, banks are responsible for woke social engineering on a scale that history's authoritarians could only dream of. In essence, a big bank or asset manager will take your hard-earned pension or 401k and invest it in radical progressive causes. These ESG funds exclude businesses deemed insufficiently woke. What may disqualify a company from receiving woke capital is including but not limited to too many white straight men on the board, too much profit in the oil and gas industry, or too many politically incorrect takes by your CEO on X, formerly known as Twitter. That the S&P 500's ESG index delisted a green company like Tesla only proves the point that ESG is nothing but a woke power grab. Concerns about the environment are secondary to enforcing bland, progressive conformity. What's more, ESG factors guide about 1/4 of all assets under management, or $30 trillion. Yet these funds underperform when compared to their conventional peers. Take this from the Financial Times, quote, over the past 12 months, global sustainable equity funds made an 11% return, compared with 21% for conventional stock funds, according to a May report from J.P. Morgan, end quote. Sacrificing pensions and retirement income for woke impact should be illegal. This legislation makes it clear that other people's retirement income may not be sacrificed for woke impact. Pensioners forged the infrastructure that powers modern American cities. Pensioners built the industries that make America great. Pensioners put their life and work into this country, and they don't want their hard-earned nest egg deflating because its principle is serving political causes. I want especially to thank Representatives Allen from Georgia, Houchin from Indiana, Good from Virginia, and Banks from Indiana for leading this charge on behalf of pensioners and retirees. The Protecting Americans Investment from Woke Policies Act is a product of their hard work, and it is the necessary first step towards making ESG investing illegal under certain retirement plans. With that, I urge a yes vote on H.R. 5339 and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5339, the so-called Protecting Americans' Investments from Woke Policies Act. This bill packages 4 separate bills that the Committee on Education and Workforce reported on party line votes. The H.J. 5339 relates to what's known as environmental, social, and governance, or ESG investing. Many of us believe that workers should be able to invest in a way that reflects their values, whether combating climate change or promoting health and labor standards without sacrificing investment returns. And to be clear, this kind of investing is not at odds with making a profit. In fact, it makes good financial sense to carefully consider investments that account for a company's exposure to such liability as high liability risks, fossil fuel dependent business practices, or vulnerability to sea level rise, like whether or not an asset is going to be underwater in 15 years. It'd be nice to know that, but you shouldn't be prohibited from even considering it. These are among the factors that could cause the stock to suffer in over the long-term horizon. And consider that workers often contribute to their retirement accounts for decades before drawing down their savings. And it makes perfectly good sense for those managing the workers' accounts to consider long-term impacts when making investment decisions. ESG investment is sound, profit-centered risk mitigation strategy, and the financial services industry recognizes it. For example, State Street Global Advisors, one of the largest asset managers, noted as a fiduciary, they have, and I quote, a duty to act prudently and in the best interest of their clients, which increasingly includes consideration of environmental, social, and governance factors relevant to the performance of the companies in which our clients invest, unquote. Trump administration issued a rule that imposed needless barriers and onerous requirements related to ESG investing. Fortunately, the Biden-Harris administration reversed course and finalized a sensible rule clarifying that planned fiduciaries may consider ESG factors when they make decisions for retirement plan participants. And let's be clear, the rule is not a mandate. H.R. 5339 codifies the Trump-era ESG rule. It also codifies the Trump-era rule that would disenfranchise planned fiduciaries from exercising their shareholder rights on behalf of workers. The bill also undermines efforts to increase diversity among asset managers. This is a worthwhile endeavor, as the GAO noted a few years ago, that only 1% of the $7 trillion in global assets under management are managed by firms owned by women or people of color. There's also research to suggest that non-diverse firms do not outperform diverse firms across all asset classes. In sum, H.R. 5339 takes us backwards and undercuts retirement professionals who are legally bound to make prudent decisions for workers and retirees. So I urge opposition to the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for yielding the time. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 5339, the Protecting Americans' Investments from Woke Policies Act. The Committee on Education and Workforce has worked diligently this Congress to hold the Biden administration accountable for their destructive policies that only serve to harm American families, workers, and retirees. That's why I proudly partnered with many of my committee colleagues to put together this package of bills before us today that stops this administration's assaults on the retirement security of millions of Americans. Saving for retirement has become increasingly difficult as prices continue to skyrocket. Over the last 3.5 years, we have witnessed a sharp rise in the cost of basic necessities, putting a significant strain on household budgets. The average household in Georgia is paying over $1,000 per month to purchase the same goods and services as in January of 2021, and cumulatively, the average Georgia household has spent over $27,000 more due to inflation in that same time frame. Because of the Biden-Harris administration's out-of-control spending policies, inflation is soaring. Many seniors are living paycheck to paycheck, retirement savings are in jeopardy, and hardworking Americans are struggling to secure their financial future. One example of how the Biden administration is jeopardizing retirement savings is through a Department of Labor rule that allows financial advisors to ignore their responsibility to prioritize financial returns in favor of investing America's retirement savings into risky climate-related environmental, social, and governance, or ESG funds. Now, let's be clear. This mandate came from the Department of Labor. It did not come from the financial investment community. ESG funds are proven to carry higher risk and charge steeper fees, and financial institutions have become more brazen in professing partisan and ideological preferences while investing America's hard-earned retirement savings. As families continue to struggle to afford basic necessities like gas and groceries due to record inflation, the last thing hardworking taxpayers need is for their retirement savings to be depleted due to politically motivated mismanagement. That's why I was proud to introduce the Rollback ESG to Increase Retirement Savings or RETIRE Act. This bill rolls back this overreaching rule and ensures ERISA retirement plan sponsors prioritize financial returns over ESG factors when making investment decisions on behalf of their clients as mandated by the Department of Labor. My RETIRE Act makes clear what ERISA intended. Retirement plan sponsors should invest their clients' hard-earned money in a manner that maximizes financial returns and minimizes risk, period. We must get back to a point where financial institutions make investment decisions based on standards of return, credit, collateral, raw data, and balance sheet numbers.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We can do so by passing today's legislation. I strongly urge a yes vote on H.R. 5339, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, my good friend, Mr. Magaziner.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from North Carolina for yielding. I rise in opposition to H.R. 5339, a misguided bill that will hurt the retirement savings of millions of hardworking Americans. The evidence is clear. Companies that adopt thoughtful policies to manage their environmental risks, their social risks, and have sound corporate governance policies outperform those that don't. As a former state treasurer and an investor in the private sector, I can tell you that companies that take steps to mitigate their environmental footprint, to do right by their customers, to do right by their employees, and to promote corporate diversity tend to outperform their peers. And any investor who knows what they are doing would be foolish to ignore those factors. But even if you disagree with me, even if you don't think that those factors matter in company performance, you ought to believe that in a free market, investors should have the right to consider whatever factors they believe are relevant to performance without Congress getting in the way. Why is the Republican majority, which claims to be the party of small government, so obsessed with walking away from free markets and taking away Americans' freedoms? This is yet another example of this trend. House Republicans want to tell you what books you can and can't get from the library, who you are and aren't allowed to marry, what reproductive health care decisions women have the right to make, and now they want to try to make it illegal for investors to even think about a company's environmental or social performance when doing their jobs. And the people who are going to get hurt are the American workers whose retirement savings will take a hit if this bill takes effect. And by the way, no one is asking for this bill. There's no constituents back home who are saying, you know, the biggest problem in our country today is ESG investing. So how about my Republican colleagues do their job, focus on keeping the government funded and open, and not take away the freedom of investors to do their jobs the way they see fit. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my colleague on the other side of the aisle have made many claims about the supposed advantages of ESG, just now saying that the ESG tend to do better. Well, let me set the record straight. ESG funds have underperformed for years. According to a Bloomberg report, the 10 largest ESG funds posted double-digit losses in 2022. 8 of the 10 performed worse than the S&P 500. So it's no surprise that in 2023, according to the New York Times, investors pulled $13 billion out of ESG funds. Another study from Boston University found there's little reason to infer that ESG criteria is reliable for predicting stock returns. I think it's really important to set the record straight. Make matters worse, ESG products charge higher fees to participants than traditional investment funds, which can significantly reduce participants' retirement savings over time. Finally, according to researchers at George Mason University, ESG funds expose workers and retirees to additional investment risk. Increased cost, increased risk, and lackluster returns make for a bad cocktail. Weakening the investment portfolios is not what we should be doing here. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Madam Chair said, if ESG funds performed better, investors would choose those based on their performance, not because of their ESG compliance. Mr. Speaker, I support passage of 5339. This legislation will protect Americans' retirement savings from the left's woke agenda. On day one, the Biden administration pursued a radical agenda focused on so-called diversity and equity instead of truly helping everyday Americans. This agenda infiltrates every sector of our society under the Biden-Harris administration, including the way people invest their hard-earned money. For decades, federal law has required fiduciaries, or those we trust to invest on our behalf, to adhere to principles of prudence and loyalty to the investor's best interests. The prudence and loyalty of the fiduciary to the investor protects the American public. Now the Biden-Harris administration has decided these principles are no longer the primary concern. No, under Biden-Harris, your best interest is not the main priority. Investments must now meet certain radical environmental standards and support the left's equity agenda. This could mean investing in a solar energy company and overlooking an oil or a gas stock that might be a better financial investment. It might mean that the company overseeing your portfolio needs to adhere to DEI practices and hire people because they look a certain way, not because they are the most qualified. This is called ESG investing, and of course, this is wrong. The bill today includes one of my bills, the No Discrimination in My Benefits Act, which amends the law to say that any fiduciary must be selected without regard to race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. Adding this language will preserve the merit-based standard that Americans expect employers to use when hiring. Instead of addressing the state of the economy, which would be a much better way to ensure that individual retirement plans are doing well, Democrats double down on DEI and believe, or at least claim to believe, that a lack of diversity is why your pension or your 401k isn't getting the rate of return you expected. They, of course, don't want to blame the Biden-Harris economy. For example, Senate Democrats actually sent a letter to 25 companies requesting information about the gender and race, the DEI makeup of the asset managers of their pension plans. The letter voiced concern over the problem of white men dominating the industry and demanded answers from the companies on their plans to diversify their employees based on sex and race rather than their skills and expertise. The American people don't care about the diversity makeup of someone who is flying a plane or who is performing surgery on them, and they don't want it with respect to the management of their life savings. But the Democrat Party wants to force companies to make decisions in direct contradiction to the longstanding Civil Rights Act, which they claim to support. Using someone's race or sex to determine their eligibility for a position is wrong, and civil rights law agrees, even if the Democrat Party does not. Hardworking Americans want the most competent and knowledgeable person to manage their benefits. They want to know their assets are safe and they will have a good return on investment. The ESG investing agenda is in direct opposition to this, so I urge passage of H.R. 5339, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill before us is really nothing more than a distraction. It's the distraction from the real issues facing American seniors and retirees. What seniors want is their government to lower the cost of everyday necessities, groceries, gas, water, and electric bills. They want their hard-earned savings protected. They don't want Congress dictating to them where and how to invest their retirement. If Republicans were truly serious about protecting American retirees, they'd be working to restore the pensions of Americans who have lost their retirement, their pensions, or seen them cut, like the thousands of Delphi salaried retirees across the country. Americans who work their whole lives should not have to worry if they'll be able to retire in dignity. But when General Motors filed for bankruptcy during the Great Recession, the U.S. Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, the PBGC, unfairly cut retirement benefits by as much as 70% for more than 20,000 Delphi salaried retirees. These cuts have been devastating for these retirees. We've heard stories from Delphi salaried retirees facing extreme hardship, even foregoing medical treatment because their pensions were slashed so much. Under the past administration, the former president made a promise that he would fix this issue. He did not. He didn't even try. Last Congress, under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Democrats, this body passed my legislation, the Susan Muffley Act, to be clear, in a bipartisan fashion, to restore the pensions of thousands of Delphi workers. As I said, a bipartisan bill that would restore those pensions. We had 218 Democrats, 36 Republican members of this body voting for it. These men and women worked hard. They followed the rules, and then they got the rug pulled from under them. When the government rescued GM and left these workers behind, their families were left hanging, and that was wrong. At the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules had permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to the bill. My amendment would substitute this legislation with the Susan Muffley Act, bipartisan legislation that would right the wrong for the Delphi salaried retirees, restoring their pension benefits that they were expected to receive before the bankruptcy. Again, this bill is a common sense bipartisan bill that's already passed the House of Representatives in a bipartisan fashion. And I do ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of my amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in closing, I'll just say this. I hope my colleagues join me. This is something we ought to be able to do together. We ought to solve this problem in a bipartisan fashion. And I ask you to join me in voting for the motion to recommit to right this historic wrong for the Delphi salaried retirees. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The Biden-Harris administration is once again putting its radical political agenda ahead of the well-being of the American people. The administration's new rule would put the retirement fund of millions of Americans at risk by forcing fiduciaries to consider ESG over financial factors. This is deeply irresponsible. ESG funds are well known for poor performance and high risk. Yet this administration is encouraging fiduciaries to gamble with retirees' hard-earned savings. This rule shows that the Biden-Harris administration doesn't care about the financial security of millions of retirees. Retirement savings should focus on maximizing returns, not advancing the far left's political agenda. Americans invest to provide for themselves and their families, not to fund activists, projects, or woke policies. Fortunately, Republicans are taking action to stop this dangerous trend with the Protecting Americans' Investments from Woke Policies Act. This bill ensures that retirement plans are focused solely on economic factors, protecting workers' savings from politically driven, underperforming ESG investments. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, my good friend, Mr. Caston.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, let me pose a question to everybody in here. Why do pension fund managers, why do state treasurers, why do individual investors invest in ESG funds? Well, I'll give you a hint. It's the same reason that they invest in high-yield bonds or mid-cap international equities or real estate investment trusts or anything else that is a part of a diversified portfolio, because they believe that it will make them more money. Not know, none of us know, but they believe. Now, maybe my colleagues across the aisle don't believe that companies that attract and retain diverse talent create more long-term value. Maybe my colleagues across the aisle don't believe that climate change is real and don't believe that companies who are repositioning their assets for a world with higher sea levels, with more frequent forest fires, and with rapidly moving consumer demand in favor of cheaper, cleaner energy are better positioned to win the future. That is your right. Nobody is telling you that you have to wake up and stop investing in sleepy companies that are missing out on what's happening in the future. And yet here we are, having defended your right to invest however you want. You are now saying that fiduciaries with opinions different from your own should not be free to invest as they see fit. That is not pro-market. And let me tell you, if you've fallen in love with state-directed capitalism, I would encourage you to talk to, I don't know, maybe some Chinese or Soviet economic leaders who can tell you how that plays out. And so yet we find ourselves here with the Republican Party introducing legislation that not only rips off the policies of Lenin and Mao, but also unsurprisingly rips off Project 2025. Because what all those have in common is you would like to use the power of the state to protect your political allies against the vicissitudes of a competitive market. Let's be really clear, though, this is not just about politics. Real Americans in red states, I would point out, are losing money today because of these policies. In Texas, anti-ESG laws like the one you're proposing are costing the state nearly $700 million in lost economic activity and more than 3,000 jobs. In Kansas, the state budget office has estimated that anti-ESG laws there would cost retirees $3.6 billion in lost returns over 10 years. That is what you are imposing on the rest of the world if you got this done. Madam Speaker, I get it. Competition is hard. It's scary. Climate change is real. And no matter how nightmarish certain white folks of low character might find the realization of Martin Luther King's dream, it is the only way that we move forward as a society. In the name of free markets and
For
a
what
brighter
purpose is the
tomorrow,
gentlewoman from North Carolina
I
rise?
urge a no vote.
I ask that the speaker's words be taken down.
On what basis?
The gentleman will suspend. The clerk will report the words. The gentleman will take a seat.
purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw my demand.
The demand is withdrawn. The demand is withdrawn. Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would reiterate, as I hope was clear from the plain text of my remarks, they were not directed at anybody in the chamber. I'll close just by saying that in the name of free markets and a brighter, more tolerant tomorrow, I urge a no vote on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important, I think, that we again set the record straight. The Retire Act codifies the principles in the Trump Labor Department rule on retirement plan ESG investing. Under this bill, as with the Trump rule, if a fiduciary finds that an ESG factor is a pecuniary or financial factor, then that factor can be considered when investing and exercising shareholder rights. Nothing in the Trump rule prevents a fiduciary from appropriately considering any material risk with respect to an investment. Like the Trump rule, the Retire Act recognizes ESG factors can present an economic risk or opportunity which qualified investment professionals would appropriately treat as material economic considerations under generally accepted investment principles. This bill neutrally applies financial investment principles to all investment decisions. To suggest that this bill bars a fiduciary from appropriately considering any factor that may be material to an investment is blatantly false. Unlike the Biden-Harris rule, this legislation is neutral regarding fiduciaries' prudent decisions. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am ready to close.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I understood that the gentlewoman from North Carolina was ready to close, and I'm ready to close also.
Ms. Manning is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. Contrary to what we have heard this afternoon, the Biden-Harris administration has put forth a sensible rule related to ESG investing that puts the decision-making where it belongs, with the retirement plan professionals who are best positioned and bound by law to make sound decisions on behalf of workers. They, not members of Congress, know what's best for their particular retirement plan. H.R. 5339 reflects a mistaken premise that House Republicans, not retirement plan professionals bound by fiduciary responsibilities, know what's best. A diverse group of stakeholders, including the AFL-CIO, AFSCME, Americans for Financial Reform, League of Conservation Voters, National Women's Law Center, Oxfam America, and others, weighed in against this bill. And I ask unanimous consent to enter two letters into the record.
Without objection.
We should reject this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard today about the riskiness of ESG. We've heard about the radicalness of ESG, and we've heard about the racism inherent in ESG investing. If today's debate has proven one thing, it's that wokeness will not be satisfied until the country thinks the same way. To my colleagues, I urge that we return to the neutral fiduciary standard. Let's quit playing ideological games that have a real impact on workers' livelihoods. To my banking sector friends, I'll put it this way. There's no alpha in ESG. Our adversaries will surpass the American financial industry if we continue down this path. The Protecting Americans' Investment from Woke Policies Act would safeguard our financial system from politically driven agendas, ensuring that capital is allocated based on merit and performance, not ideology. For these reasons, I support its passage, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields the balance for time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Kildee of Michigan moves to recommit the bill H.R. 5339 to the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose? For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1455, I call up the bill H.R. 5179, the Anti-BDS Labeling Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 557, H.R. 5179, a bill to require the maintenance of the country of origin markings for imported goods produced in the West Bank or Gaza and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the amendment in the nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Anti-BDS Labeling Act, introduced by my good friend and Ways and Means colleague, Ms. Claudia Tenney. For years, far-left progressives have targeted Israel through the boycott, the divest, or sanction movement. In fact, many of the recent campus protests that we saw that came in the wake of the horrific terrorist attacks on Israel shut down elite universities to try and force university endowments to divest from Israel. For these protesters, no step is too far to achieve their goals. The incidents of harassment, bullying, and intimidation of Jewish students are at this point too numerous to count. The Ways and Means Committee will not stop holding. We will not stop holding these elite universities accountable until every Jewish student feels safe on campus. This small, loud minority does not speak for the vast majority of Americans. Let me be clear. America stands with Israel. Under President Trump, the alliance between the United States and Israel was stronger than ever before. He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. He brokered the Abraham Accords, sending a message to Iran that Israel does not stand alone. He canceled President Obama's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and the list goes on and on. One of the items on that list of accomplishments was a move to counter the same BDS movement fueling the chaos on college campuses. In 2020, the Trump administration's Customs and Border Protection clarified the labeling of items imported from Israel. Items coming from regions of the West Bank under Israeli authority must be labeled as coming from Israel, just as labels on items coming from Hamas-controlled Gaza or areas of the West Bank outside of Israeli control must reflect its origin as coming from one of those two areas. This bill before us codifies this Trump rule into law and bans the use of any federal dollars to reverse or alter it. American families should have this information in order to buy products that support Israel's economy, particularly in a time of war. Conversely, people should know if an item comes from a region controlled by terrorists that kidnapped and killed their fellow Americans. Public reports earlier this year indicated that the Biden-Harris administration considered reversing this policy. Once again, Mr. Speaker, Democrats are putting the demands of radical progressives ahead of our best ally and our largest trading partner in the Middle East. I urge my Democrat colleagues to vote yes on this legislation and join us in empowering Americans looking to show their support for Israel. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose H.R. 5179, the Anti-BDS Labeling Act, or the so-called Anti-BDS Labeling Act. Let me start with an observation. Since October 7th, President Biden, the United States Congress, the United States people have overwhelmingly stood in support of Israel as they fight an existential war on multiple fronts. President Biden has stood with Israel longer than any U.S. president in a time of war throughout Israel's 76-year history. Let me also be clear. The BDS movement is inherently anti-Semitic. It is a harmful, discriminatory effort aimed at delegitimizing Israel, the democratic Jewish state of Israel, and undermining Israel's right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. I'll agree with my colleague, Chairman Smith, when he says there is no place for harassment or intimidation of Jewish students, or for that matter, any students on campus, for what they believe in. The protesters are loud. They scream, they yell. They've yelled outside of my house in the middle of the night. Being loud does not make them right. It just means they're loud. So while this body here, Republicans and Democrats, stand united in opposing BDS, today's debate is much less about genuine support of Israel and much more about political posturing. I have consistently opposed BDS and worked to ensure U.S. policy does not endorse its discriminatory aims. However, H.R. 5179 is a symbolic gesture with no real path forward in the Senate. It does little to combat the global BDS effort and distracts from the meaningful action required to strengthen our partnership with Israel and promote a peaceful future for the region and all the people in the region. This issue isn't just about geopolitics or trade. It's about consumer transparency. Americans want to know under what conditions their products are made. Whether it's Israeli law and a settlement, Palestinian Authority control, or formerly Hamas-controlled Gaza, consumers deserve to understand the governance and standards behind the products they buy. The lack of clarity in the current framework doesn't meet their demand for nuanced information about environment, labor, human rights, or the quality of inspections of their purchases on products from anywhere around the world, including within Israel. H.R. 5179 fails to address these concerns. It is a short-term political move that ignores the complexity of the region and the demand for thoughtful policy. This bill won't help consumers make informed decisions, nor will it move the needle on the broader challenges facing Israel. More broadly, it doesn't help dismantle Hamas, rescue the hostages, or restore the political horizon for a two-state solution. While I share the goal with my colleagues of countering BDS, H.R. 5179 does not achieve that. It is about showmanship, not about substance. We need real, bipartisan solutions that reflect the region's complexities and offer the transparency consumers demand. I urge my colleagues to vote no and focus on actions that will make the real difference. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tinney.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 5179, the Anti-BDS Labeling Act. The Anti-BDS Labeling Act would codify the Trump administration's 2020 U.S. Customs and Border Protection rule entitled Country of Origin Marking of Products from the West Bank and Gaza. In 1997, the Palestinian Authority requested that the U.S. require all goods made in Judea and Samaria and Gaza to be labeled as made in West Bank, Gaza. This not only recognized Judea and Samaria and Gaza as one territorial unit, which is inaccurate, but also failed to recognize that different areas of Judea and Samaria are governed by Israel and the Palestinian Authority. The Trump administration rule required goods made in Area C of Judea and Samaria, which is fully controlled by Israel under the Oslo Accords, to be labeled as made in Israel. Under this rule, goods made in the Palestinian Authority-controlled areas A and B of Judea and Samaria to be labeled as made in the West Bank. This rule appropriately recognizes the different governing authorities of various areas of Judea and Samaria, as well as ensuring that Gaza and Judea and Samaria are recognized as two different political areas. The Anti-BDS Labeling Act would codify the Trump-era rule and prohibit funds, federal funds, to be used by the White House or the executive branch to alter the rule that is already in place. For years, the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement has sought to cripple the Israeli economy and impoverish individuals living in Israeli-controlled areas of Judea and Samaria and Israel at large. The BDS movement has long targeted goods made in Israeli-controlled areas of Judea and Samaria, sometimes referred to by anti-Israel advocates as the occupied West Bank. I'd like to remind individuals that use this ridiculous term that the Oslo Accords signed by Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat divided Judea and Samaria into three areas, with Israel administering security control over 82% of Judea and Samaria and civil control over 60% of Judea and Samaria. This bill ensures that there is no distinction in labeling between goods made in Israel and Israeli-controlled areas of Judea and Samaria. During this difficult time, Congress must stand with Israel and support our greatest ally in the region, the lone beacon of freedom and democracy. I'm grateful to Chairman Smith and all of my Ways and Means Republican colleagues who are supporting this critical legislation and especially when it passed through the House Ways and Means Committee, we must stand with our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel, and demand accuracy in the labeling of goods imported to the United States as required by law. This legislation stands as a very clear signal that we will not tolerate arbitrary differentiations in the labeling of goods from different parts of Israel. Whether a good is made in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Efrat, Golan Heights, or Gush Etzion, it should be labeled as made in Israel. This is not about political posturing, as the ranking opposition says. This is about making sure that American citizens know that when they're purchasing a product in Israeli-controlled Judea and Samaria, that they're purchasing a product that is made in Israel. There's nothing discriminatory about that. It is about preventing the erasing of the existence of Israel in this region of Israel. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation. It is not political posturing. It is something to protect Israeli products, Israeli individuals who are producing these products, and also to protect American citizens who would be purchasing this product and get to make a decision about what they would choose to buy, whether it is made in Israel or not. They make that choice. That's something that all Americans are entitled to under this Labeling Act. And with that, I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Oh, gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, a member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you. This bill wrongfully seeks to codify Trump's one-state solution. Strangely, Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas completely agree on one subject. They want from the river to the sea. The only question is, who gets to control and subjugate the other one? And I believe that subjugation is not security. Rather, it is a time bomb that is just getting ready to explode, causing more grief and misery to all. As we are seeing now with the repeated rocket firing into Israel, the ongoing destruction of Gaza, and the escalating settler violence in the West Bank. I strongly believe in Israel as a democratic Jewish state. The Hamas attackers were not martyrs, they were murderers and rapists. They can never be a partner for peace. But neither can Netanyahu's cohorts, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who they cannot be partners for peace. They've refused to be partners for peace, nor to prioritize release of the hostages. They continue to endanger Israeli security. Smotrich, a self-described fascist, wrongly insists that a hostage deal would be surrender. He is responsible for the largest seizure of land in the West Bank since the 1993 Oslo Accords. His myopic vision for Israel is to, quote, annex everything and create a greater Israel that incorporates all the so-called Palestinians. In a June speech, he said, "We created a separate civilian system so it will be easier to swallow in the international and legal context." Ben-Gvir told Israeli settlers, quote, "We are behind you, run for the hilltops, settle them." He promotes an exclusive Israeli control of the land from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. The same message that those people protesting Israel are advocating, he's also advocating. He's distributed thousands of assault weapons to Israeli settlements to drive Palestinians from the West Bank. When dozens of armed Israeli settlers stormed one West Bank village, firing bullets and setting homes on fire, they said they were, quote, Ben-Gvir's gang here to kill the Arabs. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir should be sanctioned for their incitement of violence. It's led to 1,000 incidents of settlers driving over 1,300 Palestinians from their homes since October 7th, with 600 Palestinians killed. Unfortunately, at the same time that Gaza is being rendered uninhabitable, Netanyahu's refusal to stop settler violence in the West Bank and the expansion of these West Bank settlements is all designed to prevent a Palestinian state from ever coming into being in a viable portion. Like this very bill, their goal is to block creation of any Palestinian state and to refer to it as Judea and Samaria rather than many of us who consider ourselves to be strongly for Israel call it the occupied territories, because it's been occupied since the 1967 war. The only hope for a lasting peace and security is for a Jewish state and a Palestinian state to be side by side and find security guarantees for each. That will be a long, difficult, and challenging process. We've been unable to accomplish it for decades, but it's the only process that we can undertake that will truly lead to the survival and the viability of Israel. So it's not a matter of a temporary peace and another threat to innocent people on either side of the line. Efforts to conflate the occupied territories with Israel defeat any real hope of a lasting solution. We should reject the approach that Trump, that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and Netanyahu and Hamas all share of a river to the sea, a one-state approach, because that is only a recipe for an endless war and untold suffering. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Ms. Tenney's anti-BDS Labeling Act. The United States is Israel's single largest trade partner. This bill would codify a Trump administration notice that required products made in certain areas of Judea and Samaria be labeled as originating from Israel. In April, I led a letter to the Biden-Harris administration slamming them for considering reversing the labeling policy. It is common sense for goods produced in certain areas of Judea and Samaria, also known as the West Bank, to be labeled as made in Israel, because Israel exercises relevant authorities in these areas. President Trump was absolutely right to issue the Product of Israel policy, because Israel is exactly where these products originated. Current law already requires accurate labeling. This should not be a bill that we have to pass. This should be settled law. But the Biden-Harris administration refuses to accept reality so that they can, once again, pander to certain radical terrorist sympathizers in their political base. If the Biden-Harris administration goes through with reversing this trade policy decision, it will legitimize anti-Semitic efforts to weaken and isolate our closest ally in the Middle East. It is in this time of global uncertainty. The last thing we should be doing is abandoning our strongest ally in the Middle East. I am thankful that the House of Representatives is taking up this important bill, and I urge all my colleagues to vote for this important piece of legislation. I yield back.
From Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from my home state, the gentlelady from Michigan, Congresswoman Tlaib.
The lady's recognized.
Thank you. Anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian hate was in full display at the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing yesterday. A hearing that was intended, Mr. Speaker, to highlight the deadly hatred that killed 6-year-old boy Wadia. He was stabbed 26 times in Chicago. That's what our senators used that moment to promote the very hate that is against many of our communities. Not to be outdone, my House colleagues are now pushing through legislation right here to spread anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian rhetoric. So I'm not surprised to see this bill. What does this bill do? It seeks to erase Palestine from products produced by Palestinians on Palestinian farms. It requires products from large portions of Palestine, including on illegal settlements defined under international law in the West Bank, to be labeled made in Israel. So let's be clear. A vote for this bill would further support the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. A yes vote for this bill is erasing the existence of Palestinians. Yeah, that's right. Palestinians also have a right to exist. The provisions of this bill, Mr. Speaker, has hateful and discriminatory implications. We must stand against it and vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin debate, I want to remind everybody that's watching America, Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, and just recently they executed an American. We still want to urge this administration to do all they can to bring not only Americans, but release all of the hostages. Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism has no place in America. Disturbingly radical activists and members of the anti-Semitic BDS movement continue to wage economic warfare against the Jewish state. In a world where anti-Semitism and active violence against the Jewish people are more and more commonplace, we need to reassure our close ally that the United States will not delegitimize her authority nor punish her economy. Rather, we must send a clear message that the United States stands with Israel. We stand with Israel today. We will stand with Israel tomorrow. We will stand with Israel always. That's why I'm proud to support Congresswoman Claudia Tenney and Chairman Jason Smith's bill prohibiting the Biden-Harris administration from assisting the anti-Semitic BDS movement in their efforts to target specific goods made in portions of the West Bank controlled entirely by Israel. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in denouncing the anti-Semitic BDS movement, standing with Israel by voting in favor of H.R. 5179, the Anti-BDS Labeling Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Nadler.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This partisan bill does nothing to combat the BDS movement. Rather, it seeks to codify the policy of labeling products that come from West Bank settlements as made in Israel. In truth, such action is a backhanded attempt to illuminate a congressional green light for Israeli annexation of Area C of the West Bank. Let's be clear. This measure is aimed at undermining American support for a two-state solution, and therefore the Biden-Harris administration's critical and delicate efforts at diplomacy in the region. Mr. Speaker, as a lifelong Zionist and a deeply committed Jew, I take Israel's safety and security incredibly seriously. So seriously, I believe that Israel should not be used as a partisan football to advance an electoral agenda. Bringing this legislation to the floor is a Republican politically motivated misadventure to force Democrats to oppose a bill with anti-BDS in the title weeks before an election. Republicans are seeking to use the United States House of Representatives to strengthen the foreign policy legacy of a desperate former President Trump in the lead up to November. And, Mr. Speaker, we should not stand for it. I am sick and tired of the Republicans' blatantly bad faith maneuvers to further politicize Israel, especially as we approach the one-year anniversary of the horrific attack of October 7th, the deadliest day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. We deserve better, Mr. Speaker. The American people deserve better. The Israeli and Palestinian people deserve better. I urge my colleagues not to take the bait and to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, this bill was marked up in committee back in April. So it wasn't just like it was done yesterday. And we've been bringing this forward. But also, Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important to note that what this bill does, it codifies current rules that were put in by the Trump administration. But guess what? The Biden administration has rescinded almost everything of Trump's except for tariffs and this policy. And they have not rescinded it. So if they thought it was bad, they would have rescinded. I would hope his own party would support it, but we'll see today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The old saying is knowledge is power. By codifying the Trump-era rule that currently labels items coming from Israel as originating in Israel, this body can empower individual Americans to buy products supporting our ally. I want to thank Representatives Claudia Tenney and Representatives Greg Steube, both of whom have been leaders on this issue, and for sounding the alarm about the attempt by the Biden-Harris administration to weaken Israel. Congress should not even have to debate this topic. But The Customs and Border Protection rule in question provides no special treatment to Israel, but it does extend fair treatment to their exports. After more than 3 years in office, the Biden-Harris administration has not changed this policy. Unfortunately, reports earlier this year indicated that the Biden-Harris administration was preparing to overturn this policy. Such a change could still happen at any time unless Congress acts. This proposed reversal would hurt both American consumers and our ally. Israel's economy is slowing from the strain of a war it didn't start. The last thing Israel needs as it fights to end this war are trade barriers that make it harder to choose Israeli products. The loss of revenue from American businesses and consumers would only magnify the harm done to Israel by this war. More importantly, this proposed reversal of sound policy seems to be driven more by political pandering than a consideration for Israel's ability to defend and provide for itself while under attack. House Republicans have made our commitment to supporting our friend and ally crystal clear. We have not left Israel wondering and worrying whether Republicans will support them. To my friends across the aisle, this bill is a clear opportunity to stand with Israel and empower American families, and I hope that they will join us in sending a clear message that Congress and America will support our ally. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on the legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to require the maintenance of the country of origin markings on imported goods produced in the West Bank or Gaza and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Yeah.
For purposes, the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes, yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. The favoring of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism declared in Executive Order 132-24 of September 23, 2001, as amended, is to continue in effect beyond September 23, 2024. The crisis constituted by the grave acts of terrorism and threats of terrorism committed by foreign terrorists, including the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001 in New York and Pennsylvania and against the Pentagon, and the continuing and immediate threat of further attacks on United States nationals or United States that led to the declaration of a national emergency on September 23, 2001, has not been resolved. This crisis continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 132-24 as amended with respect to persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, September 18, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Without objection, the resignation is accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1455, I call up the bill H.R. 7909 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 547, H.R. 7909, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118, TAC 47, shall be considered as adopted, and then the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Madelyn, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7909.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, just last week, the Judiciary Committee heard from moms whose daughters were brutally assaulted and murdered by illegal aliens who have been welcomed into our country by President Biden and Vice President Harris. The statistics tell us how broad this threat has become, but the individual cases tell us how deep and painful it is. It seems that every few days we learn of little girls and young teens or moms abducted by illegals, raped by illegals, and murdered by illegals, none of whom have any right to be here, and all of whom have been trafficked into our country by this administration's policies. And these entirely preventable tragedies will continue as long as these policies continue. You know, the Democrats often talk about the war on women over abortion or employment policy, but it seems they couldn't care less about allowing into our country a flood of sexual offenders, domestic violence offenders, and child abusers, and allowing them to stay indefinitely free from any fear of deportation. And when these monsters commit these ghastly acts, and their grief-stricken moms appear before our committee, the Democrats put on their best long faces, assure everyone how much they grieve with the families, and then argue to continue precisely the same policies that have produced this nightmare in the first place. H.R. 7909, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, removes any loopholes in current law and requires that illegal aliens who commit sex offenses or domestic violence are not to be allowed into this country anymore and must be immediately removed from our country when they're found, period. The Democrats say this is duplicative of existing law. Well, if that's true, why do they oppose it? The Democrats say it's unnecessary. We'll tell that to the growing numbers of families who are paying the butcher's bill for these open border policies. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. For what purpose is a gentleman from New York? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here we are again debating a bill that is, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here we are again debating a bill that is another attempt by the majority to scapegoat and fearmonger about immigrants. This legislation purports to add new grounds of inadmissibility and deportability for sexual offenses, adds a new ground of inadmissibility for domestic violence and other related offenses, and expands the current grounds for deportability for domestic violence. Sexual offenses and domestic violence are serious crimes, and if this bill fixed some gap in current law, I would have no problem supporting this legislation. But that is not the case here. In reality, the redundancies in this bill all but ensure that no additional dangerous individuals would face immigration consequences if it were to become law. Instead, the overly broad definition and lack of any waiver authority in this bill would result in extremely harsh and unintended consequences, including the removal of survivors of domestic violence. Let's be very clear. All serious sexual offenses are already grounds for deportability and inadmissibility. For example, an individual is rendered deportable if they are convicted of an aggravated felony, which includes rape, sexual abuse of a minor, or a crime of violence, which is defined as any, quote, offense that has as an element the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force against the person, close quote. And individuals who are convicted or admit committing the act of a crime involving moral turpitude, or a CIMT, are already subject to inadmissibility. Crimes in which there is intent to cause bodily harm have long been considered CIMTs. As such, people who are convicted or admit committing any crime where there is an intent to cause bodily harm, like sexual assaults, are already inadmissible. Where this bill has serious problems is in the sections relating to domestic violence. Under current law, people are rendered deportable if they are convicted of domestic violence and other related crimes, and can be deemed inadmissible if they commit the acts or are convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, where the domestic violence or related offense has intent to cause bodily harm. So the crime of domestic violence is already well covered by current law. However, this bill attempts to significantly expand the definition of domestic violence to include the Violence Against Women Act definition that is used for grants and funding. This is a much broader definition that was never meant to be used in criminal law. We know that because the definition explicitly says it covers conduct, quote, that may or may not constitute criminal behavior, close quote. The definition for domestic violence under federal criminal law focuses on physical force. This broader VAWA-based definition sweeps in a wider range of behaviors that domestic violence organizations say will implicate survivors who have used violence in self-defense or who were accused by their abusers and were either unable to defend themselves or pled guilty to avoid having to go through the court process. The bill will also make it less likely that immigrant communities will report incidents of domestic violence. We recently celebrated the 30th anniversary of the passage of VAWA, and we should continue our work to combat domestic violence. But this legislation would actually set back our efforts to protect survivors. That is why over 200 national and local groups, as part of the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence, the experts in the field, oppose this legislation. I think we ought to listen to them. We need to work together to solve our immigration problems, but this bill takes us in the wrong direction. It attempts to fearmonger and demonize immigrants, just like the disgusting and absurd comments by former President Trump and many of his colleagues related to Haitians eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, a claim that has been thoroughly debunked, including by the Republican mayor of Springfield and Republican Governor DeWine of Ohio. Those comments have led to Springfield City Hall and several of its schools being evacuated and closed, and multiple hospitals being locked down due to bomb threats. My Republican colleagues may think that their words and lack of care have no impact, but sadly we have seen that they can set off a deadly chain reaction. I urge my colleagues to oppose this misguided bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will suspend. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward nominees for the office of president. The woman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7909, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. In 3.5 years, President Joe Biden and border czar, Vice President Kamala Harris, have allowed more than 7.5 million unvetted illegal aliens into the United States. At the same time that they facilitated the collapse of our southwest border, President Biden and Vice President Harris have abandoned any semblance of interior immigration enforcement. In a September 2021 memo, the Biden-Harris administration made enforcement more difficult for immigration and customs enforcement officers. In training materials obtained by the Judiciary Committee and published in a staff report earlier this year, DHS failed to answer seemingly clear-cut questions, such as whether an alien who served a 20-year drug-related prison sentence, or an alien who discharged a firearm outside of a police station, should be priorities for arrest and deportation. Those are the training materials required for all of ICE's enforcement personnel nationwide. Instead of making clear that ICE officers should carry out their duties to remove criminal aliens from American streets, the Biden-Harris administration instructs ICE officers to develop a full profile of a criminal alien before deciding whether to arrest someone who is in the country illegally. In the training examples, that includes determining whether an alien has high blood pressure or is a caregiver, rather than focusing on appropriate considerations such as criminal history and whether the illegal alien is a danger to the community. In a transcribed interview with the Judiciary Committee, a former top ICE official admitted that the Biden-Harris administration's policies have made immigration enforcement more dangerous for ICE officers, more difficult to carry out, and less efficient overall. The ICE official even acknowledged that because of the border crisis, fewer ICE officers are available to track down public safety and national security threats because they're left to do border-related tasks. But this shouldn't be a surprise. In 2019, Kamala Harris told the ACLU she would slash funding for immigration detention, close private immigration detention centers, and even use taxpayer funding to provide transgender surgeries for illegal aliens detained in the United States. And here's how her policies are working out. In fiscal year 2019, the Trump administration arrested aliens who accounted for 5,435 convictions and charges for family offenses. That number dropped to a mere 3,439 in fiscal year 2023, a 36.7% decrease. In fiscal year 2019, ICE arrested aliens who were responsible for 6,650 sex offenses and 5,061 sexual assault offenses. Under the Biden administration in fiscal year 2023, ICE arrested aliens responsible for only 5,746 sex offenses and 4,390 sexual assault offenses, drops of 13% in each category. These aren't just hypotheticals or just numbers. They are a reality for families across America who need these offenders to be arrested and prosecuted, and more importantly, need them to be prevented from entering the United States of America in the first place. And they are emblematic of the Biden-Harris administration's war on women. Just last week, the Judiciary Committee heard from 3 moms whose daughters were brutally assaulted and murdered by illegal aliens welcomed into the country by President Biden and Vice President Harris. Tammy Nobles recounted how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris released into the country the MS-13 gang member who went on to murder and sexually assault her daughter, Kayla Hamilton. The killer later admitted to 4 additional murders and 2 additional rapes. Patty Marin told how an illegal alien raped and strangled her daughter, Rachel, and then stuffed her body into a drain pipe. The alleged murderer entered the country through border czar Kamala Harris's wide-open southern border. Alexis Nungari spoke about how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris released at the border the 2 illegal aliens who went on to viciously assault and murder her 12-year-old daughter, Jocelyn. Ms. Nungari said she had no clothing from the waist down. Her hands and ankles were tied and she was thrown under the bridge of water like she was nothing but garbage. Victim advocate April Aguirre also told the tragic story of 11-year-old Maria Gonzalez. The Biden-Harris administration released her alleged murderer into the United States. Just 7 months earlier, the illegal alien assaulted and killed Maria, wrapped her body in a trash bag, and stuffed her in a laundry basket that he placed under her bed. These are not isolated incidents. In February, an illegal alien was arrested in Alabama for allegedly raping a 14-year-old girl who could not consent to the intercourse as she was physically helpless or mentally incapacitated. In April, an illegal alien was arrested in Indiana for allegedly breaking into a Michigan mobile home park and sexually assaulting 2 young girls. And in May, authorities arrested a 20-year-old illegal alien for allegedly snatching an 11-year-old girl off the street in front of her Lake Worth, Florida home and sexually assaulting her. According to local officials, the Guatemalan national crossed the U.S.-Mexico border in early January, made his way to Florida shortly afterwards, and does not have an immigration court date until 2027. That is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's immigration legacy. More unvetted aliens released into American communities, more criminal aliens on American streets, and more Americans endangered by radical, reckless policies. Kamala Harris's war on women is fueled by her open border policies, which allow more sexual offenders, more domestic violence offenders, and child abusers not only into the country, but also to remain in the country indefinitely, free from fear of deportation. The American people can end this nightmare in just 2 months. If voters choose to end this crisis, Republicans have proposed new laws that will allow the next president to secure the border and increase interior immigration enforcement on day 1. H.R. 7909 is just one of many of those bills. H.R. 7909, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, makes crystal clear that illegal aliens who commit sex offenses are inadmissible to and removable from the United States. The bill also fixes a discrepancy in current immigration law by creating a ground of inadmissibility for domestic violence to mirror the existing ground of removability for the same offense. In addition, the bill expands the current ground of inadmissibility for domestic violence by cross-referencing the existing statutory definition for sex offenses. Although many aliens can already be found inadmissible to and removable from the United States for certain sex offenses and domestic violence offenses, H.R. 7909 expands and clarifies the conduct for which an alien can be found removable from the country. The time is now to take seriously the danger of criminal aliens in the United States. Anything that makes it easier for adjudicators and officials to ensure a criminal alien's arrest and removal should receive overwhelming bipartisan support, particularly when it comes to sex offenses and domestic violence. I urge my colleagues to support the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. A gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I must say I find the gentlelady's references to the Harris or the Biden-Harris war on women ironic, coming from a representative of a political party, the Republican Party, whose abortion policies have caused countless women to die, to bleed out while the doctors wait to operate, fearing felonies because of the anti-abortion laws in various states. I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady, distinguished gentlelady from Washington, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, here we are again, debating another partisan bill that fearmongers about immigrants instead of working together to fix the immigration system. I probably shouldn't be too surprised. Scapegoating immigrants and attempting to weaponize the crime of domestic violence is appearing to be a time-honored tradition for Republicans. The Trump administration reversed protections for asylum seekers who were fleeing unspeakable domestic violence in their home countries. And that's exactly what will happen again under another Trump presidency, as described in Trump's Project 2025. Aminta Cifuentes is emblematic of the many survivors of gender-based violence who would be harmed by this legislation. For over 10 years, Aminta Cifuentes' husband beat, raped, and tormented her. He tried to set her on fire. It resulted in her permanent hearing loss. He once hit her so hard that she gave birth prematurely, and she still has difficulty breathing and speaking. Ms. Cifuentes tried to get protection from Guatemalan law enforcement multiple times, but the police dismissed her complaints as marital problems. And when she tried to leave her husband, he hunted her down. She finally fled to the United States, where even here, her husband's threats still followed her. This is exactly the kind of person that apparently my Republican colleagues do not think deserves protection. Back in 2013, when the Senate passed its bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform legislation with 68 votes, it was then blocked by the Republican Speaker of the House because he knew that it would pass if it were to come to a vote. That legislation would have legalized 10 million people, updated the legal immigration system, and added significant amounts of new enforcement. One of the provisions that was forced in by Senate Republicans actually included a section making the crime of domestic violence a new inadmissibility ground. We supported that provision because it also contained important exceptions to protect survivors of domestic violence. There are absolutely no such protections in this legislation. This misguided bill would take the Violence Against Women Act definition of domestic violence and weaponize it into a grounds for deportation. Let me be clear, VAWA, or the Violence Against Women Act, is landmark legislation, and it's actually testament to a time when Democrats and Republicans could come together and legislate on issues of fundamental importance to this nation, despite our differences. The initial iteration of VAWA passed the House by voice vote. It was a significant law. It reshaped how we as a country talk about gender-based violence and how we treat survivors. Now, we have to fight tooth and nail to reauthorize it, and Republicans regularly let it languish, expired now for 3 years. But while VAWA is a great law, its definition was never meant to capture criminal conduct. In fact, it explicitly says in the definition itself that it intends to capture conduct that may or may not be criminal. There is a reason that advocacy organizations for domestic violence survivors are coming out in droves to oppose this legislation. They know how this expanded definition will harm survivors and create a chilling effect for reporting future crimes. There are so many reasons why individuals in domestic violence situations are forced into the criminal legal system. Too often, survivors are arrested alongside their abuser, and they're charged and even convicted of crimes involving violence. Using this definition makes it more likely that we harm the very people that we want to protect. And in that same vein, this bill also has no waivers or exceptions. Under current law, any crime involving moral turpitude, which would cover much of the conduct in this bill, is eligible for a waiver if the individual can meet very strict criteria. Current law also has specific and important options for waivers for survivors when dealing with a conviction for domestic violence or stalking. These allow the government to waive a conviction if certain criteria are met, including showing that the individual was not the primary perpetrator and that the crime was committed in self-defense. Unfortunately, the Republican majority is attempting to add a new inadmissibility ground, and they don't even require a conviction or include any waivers. This makes absolutely no sense.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady another minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This makes absolutely no sense. As it is, domestic violence survivors say that these waivers are not as strong as they could be, but to not include them at all shows a shocking lack of empathy and understanding of what survivors of domestic violence experience. I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering that this is the same party supporting a man who was found liable for sexual assault and bragged about grabbing and forcibly kissing women without their consent. Last week, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of WWII's enactment, and now, as Trump's Project 2025 threatens to decimate key protections enshrined in VAWA, congressional Republicans are attempting to contort the law to hurt the very people that it was designed to protect. What a disgrace. I urge my colleagues to oppose this misleading bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward nominees for the office of president, and the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to thank Chairman Jim Jordan for his leadership. I find the debate on my bill, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act today, I find the debate shameful. I myself am a survivor of rape. I understand the lifelong trauma as someone who has survived rape, as someone who's been in a domestic violence situation where I was also the victim. I don't want to hear it. If you're here illegally at all, you should be gone. But today, we're only dealing with a very limited number of issues, meaning the worst of the worst, the illegal aliens who are here, the criminal illegal aliens who are here illegally committing some of the worst crimes against women and underage girls. Joe Biden and border czar Kamala Harris have opened the floodgates, welcoming countless criminal illegal aliens into our country to prey upon American women and American girls. Thanks to the policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, these criminal illegal aliens who have no business, they have no right to step foot into our country, now roam the streets of our communities, inflicting senseless acts of sexual and domestic violence and murder while they hurt American women and girls. These Biden-Harris criminal illegal aliens have molested American children, battered and bruised American spouses, and violently raped American women and girls. In April 2022, an illegal alien was arrested in my home state of South Carolina for sexually abusing an 11-year-old girl after being previously deported not once, but twice. In May 2022, an illegal alien and Guatemalan national raped and impregnated a 9-year-old girl in Ohio. In April 2023, an illegal alien broke into a woman's house in Indiana in the middle of the night, physically assaulted her, and held a box cutter to her throat while he raped her. In July 2023, an illegal alien and Honduran national raped a 13-year-old girl in neighboring Virginia, just 25 miles from where we stand today. In March of this year, an illegal alien followed a woman from the train station, grabbed her, robbed her, and sexually assaulted her. On March 25th of this year, an illegal alien was arrested and charged with raping a mentally incapacitated 14-year-old girl in Alabama. On May 13th of this year, a serial rapist illegal alien was arrested in California for raping 2 women in a van, which authorities referred to as his rape dungeon on wheels. In April of this year, an illegal alien was charged after breaking into a mobile home in Michigan and viciously sexually assaulting 2 young girls under the age of 13. In May of this year, an illegal alien abducted an 11-year-old girl in Florida, forcing her into his van, brutally raping her. In June 17th of this year, 2 illegal aliens raped and strangled 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungarai in Texas. Just last month, an illegal alien was arrested after raping a 10-year-old boy in Mississippi. Earlier this month, an illegal alien convicted of a violent assault in Massachusetts was released and went on to rape a child. This is hardly an exhaustive list. We see more tragedies like these with every passing week. The blood and the physical and emotional scars of these tragedies rest on the hands of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Not only has the Biden-Harris administration caused this problem, they're actively enabling it. Listen to this. In September of 2021, a memo, Secretary Mayorkas specifically argued domestic violence shouldn't be categorical grounds to apprehend and remove an illegal alien. How many American women and girls have been battered and bloodied due to this insanity? Under my bill, any illegal alien who commits a sex crime or act of domestic violence is inadmissible to our country and immediately deportable. We shouldn't let them into our country under any circumstances, and if we catch them, we send them back. They have got to go. As a survivor of rape, I know firsthand the devastating toll these heinous acts can take on a woman. The lifelong scars, the lifelong trauma that they leave behind. One woman or one child violated by an illegal alien is one too many. Each and every time sex crime or act of domestic violence committed by an illegal alien was preventable. They have no single right to be here today. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to put politics aside and protect American women and children from being victimized by criminal illegal aliens. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
I reserve.
Please, members are reminded again, please refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President and the Vice President. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise in support of the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. Since President Biden took office, over 11 million individuals have come into this country illegally. Hundreds of thousands of these illegal immigrants have come to New York State. Thanks to sanctuary cities policies established both in the city of New York and in the state of New York, the governor of New York allowed the mayor of the city to transport illegal immigrants to hotels and motels across upstate New York, forcing Democrats and Republicans to take executive action to block this action. Just in the past year alone, upstate New York has seen several heinous crimes committed against women by illegal immigrants. To name just a few, in June, a Turkish migrant raped a 14-year-old girl in Albany after attacking her inside her vehicle. A migrant from Ecuador suffocated a woman in Syracuse on her 21st birthday and then hid her body in a community park. In Delaware County, New York, an illegal immigrant raped and strangled a woman. And to make matters worse, this illegal immigrant was out on Governor Hochul's cashless bail for previously raping someone. One instance One instance of a woman being raped or assaulted should be enough, and should have been enough, for President Biden and Vice President Harris to take executive action to close the border. And the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act will ensure that these evil individuals, these criminals, are arrested and deported. I urge my colleagues to support the bill so that we can remove any illegal immigrant who commits awful crimes against women, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I would inform the gentleman from New York that we have no further speakers and are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I am prepared
Gentleman
to close.
from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill does not close any gaps in the law, does not fix any of the myriad problems with our immigration system or the southern border, and would actually harm the very people it purports to protect. It is another excuse for the Republican majority to play politics with immigration without doing any of the hard work involved in finding bipartisan solutions. I urge members to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats assert today that this bill is unnecessary, but that ignores the clear reality of the crisis affecting our southern border and how it has affected those who are victims of these crimes in our country. Take, for example, the fact that under current immigration law, there is no explicit ground for inadmissibility of illegal aliens who commit domestic violence offenses, despite a ground of removability for such aliens. Or consider that, despite certain sex offenses making aliens removable from the country, there is currently not a ground of inadmissibility or removability for certain sex offenses. The Biden-Harris administration's war on women must come to an end. H.R. 7909 is one step toward that, making people inadmissible to and removable from the United States because they've committed a sex offense or a domestic violence offense should be something that even open border Democrats can agree with us on. The Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act is a straightforward, common sense bill that I urge my colleagues to support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1455, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1430, I call up Bill H.R. 9494 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9494, a bill making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the amendment printed in Part D of House Report 118-656 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9494, the Continuing Appropriations and Other Matters Act of 2025. Today's bill arises at a particularly challenging time for our country. For 4 years, President Biden and Vice President Harris's self-inflicted border crisis has caused chaos in communities across our country. Our national debt has risen to over $35 trillion, threatening the future financial stability of our country. Across the world, America's adversaries continue to march forward, threatening our friends and democratic partners. And now we're facing a looming deadline to fund the government and keep it serving the American people. Given the state of the world and our approaching election, this is no time to shut the government down. That means Congress needs to act, and we need to do so today. The appropriations process is one that is never easy. It requires time and hard work to complete, and frankly, I'm proud of what this body has accomplished this year. Even after a late start due to the delay of the fiscal year 2024 process and a late President's budget request, the Appropriations Committee succeeded in passing all 12 of our fiscal year 2025 bills out of committee. The House also passed 5 of those bills across the floor, representing nearly 71% of overall discretionary spending. But unfortunately, time is drawing short, and our colleagues in the Senate, who've yet to pass a single fiscal year 2025 bill across the floor, have not kept pace with the House. It's clear that we're unable to complete the full appropriations process by September 30th. That means that a continuing resolution is needed. The bill before us extends government funding through March 28, 2025, ensuring that the government remains open and providing critical services to our constituents. This extension will not only give us the time we need to complete our appropriations process for 2025, but also will allow the American people to have a say in the appropriations process. The bill includes certain key extensions, including essential programs like flood insurance, WIC, and TANF. It also provides needed funding for disaster relief, helping communities across the country that have faced natural disasters this year or that will face them in the coming months. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in just 2 short months, Americans will go to the polls to elect a new President of the United States. This is a critical time for American democracy, and it's more important than ever that our elections are secure. That's why H.R. 9494 includes the text of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act, which will ensure that only American citizens may vote in federal elections. This common-sense legislation is necessary to protect the sanctity and security of our elections, making sure that it's American citizens alone who will choose the future direction of our country. This is as the Founding Fathers intended and as it should be. Mr. Speaker, governance by continuing resolution is not ideal. It's always better to pass full-year appropriations bills through regular order. But we are out of time, and we cannot afford a government shutdown which would be greatly damaging to our national security, to critical government programs, and to the American people. The stakes could not be higher. That's why I urge all of my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 9494 today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this continuing resolution which would shortchange our veterans, absolve the House Republican majority of their responsibility to govern, and move us closer to a shutdown. And I urge my colleagues to vote against it. The majority's proposal completely abandons our nation's veterans. We have been informed by the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Office of Management and Budget that $12 billion more is required to provide necessary medical care for veterans who have been exposed to toxic substances. Despite the urgency, the majority has decided to provide nothing, zero, for veterans' medical needs. I cannot understand how anybody who can support this bill go home to look at their veteran constituents in the eye and tell them that they voted to shortchange the medical care they earned with their service. I'm glad that the majority heard House Democrats' protest when we pointed out how cruel and misguided this bill was when it was first introduced. The original proposal would have shut off all funding for the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, which would have undercut support for over 1 million families. And while the majority may have fixed that, House Republicans' bill demonstrates the belief that the need to care for veterans who have been exposed to burn pits and other toxic substances is less of a priority than everything else in this bill. It is disgraceful. We could have solved this issue had the majority considered a bipartisan path forward at any point in this entire process. But instead, just like last year, House Republicans squandered an entire year by taking us down a partisan path, forcing us to waste time considering extreme funding bills based on Trump's Project 2025 that they could not pass and that have no chance of becoming law. And just like last year, House Republicans' refusal to meet Democrats at the table has left us without time to pass all 12 full-year appropriations bills before the end of September. And now, rather than admitting the inevitable defeat of their Project 2025 spending bills and passing a bipartisan bill to keep the government open while we finish our work, the majority proposes abandoning their obligation to govern, forcing a new Congress to clean up their mess. And they have included an extraneous, partisan, controversial measure non-germane to appropriations that guarantees this continuing resolution will not become law. The majority all but admitted this bill could not pass the House last week, but they are forcing us to waste more time on it anyway. Despite the looming threat of a government shutdown, even if it has the votes in the House, this bill will not pass in the United States Senate. The president has said he would veto it. This bill has no path to becoming law, and if the government shuts down, Republicans bear the responsibility. A 6-month continuing resolution is a ploy to force the Extreme Project 2025 manifesto agenda on the American people. They want to slash domestic investments in health care, education, job training, every other discretionary program, which will hurt the middle class and the economy. This Project 2025 is no wish list, I might add. If you look at the appropriations bills that are coming forward, you can see the direction and the cuts that Project 2025 proposes to make. The Republican majority believes a continuing resolution to the end of March provides them with more leverage to force their unpopular cuts to services that American families depend on to make ends meet. The majority knows that the fiscal year ends September 30th, and that we cannot fund the government without the support of Democrats and Republicans in the House and in the Senate. But for the second time in the 118th Congress, the majority does not want Congress to finish its work until March, nearly halfway through the fiscal year, wasting time, avoiding the inevitable, and failing to meet our obligations to the American people. A half-year continuing resolution is no way to govern. This is no way to serve the American people. The American people have a choice to make in November, and come January, we will have a new president, and we will have a new Congress. While we presumably disagree on who we think will be leading our country and which side of the aisle will hold the gavels, we should agree that it is not right, not in the interest of the American people, for us to punt this year's work deep into next year for a different Congress and a different White House to be confronted with. We must pass a continuing resolution that allows us to finish our work before the new president and Congress are sworn in, and which addresses the immediate needs of American families, workers, and veterans. A continuing resolution that ends in December, rather than one that lasts half year, better serves our national security and military readiness, veterans, their families, victims recovering from natural disasters, and all hard-working American taxpayers. Instead, the majority's bill fails our veterans. The majority's bill fails our military. Putting government funding on autopilot for 6 months means the Department of Defense cannot execute its strategic priorities, such as investing in cutting-edge technologies and capabilities. Investments in our defense industrial base will be put on hold, including the submarine and shipbuilding bases. Last weekend, Secretary Austin said in a letter, and I quote, "Asking the department to compete with the People's Republic of China, let alone manage conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, while under a lengthy continuing resolution, ties our hands behind our back, while expecting us to be agile and to accelerate progress." He continued, and I quote, "The single most important thing that Congress can do is to ensure U.S. national security is to pass timely legislation for all 12 appropriations bills for fiscal 2025. The majority's bill fails our seniors and Americans with disabilities on Social Security." In a letter sent last week to the Appropriations Committee, Social Security Administrator Commissioner O'Malley warned of the ramifications of a 6-month continuing resolution, stating, and I quote, "We would likely be forced to reduce the hours field offices are open to the public and would need to close offices over time, extending wait times for seniors and individuals with disabilities." He continues, and I quote, "Through a lifetime of hard work, the American people have paid for and earned their Social Security benefits. They have also paid for and earned the customer service they need to access those benefits. Another 6 months at current funding levels, as the House has proposed, would be devastating for the many Americans that we serve every day," end quote. The majority's bill also fails to communities devastated by disasters by shortchanging emergency funds for FEMA. This one is you almost cannot believe. The bill provides nothing to rebuild the Key Bridge in Maryland, nothing for block grants to help communities recover from devastating natural disasters, including the horrifying wildfires in Hawaii, the tornadoes that devastated communities in places like Oklahoma. And the majority is failing to live up to their own promises to the American people. And they are capable of being entrusted to do the hard work of governing. They have unequivocally demonstrated that they cannot. This bill is an admission that a House Republican majority cannot govern. They would rather gamble on an intervening election than attempt to complete their work on time. Let us hope the majority does not drive us straight to a Republican shutdown. But if they do shut down the government, I have no doubt the American people will know who is to blame. Vote no on this continuing resolution. Abandon this partisan game. Join Democrats at the table. It is past time to govern. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just quickly make a point to my very good friend who she knows quite well. I hold her in very high regard. On the veterans issue, I just want to point out we actually appropriated more to the VA than the administration asked for. And we're certainly willing to sit down and have a discussion over any additional needs. Nobody wants to see veterans shortchanged. But approaching Congress at the last minute, when it gave you more money than you asked for, suggests a high level of incompetence in this administration's management of the Veterans Department. With that, I want to yield to the gentleman from Alabama, my very good friend, the chairman of the Labor, Health, and Human Services Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Adderhold, 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, we once again find ourselves debating a common sense measure that would actually safeguard the American people's vote in the upcoming elections. The rhetoric surrounding this bill is that it fixes a problem that does not exist. Well, my answer is simple. Come to Alabama's 4th Congressional District, where just last week, an illegal immigrant pleaded guilty to identity theft and voter fraud after it was discovered that she illegally voted in at least 4 U.S. elections. And just last month, our Secretary of State for the state of Alabama, Wes Allen, found at least 3,000 non-citizens who were registered to vote in the state of Alabama and removed them from the voting rolls. Mr. Speaker, these people should never have been allowed to register in the first place. And this is exactly what the SAVE Act will prevent. The SAVE Act, which is included in this continuing resolution, shows the American people that their government will use every tool at their disposal, at our disposal, to protect the sanctity of our electoral system and stop illegal votes before they are counted. My colleagues across the aisle have talked about our shared belief that the federal government must remain open. Well, Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have put forward a continuing resolution that would do just that. Continuing resolutions are never ideal. However, in this instance, a continuing resolution is necessary, and it's the right thing to do. Republicans have extended an opportunity to our colleagues across the aisle to not only keep the federal government open, but also to enhance the integrity of our elections. The eyes of the American people are upon this chamber this afternoon as we debate this. They are watching carefully to see if their government will take a stand to improve the sanctity and the security of our electoral system and see that their representatives fulfill our constitutional duty of responsibility of funding the United States federal government. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you. Make me make a point on veterans as well for my dear friend, the chair. The fact of the matter is the expansion of the PACT Act, which is a bipartisan piece of legislation, really is so important to the health and welfare of our veterans, our service people who have been exposed to burn pits and to toxic chemicals. That has exploded the number of participation within the VA for medical services. This is a success story of reaching out and helping our veterans. And in fact, then, they have a $12 billion shortfall. And we say no to what we agreed to on a bipartisan basis for medical services for our veterans. My gosh, who are we and what are we about? A final note on this. So further on in this continuing resolution, they tell the VA to spend faster the dollars for medical services. And you know how much those dollars are? Zero. They've said spend $0 faster. And with that, I'd recognize the gentlewoman from Minnesota for 3 minutes, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the 6-month continuing resolution, and it's deeply unfortunate that any CR is necessary. Once again, the Senate did not get its work done and failed to pass any of the appropriation bills off the floor. The House Republican majority wasted months writing bills loaded with extreme social policy that the American people do not want. And Republicans only passed half their bills. Why? Because they were so unpopular, their own conference wouldn't vote for them.
Having failed to complete their work, Republicans now want to kick a can down the road for 6 months, wasting half the fiscal year and costing taxpayers billions of dollars. This CR, this long, would be irresponsible, and the Department of Defense has identified the consequences for our national security. This CR would have negative impacts on our military personnel and their families. It would not include the funds to cover a 4.5% pay raise. It would not fund the near $3 billion increase required by law for the basic housing allowance. It would not include funds needed to cover medical costs for military families and stabilize the military health care system. These services would not be able to offer new enlistment and re-enlistment bonuses. New program starts can't happen under a CR, harming innovation, delaying getting weapons and equipment to our personnel. Keeping major programs on time and on budget will be more difficult. A CR will delay multi-year procurement of platforms like heavy lift helicopters and the Virginia-class submarines. It will prevent fully funding the Columbia-class submarine and will delay procurement on the B-21 Raider. And finally, the CR damages the readiness of the Joint Force. Some training exercises and operations, they just won't happen. The Navy will suffer a delay of 58 ship maintenance availabilities, limiting the work for our public and private shipyards. Air Force flying hours, weapon systems, sustainment, ground combat readiness, it'll all suffer. We just had a nearly 6-month CR in fiscal year 2024, which impacted DoD's ability to budget appropriately. The last thing we should do is compound this problem. And we also have the Fiscal Responsibility Act to consider. If all 12 appropriation bills are not enacted by the end of April, sequestration takes effect. And what does that mean? Across-the-board spending cuts, impacting everything, our national security, infrastructure, healthcare, and education. So I believe strongly we should reject this legislation, pass a short-term CR, roll up our sleeves, and get back to work. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I yield such time as I may consume. Just want to remind my friends, look, the Veterans Agency, which we both support, we offered more money than the administration asked for. But it's pretty notorious for not doing a very good job of budgeting. That hasn't changed over the years. That's why we took away their ability to build hospitals. And finally, I agree with my good friend from Minnesota about the importance of trying to get things done for the military. But I would remind everybody here, there have been a long history of CRs on both sides of the aisle. So these aren't that unusual. With that, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, my very good friend, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank Chairman Cole. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to begin. I've got 5 minutes. I could use 500 up here, but the American people are watching. They recognize that our nation suffers under the burden of a threatened government shutdown and the very real threat of millions of illegals that have flooded into our country that could potentially vote in this very important election cycle in November. If you don't think it can happen, you haven't been paying attention. There's been thousands and thousands of illegal voters removed from precincts across the country in any sovereign state that had the courage to pursue the endeavor of looking into those voter rolls. And many congressional races, and the balance of this people's house are determined by hundreds of votes, sometimes less. We just had a colleague lose an election by 317 votes. A man that serves in his body with us right now. So if you don't think millions of illegals can potentially influence a federal election, you're really not being intellectually sound. And to talk about money, The good lady said disgraceful. I'll tell you what's disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. Is to stand here and say that the federal government is too small and doesn't spend enough money. That's outrageous. We have a $36 trillion debt. If this body were to run a $1 billion surplus, it would take 36,000 years to address a $36 trillion debt. Do you think my 6-month CR at a flatline spending level is not a compromise, Mr. Speaker? From my perspective as a constitutionalist conservative, it most certainly is. I'm extending a respectful compromise. I'd bring this thing back to 2019 spending if I could. I cannot find one American in my town halls, and I do many, when I ask them, does anyone in here think that the federal government was too small and didn't spend enough money in 2019? Nobody raises their hand, no matter where they are on the political spectrum. Yet my colleagues in this body want more and more and more and more money in this environment that's super contentious. So, we take a 6-month CR at flatline spending levels and move it into the next Congress, the 119th Congress, and into a new presidential administration, whoever that may be. They say they're going to control the White House. Good. Go ahead. I say they're not. We'll let the American people determine that. But we will remove this political nightmare show from that and from the entire consideration of the American people. Let the American people have a clear field to vote in. Let them hear about the policies and the principles of the candidates that stand before them and make their determination reflective of their own deep policies, principles, and their core beliefs. We have a solid solution to this thing. And to say that my colleagues in the appropriations committees have not performed, oh no, you're not getting that past me. They passed 5 appropriations bills funding 72% of the federal government months ago. And where do those bills sit? In the Democrat-controlled Senate. Pay attention to what's happening in America. This is the future of our country we're talking about. It's the right thing to do to pass this 6-month flatline spending CR into March. Let the new presidential administration, whomever it may be, get situated and name their team. Let the 119th Congress get sworn in and populate our committees, and then we will continue again. But this is a very important election cycle. We have to protect the integrity of that election, and we have to remove this contentious environment of this threatened government shutdown from this election cycle. My bill accomplishes that, and I encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 9494. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Chairman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I also thank the distinguished once and future chair of the House Committee on Appropriations, Rosa DeLauro, for her leadership and for yielding to me. I rise today in strong opposition to the extreme MAGA Republican effort to shut down the government and hurt everyday Americans. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have suggested that this is anti-woke week. It's not anti-woke week, it's Project 2025 week. Because at the end of the day, my extreme MAGA Republican colleagues are determined to jam Trump's Project 2025 down the throats of the American people. Now, from the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, in order to make life better for the American people, deliver real results, and solve problems for hardworking American taxpayers. And that is what we have repeatedly done. House Democrats have repeatedly governed in the minority as if we were in the majority, finding bipartisan common ground to deliver for everyday Americans. And we're prepared to do that once again. But this extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill that is on the floor of the House of Representatives today is not a serious effort to meet the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, their national security, and their economic well-being. The extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill that's on the floor today would shortchange our veterans by $12 billion. That's a Project 2025 objective. $12 billion shortchanging our veterans who have been suffering from painful exposure to toxic substances, burn pits, and Agent Orange. People who have served our country. We should stand by them in the way that they've stood by us. But this extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill will shut out the veterans of the United States of America. Extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill will shortchange the administration of Social Security here in the United States of America. Why? Because one of the goals of Project 2025 effectively is to end Social Security and Medicare as we know it. And so there's no circumstance where we can support such legislation that will hurt the well-being of older Americans all across the United States of America. These are people upon whose shoulders we stand. Extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill will shortchange everyday Americans who've been suffering harm from extreme weather events all across America, in blue states, purple states, and red states. Shortchange our taxpayers by $25 billion. That's unacceptable. That's unserious. That's unconscionable for people who have had their life upended. Now, in the context of whether we are capable to reach a bipartisan resolution, the answer to that is pretty clear, because there is already an agreement connected to the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, passed by both houses of Congress last May, signed into law by President Joe Biden, that sets top-line spending numbers for fiscal year 2025. And it also enters into an agreement across the parties that says there will be no partisan policy riders attached to an appropriations bill. So why are we here right now with an extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill that includes elements, partisan elements, right-wing elements, extreme elements of Trump's Project 2025? That's a breach of an agreement that we all reached, connected to the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act. This is a shutdown effort. That's not hype. That's not hysteria. That's not hyperbole. It's history. Because in the DNA of extreme MAGA Republicans has consistently been an effort to make extreme ransom demands of the American people. And if those extreme ransom demands are not met, you shut down the government. That's history. In the 1990s, extreme MAGA Republicans shut down the government because they were determined to end Medicaid as we know it. In 2013, extreme MAGA Republicans shut the government down for 14 days. And the demand at that point was to repeal President Obama's signature legislative accomplishment, the Affordable Care Act, that benefits more than 100 million Americans. In 2018 and 19, extreme MAGA Republicans shut the government down for a record 35 days. What was the ransom demand in that particular moment? Well, the former president and Republicans in the House and the Senate demanded that the American taxpayer fund Trump's ineffective medieval border wall, notwithstanding the fact that the promise was clearly made that Mexico would pay for that wall. And because we were defending taxpayer interests, you shut the government down for 35 days. And so the notion that we're here today facing another extreme MAGA Republican-driven shutdown, concerned about it, the only thing standing between a shutdown and the American people, not hype, not hysteria, not hyperbole, not a hypothetical, it's history. And so we're simply asking our traditional Republican colleagues to break with the extreme wing of your party, break with the extremism around a national abortion ban, break with the extremism connected to Trump's Project 2025, which, by the way, includes government surveillance of pregnancies and miscarriages. No circumstance that we can ever support such an outrageous agenda. We're asking our traditional Republican colleagues to stand up for working families, the middle class, older Americans, our children, our veterans, and people from all across the land. In urban America, rural America, small town America, the heartland of America, suburban America, exurban America, stand up for the American people, as opposed to standing up for massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and big corporations. That's the other part of Project 2025. This is not anti-woke week. It's extreme MAGA Republican Project 2025 week. And House Democrats right now, the only thing standing between Project 2025 and the extreme agenda you want to jam down the throats of the American people and keeping the government open and doing the right thing for everyday Americans. Vote no on this extreme MAGA Republican shutdown bill and partner with us to do the right thing for the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The balance of my time.
Balance of the time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Roy of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma. I rise in support of the legislation before us here today, and I thank the gentleman for his work on this legislation. The fact is, what we just heard from the minority leader in trying to describe this as a so-called extreme MAGA partisan agenda, let's be very clear what we're talking about for the average American. For the average American listening, what the minority leader, what the radical progressive Democratic Party is saying is extreme is a spending freeze into the next year combined with legislation that would guarantee that only American citizens vote in American elections. Let's just be very clear. I think the American people need to know this. What our radical progressive Democratic colleagues deem extreme is a spending freeze combined with only American citizens voting in American elections. That is a really important thing for the American people to know. We're here, yes, because Congress is not getting the job done. But let's be very clear that the United States Senate, which is controlled by majority Democrats, has passed precisely 0 appropriations bills through the body in the Senate. 0. House Representatives in the Republican majority have passed 5 bills. It would be my preference that we pass 12. But we sit here today trying to make a determination on how to proceed. Now, I don't think anyone in this body on either side of the aisle, nor my colleagues or friends around this country, look at me and question whether I would prefer that we cut spending. I would like to cut spending. I don't think we should be funding the agenda that is being driven by Vice President Kamala Harris, President Joe Biden, and my radical progressive Democratic colleagues. I don't believe we should continue to fund a Secret Service that can't protect the former president without reforms. I don't think we should continue to fund at current levels a Department of Homeland Security that leaves our borders wide open so that Laken Riley is killed, so that Rachel Marin is killed, so that Kayla Hamilton is killed, so that Jocelyn Nungare is killed, and her poor 27-year-old mother is left to have to be a witness in a hearing in the House Judiciary Committee talking about the gagging and the raping and the binding and the murdering of her 12-year-old daughter in Houston, Texas. And the ultimate result of all of that is that we now have to wonder whether non-citizens are voting in our elections. And the fact is, we know there are. We have cleaned off rolls in Texas, 6,500, including 2,000 we know voted in elections. In Virginia, 6,300 that were cleaned off, with 1,000 that were included in the elections. 3,251 in Alabama, 300 in Oregon. We can keep going down the list. So all we're saying is American citizens should vote. That's it. So my Democratic colleagues, they seemingly want non-citizens to vote, and they can't accept a spending freeze as being reasonable. I rise in support of this bill, and to my colleagues on this side of the aisle,
His time has expired.
Additional 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma. I'd like to say a word to my friends on this side of the aisle. A year ago, 21 of my conservative colleagues opposed a continuing resolution that would have cut non-defense, non-veteran, non-homeland spending by 30% for 30 days and included H.R. 2. A lot of those same people are walking away from a piece of legislation that we're putting forward right now. And I'm asking them, stand up with the Republican Party, stand up with President Trump, stand up with the American people to demand that we freeze spending, hold it in check, take the pen away from the radical progressive Democrats and Joe Biden and a lame duck, and let's make sure that only American citizens can vote in American elections. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
3 minutes. To the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Member DeLauro for yielding me time to rise in opposition to shutting down our government. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this resolution, and frankly, in less than 2 weeks, the federal fiscal year of 2025 is set to commence, the beginning of October. Yet this House finds itself embroiled in yet another perilous impasse because the extreme members of the majority cannot govern. Why? Why can they not compromise? America needs compromise, not chaos. As America's economy settles into a steady recovery, House leaders must lead and stop the reckless threats to shut down our federal government. Why do you seek to withhold critical resources from those Americans who safeguard our borders and defend our nation? House extreme Republicans risk the livelihoods of our border agents. They compromise the readiness of our military. They engage in legislative stunts that do not reflect the decency and worth of the American people and our federal workers. Think about some of those workers, those veterans, those military members in the nuclear Navy. How about our Army Corps of Engineers that functions in every single district in our country? What about those who answer the phones the Social Security recipients have questions about enrollment and difficulties that they're facing in their lives? Our nation's security and the well-being of all of our citizens should not be held hostage for an extreme partisan agenda. Let the American people know, hear me, illegal immigrants are rightfully barred from voting. Any assertion otherwise is false, and you'd best talk to your Secretary of State. Illegal immigrants are rightfully barred from voting. If our colleagues were actually serious about bolstering our border security, they would advance Senator Lankford's bipartisan border bill here. We've been waiting. So is the Senate waiting. We must pass that bill to provide the necessary resources to pay and equip our Customs and Border Protection agents instead of touting a resolution here that jeopardizes our national security. Our military leaders have explicitly warned that a 6-month resolution would severely undermine our defense readiness. Hear them. Our adversaries are not just observers, they are keenly watching. An extreme wing that causes this House to falter in fulfilling our most basic constitutional duties. Chaos is not the message we should be sending on a global stage. We should be compromising, setting a good example. The consequences of failing to pass
is expired.
Yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Chaos is not the message we should be sending on a global stage. Compromise is. The consequences of failing to pass essential appropriation bills extend far beyond defense. They touch every corner of American life. Seniors waiting for operations, children relying on programs like Head Start. Obstruction exacerbates the challenges facing everyday Americans. Now is the time for compromise, not chaos. Americans want unity, not division, and frankly, our national security depends on it. This House must return to regular order. That is what real leadership looks like. This is what our Constitution expects. That is what our constituents expect and deserve and pay us for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. I'll get this right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. You go to any community, anywhere in this country, walk up to someone on the street and say, do you think it makes sense, in light of the fact that 10 million migrants have come into the country in 3.5 years, 99 of those individuals on the terrorist watch list, do you think it makes sense, before a new voter registers to vote, that they demonstrate they are a citizen of this great country? And any person you ask that question to will say, well, of course that makes sense. Everyone, Democrat district, Republican district, they will all say the same thing. Everyone will agree with that, except Democrats in the United States House of Representatives. They disagree with that. They say, no, we can't have that requirement on a bill that spends what we're already spending. We can't put that requirement on a bill. That is ridiculous. That is, as Sarah Huckabee Sanders said a couple years ago in her response to the State of the Union, she said, the divide in America today is normal versus crazy. That is a crazy policy position not to agree with that, not to put the SAVE Act on this bill. Think of the positions the left now takes. It's crazy to defund the police. It's crazy not to have a border. It's crazy to say men should compete against women in sports. Those are all positions the left takes, and they take the position that in light of 10 million people coming into our country in 3.5 years, you shouldn't have a requirement to demonstrate you're a citizen before you register as a new voter. The people see this, man. The people understand in this country, this is a crazy, support this legislation. This is a good bill with a common sense, normal policy that we are putting on the legislature. Makes absolute sense. But they're going to vote against it. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. Americans know that it is crazy to do something you know will not have any effect. That's what's crazy. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill. As Majority Leader in the last Congress, I put 365 pieces of legislation on the floor that became law. Under the Republican majority of this Congress, our House has only passed 78 pieces of legislation. they have the majority, that have become law. Just 78. Fewer than any of the 22 previous Congresses in which I have served. Because the Speaker wastes our time on blatantly partisan legislation, including the bill before us today, that has no chance of becoming law and risks shutting down the government, which Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, says makes no sense. He didn't say it was crazy, but I might add that. The Senate, including several Senate Republicans, made it clear that this bill's impact on military readiness, veterans' health care, and disaster response will make it dead on arrival. Crazy to send it as dead on arrival. Furthermore, the President has said that he would not sign it. Mr. Speaker, this House's most basic constitutional responsibility is to fund the government, not to appease a handful of right-wing members. We know how this situation ends. It will end the same way as the fight for supplemental aid for Ukraine and Israel. It will end the same way as the battle to raise the debt ceiling. It will end the same way as the effort to fund the government at the start of this year and, very frankly, throughout the year. It will end this partisan appeasement failing. A period of finger-pointing will follow. Finally, after much hand-wringing and some strongly worded tweets, the Speaker will ask Democrats for our votes to pass a bipartisan alternative that avoids shutting down the government of the American people. Everyone knows how this ends because this deeply divided and dysfunctional majority hasn't accomplished anything of substance without Democratic support. There were compromises that Democrats agreed to so that our government could function effectively for the American people. Not because we agreed on everything that was in the bill, any more than you'll agree on the Republican side everything in the bill. We did it because it was the responsible thing to do. It was the right thing to do.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen this film before.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
We've seen this film before. Let's just skip to the ending today. Put a CR on the floor. I don't like CRs. We should have done our work. We should have passed 13 bills, 12 bills, sent them to the President, had him sign them. But let's skip this playing pretense that we've been involved in. Let's get to the nub of the issue. We haven't done our work, and therefore we need a short-term solution.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my good friend, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. Mr. Speaker, a very fine gentleman and good friend by the name of Bill Rosado, a first-generation, very successful, self-made Mexican-American entrepreneur in my district, recently said, allowing a free-for-all immigration system is in total violation of the law and unacceptable for most of us who came here legally. And, Mr. Speaker, a free-for-all, out-of-control immigration system is exactly what the Biden-Harris administration and far too many in this House has delivered over the past 3.5 years. 10 to 15 million plus illegal crossings, Mr. Speaker, drug cartels, human trafficking, migrant crime, and yes, non-citizens registering to vote. It's an unmitigated disaster. But the legislation we're considering here gives us an opportunity to address part of the problem by prohibiting non-citizens from voting while keeping our government running. Mr. Speaker, while it is written in our Constitution that only U.S. citizens can vote, the SAVE Act attached to this continuing resolution prohibits bad actors from registering non-citizens and non-citizens from registering to vote, and requires states to purge their voter rolls of all non-citizens. such as illegal immigrants. To anyone considering opposing this bill, a no vote states that the American people, to the American people, why the Biden administration has left the border open in the first place for potentially more votes.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. The American people want this bill to pass. They need this bill to pass. It will help as well restore confidence in our elections. So let's do the right thing on a bipartisan basis as we head towards this momentous election. Let's do what we came here today to ensure, what we can do here today to ensure that only U.S. citizens can register and vote in federal elections. I urge my colleagues to pass the SAVE Act, safeguard our elections, and fund our government. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Connecticut for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 9494, a fundamentally flawed attempt by the Republican leadership to save face for their inability to govern, and a bill which lacks $12 billion in critical funding for the Veterans Health Administration. Leaving out this critical funding for veterans health care is the latest in a cynical political game playing we have seen in this Congress. It is blatant, and I know my stating this fact will cause some howling complaints on the other side, just as it did last night when the House approved almost $3 billion in funding for the Veterans Benefit Administration. But this was done with a lot of misinformation and mudslinging about how this is all the fault of the Biden-Harris administration, rather than recognition that this is the bill coming due for the true cost of war and what we owe to veterans, which we finally started paying with the Honoring Our Pact Act. This is not a last-minute request, and it is certainly not grounded in mismanagement, despite my Republican colleagues making this accusation. This $12 billion shortfall is a direct result of President Biden and VA's rapid implementation of the Honoring Our Pact Act, which I got signed into law in 2022. VA Secretary McDonough told Congress in July that the Veterans Health Administration will need the $12 billion to continue to provide world-class care and ensure it has the resources and staff to uphold that standard. Therefore, why not include the needed funds in the CR? My colleagues think that I am somehow opposed to oversight on this issue, which is not true. I support oversight when it is well-intentioned, and we want to ensure we improve the budget process and not put veterans in a position that they become concerned about the availability of health care or benefits. I agree with my colleagues' calls for more oversight, but let's be honest about that oversight, because what is needed is significantly more oversight of the funding going from VHA direct care to for-profit health care. A part of the budget has grown over 15% year after year, and this is unsustainable. With these growing costs, you would think the Veterans Affairs Committee would have held several oversight hearings to determine whether veterans are receiving the same quality of care by the for-profit providers and that taxpayers are getting the best value from these providers. We have held no such hearings. VA has been transparent about both the VBA and VHA shortfalls. The VBA supplemental passed the House unanimously last night and is awaiting prompt action in the Senate. The need for the VHA funding is fast approaching, so why add the uncertainty for veterans who receive their care at VA? Let's end the political games and get serious. Have my colleagues across the aisle proposed a plan? Additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman's time is expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Have my colleagues across the aisle proposed a plan to their leadership to address these additional funds that VA needs? No, of course not. They would rather point fingers under the guise of accountability than legislate and in the process shortchanging veterans. Why do my colleagues insist on wasting time? We are wasting time voting today on a CR we know will not pass and will never become law, and we are wasting time by not doing our jobs and prioritizing funding for the VA. We have the opportunity to stand with veterans and fix this now. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. One citizen, one vote. It's the foundation of our government, and it's the ability to vote in a free and fair election. But the pillar of our democracy is under vicious attack because the Biden-Harris administration refuses to enforce the law. Since 2021, this administration has allowed over 10 million illegal immigrants into our nation. It's the most, Mr. Speaker, in recorded history. That number is greater than the population of 36 existing states. Mr. Speaker, the far left claims illegals are not registering to vote. They claim illegals are not voting in our election. They claim it's already illegal. They claim that the SAVE Act is not needed. Mr. Speaker, I've got some breaking news. It is happening. I spoke to my supervisor in Nassau County, Florida, Janet Atkins, yesterday. She has indeed found illegals that have already registered to vote and have already voted in previous elections. She's working on cleaning up the rolls. Our team reached out to other election supervisors in my district in Northeast Florida, Duval County, Jacksonville, Florida, the office of Jerry Holland, and in Clay County, the office of Chris Chambliss. Both of them also found illegal immigrants that have voted. Oh, wait a minute, is it not happening? That's what I hear, it's not needed, but it is. I challenge each of you, call your supervisor, ask them, is it happening in my county? And then what are you doing to ensure that we have free and fair elections and only a citizen vote? How do you know? How do they know? The best example is it's already illegal for a minor to purchase alcohol. But yet we still card them, yet we still enforce the law, and 87% of Americans want our election laws enforced. I guess the 13% that don't are sitting on that side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to pass this SAVE Act. I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I thank Ranking Member DeLauro for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this extreme MAGA Republican continuing resolution that will defund our veterans. We have mere days to fund the government and avoid a shutdown that will force millions of federal employees to be without pay, halt work on critical infrastructure projects, and prevent Americans from receiving the benefits they rely on. But unfortunately, extreme MAGA Republicans have abdicated their responsibility to govern even further. This continuing resolution fails to meet the needs of our heroes who have fought and served in our nation's military. It shortchanges our veterans by $12 billion. This is funding that is desperately needed by the Department of Veterans Affairs to maintain its workforce at VA hospitals across the country, which is critical to providing the quality of medical services our veterans need. Without the full $12 billion included in the continuing resolutions, the VA is being forced to make choices regarding care that could degrade services for patients, reduce support for veterans experiencing homelessness, and limit programs that support caregivers. We are already seeing the harm being done from a lack of resources for the VA across our country. In my district, the Buffalo VA does not have the funding needed to maintain its workforce, driving nurses to the picket line to call for more hires, all while patients are receiving delayed care in crumbling facilities. It is unacceptable, and it will directly impact the 40,000 veterans living in my district and more than 18 million veterans across the country. This disastrous budget also comes as the PACT Act brings a record number of benefits to our veterans, including those who were exposed to toxic burn pits during tours in Iraq and Afghanistan while defending our nation, and who deserve to receive the benefits they have earned. Now is not the time to disinvest from our veterans. We need to follow through with the bipartisan commitment this body made to make the men and women who served in our military whole. And in funding the United States government,
We need to deliver for the heroes who have sacrificed so much for our country. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this measure as is and work with us to pass a clean CR that ensures our nation's veterans are treated with the dignity and respect that they rightfully deserve. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is prepared to close.
I advise my friend I'm prepared to close as well.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
But Speaker, let me state a fact. The Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996 prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections. It is not legal in any state for a non-citizen to vote for a federal office. It is the law of the land of the United States. Moving to appropriations, vote no on this bill. This bill is an admission that the House Republican majority cannot govern. It abandons veterans, it abandons our military, our Social Security recipients, and our cities and families who are grappling with disasters and no disaster relief. Let me just say this, that I believe that every appropriator on both sides of the aisle would prefer a 3-month continuing resolution. Republicans and Democrats need to come to the table. Let us move to setting a date in December. Let us get on with the business of governing, hammer out the programs and the numbers with regard to the programs, and let the American people know that we are working on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, particularly my Republican colleagues, it is now time to govern. Stop the game playing. Stop the foolishness and the wasting of the time we have, and let's get on to the business of the American people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. As usual, Mr. Speaker, these debates, particularly at these moments, get a little overheated. And I think we've seen a lot of that. But I think the essence of what we're talking about here is pretty simple. And I think some of the charges that have been made against my colleagues in the majority are pretty ridiculous. We're told we want to shut down the government. Really? What we're proposing actually keeps the government open longer than anything my friends on the other side are proposing. You know, we're told we didn't get our work done. Really? The United States Senate hasn't passed a single bill. You know, it has not passed all of its bills out of committee. And to be fair to my friends, and I've been around here a long time, when you were in the majority, you never got 71% of the bills passed in time, the money spent, because you couldn't pass a defense bill. You've never been able to do that. Once you do that, you frankly exceed whatever the Democratic target was. So all of this stuff about not getting your work done or whatever, or my gosh, you're not taking care of veterans. We gave this administration more money than it asked for veterans. Now at the last minute we come back. I am for the PAC Act. I voted for the PAC Act. I'm anxious to make sure it's appropriately funded. But if you think I'm going to take the word of this administration's Department of Veterans Affairs at face value, no, I'm not. Frankly, that agency has a long history of surprising administrations at the last minute, and this one is particularly bad. So we're more than happy to deal with this. It doesn't have to be dealt with in a CR. It ought to be dealt with in the full bill during the final negotiation. And that's true for most of the things my friends have brought up. They like to talk about a clean CR and then give you a list as long as your arm of what's not in it. You know, a clean CR is a clean CR. It's not full of all these other things that you're requesting and demanding. So make up your mind which one it is. Now let's talk about what this bill does. It's pretty simple. it keeps the government open till the end of March, or roughly March 28th, about 6 months. If we can get our business done faster, I'm with my friend, the ranking member. I would prefer to do that. But looking at the record of Congress, I wouldn't hold my breath. So having some extra time is not a bad idea. Second, I'm extraordinarily perplexed that the idea of reaffirming in a time of unmitigated disaster at the southern border that you got to be an American citizen to vote in an election is somehow controversial is mystifying. Frankly, we have every reason to be worried given the disaster on the immigration front this administration has allowed to unfold. And as colleague after colleague of mine pointed out, they can talk to local supervisors in their district that tell them, yeah, we've got some people here that are illegal, and they're registered, and they voted. So what is the big deal about saying we want to make sure in what we know is going to be a close election that only American citizens participate? That is incredible that that is a controversial thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by, number one, thanking my friends that participated in the debate and worked so hard to present this. All we're trying to do is what you're asking us to do, keep the government open. This bill will do that. The controversial poison pill, as it's called, is simply saying, hey, if you're going to vote in a federal American election, you've got to be an American citizen. And we're asking you to provide some proof. We do that, as one of my friends pointed out, if you're under, I still get carded when I order a drink at a bar. In some places, it's pretty flattering, but the requirement is there that I have to pull out my driver's license. I think it's a lot more important when we're talking about somebody voting in a consequential election that they be able to do that. So I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. But if my friends want to go on record opposing that, that's up to them. I would hope my friends on my side of the aisle see the wisdom of keeping the government open, particularly a few weeks before an election, and see the importance of reaffirming that only American citizens can vote in an American election. We put those two things together. I think that's a very sensible thing to do, and I would urge the support of this legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1430, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill making continuing appropriations for fiscal year 2025 and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will now report the motion.
Mr. Laurel of Connecticut moves to recommit the bill H.R. 9494 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Who's got it? The ayes have it. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit H.R. 5339. Passage of H.R. 5339 if ordered. Passage of H.R. 5179. Passage of H.R. 7909. The motion to recommit H.R. 9494 and passage of H.R. 9494 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Rule 8 of Rule 20, Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 5339 offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 5339, offered by Mr. Kildee of Michigan.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is now on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr.
For what
Speaker,
purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
on that I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. remaining. 1 minute. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 206. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on passage of H.R. 5179, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 557, H.R. 5179, a bill to require the maintenance of the country of origin markings for imported goods produced in the West Bank or Gaza and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 231, the nays are 180. Passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 7909, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 547, H.R. 7909, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed sex offenses or domestic violence are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is now on passage of the bill. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 266, the nays are 158. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 9494 offered by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 9494 offered by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 2. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. The question on passage of the bill, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Not now, she said.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. The sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 202. The nays are 220, 2 voting present. The bill is not passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We done?
All right. The chair lays before the House a communication.
Sir, on September 18, 2024, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session, with a quorum being present, to consider 11 resolutions, including in the General Services Administration's capital investment and leasing programs. I've enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on September 18, 2024. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations elsewhere. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the passing of Dr. Clay Dotson. Dr. Dotson, the former Young Harris academic dean and at times the interim president, spent over 40 years working in higher education. Even in retirement, he stayed involved through his work in this college board. He is noted for hiring most of the staff at Young Harris College, as well as developing the Faculty Growth and Development Program, which helped the university grow enormously. Dr. Dotson's legacy to Young Harris College reaches beyond the college and into the community. He was an active member of the Towns County Lions Club, which created the Georgia Mountain Fair. He was also a member of the Sharp Memorial United Methodist Church and served on the board of directors for the Bank of Hiwassee. Dr. Dotson left a lasting impact on Young Harris College and Georgia as a whole. I extend my sympathies and prayers to Dr. Dotson's friends and family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and mourn the loss of Reverend Dr. Bob Denton, a true advocate and champion for the most vulnerable in Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Throughout his life, Reverend Denton held many titles. He was an ordained minister, Police Academy graduate and police chaplain, PhD sociologist, adjunct professor at the University of Akron, and what he's best known for, the founder of the Victims Assistance Program in Akron. For over 40 years, Reverend Denton served the program he founded as the executive director, a program that was the first victims assistance agency in Ohio and a pioneer in the national victim assistance advocacy movement, which led to the changes in state and federal laws to help victims across this country. His leadership in this space was deeply respected across our nation, as Reverend Denton served as the first president of the National Organization for Victim Assistance. Without a doubt, Reverend Denton left a mark on Ohio's 13th Congressional District, the state of Ohio, and this country. Though his presence will be missed, his memory will live on through those he advocated for and the family and friends he so deeply loved. Thus, with deepest sympathy, I pay tribute to a truly phenomenal individual, Reverend Dr. Bob Denton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, an electric vehicle mandate presents serious challenges to our economy, families, and everyday life. While these vehicles are often promoted as the future, they come with significant limitations and cost. Long-distance travel can be difficult due to fewer charging stations that are needed by far and longer refueling times rather than just the few minutes it takes to fill up with gasoline or diesel. This and compared to gas-powered cars. Also, we have this feudal program at the federal government that has so far put aside $8 billion a while back, and what we've got out of that, 7 charging stations. 7. Now, there might be no more by now, but it's pathetic. This is particularly problematic in rural areas like I represent, where there isn't the infrastructure at all to manage to have the electricity, the amount of load the power lines would need and carry isn't even there yet. So how are you supposed to travel outside of a city area? Maybe it could just be a city mandate, who knows? They have high upfront costs and horrifically high costs when you go to have to replace the batteries. And heaven knows we've seen what happens when they catch fire. You can't put them out. We need not force these vehicles on a public that does not want to buy them. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to celebrate the amazing casework team in my Orange County office, which recently closed over 8,000 constituent cases. Their hard work and dedication has given Orange County residents a voice with federal agencies and gotten them the answers that they deserve. Our casework team has facilitated efficient immigration proceedings, secured last-minute passports, and directly returned over $24 million to the people of Orange County in Social Security benefits, IRS tax returns, veteran benefits, and more. Navigating our federal processes and programs should not be complicated, and my office has helped make that a reality for the people I represent. I'm incredibly proud of how this team has cut through red tape, promoted transparency, and delivered for Orange County families. It's my honor to help constituents with federal agency issues, and I'm grateful for the trust they've placed in my office. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what happened to the Republican Party that once stood for free market capitalism, for for-profit businesses to be allowed to run their companies as they wanted, to be able to have people not be fettered by people like us here in Congress? Seriously, what happened to them? I rise in opposition to my Republican colleagues and their efforts to strip Americans of their freedom to build, invest in, and do what's right for them and themselves and their businesses. These bills that these Republican members of Congress are passing and advancing this week will take away these rights from these businesses, from investors, and from consumers alike. What does this mean? It means businesses that can't account for record storms that impact their bottom line, or retirees' hard-earned savings will suffer under limited investment options, or it means company policies that elevate women and minorities will be ignored. Simply put, Republicans are trying to cancel freedoms that have been studied and proven to increase profits long term. It is absurd, and dare I say, it's pretty weird. As co-chair of the Stakeholder Capitalism Caucus and a proud Pennsylvanian business leader, I urge my colleagues to reject this anti-capitalist agenda. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Stevens, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise before you here this evening, a stormy evening in Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital, to make an address on behalf of my constituents in my district in Michigan's 11th district, representing and covering the bulk of Oakland County. And I make such an address this evening to reflect on the trajectory of our democracy, to reflect on events that have occurred since I booked this special hour address back in July, and also to make some pronouncements around reforms, revisions, and efforts to come together for the health of our union. And make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely recognize the profound and humbling reality that it is to be a duly elected member of the House of Representatives, speaking and maintaining the privilege to speak in this chamber to anyone who seeks to be watching back at home. And on behalf of this profound nature of the discourse of our democracy, I booked this special hour because so much happens in the days of Congress, the session days of committee markups, of meetings with stakeholders and constituents, conversations with colleagues who hail from every zip code around this great nation. And something that I like to tell the people back at home is I have friends as such. You know, a woman from Oakland County, Michigan, a champion for advanced manufacturing, somehow now hails friends from Alaska to Tennessee to Maine to the coasts of California and inland into Nevada and the like. And the experiment of America and this experiment of American democracy really truly manifests in this very chamber. And of course we recognize that all too often it is not celebrated, it is not covered in the media outlets, from the national news to the print journalism to the ongoing nature of social media, when and how we come together on behalf of this nation. But something that we just witnessed is a failure to vote on passing our budget, and the clock is clearly ticking. The Democrats and Republicans couldn't come together. In fact, Republicans joined Democrats to tank Republican legislation to fund the government. And so we're again faced with the scenario that we have seen ourselves in time and time again in the 118th Congress, where the minority party comes forward to act to save the worst from happening. Proudly, President Biden, in the last year of his presidency, can now just about claim that the government hasn't shut down once under his watch. We have not defaulted on our debt. And of course, just last term in the Congress, we rescued this nation from the worst effects of a COVID-19 pandemic, investing in communities, investing in the incredible county I'm so privileged to represent in Oakland County. We gave Oakland County $300 million, so we didn't have to go back to our taxpayers and ask for more. We are a donor-rich area. We all know that. We pay more than our fair share of taxpayer dollars, and then when we want to do more in the communities, we've got to go back and excise more tax. We've got to do millages. Well, what Oakland County, under the great leadership of Dave Coulter, someone who I'm so proud to call a dear friend and a collaborator, and someone I work with very closely on behalf of the constituents of the 11th District, because we believe in the table setting of government. We believe that government works best when federal, state, local, municipal come together to utilize taxpayer dollars effectively. And so what Coulter and his team were able to do with the monies that came down from the Great American Rescue Act, the tie-breaking vote that Vice President Harris placed to pass it, is that they have invested in dozens of senior centers like the one in Waterford that was going back and time again for a millage and couldn't achieve that millage, and now they have their funding. Birmingham Next has their funding. Medical debt for the people of the 11th District and Oakland County wiped out. Monies to invest in 3D printing, a program designed by Automation Alley, which is now being replicated in several other counties and has received funding from the state. And so that is just one bill that was passed at the beginning of the 117th session of Congress when President Biden rightfully took his oath and was sworn in as the 46th President of the United States. But we didn't stop there, and we did become bipartisan when we passed an infrastructure bill. Who knew that infrastructure would become so partisan? But it was somewhat partisan for some who were adamantly against the bill, and now they go home and take the credit when the bridge and the road the bridge is being repaired and the road is being paved. But it's absolutely enormous that for once, instead of just authorizing, we appropriated money to say we're going to do the maintenance and repair, and we're going to put the contractors to work. We're going to make sure we've got prevailing wage and good wages and a seat at the table for our unions. I talk to my building trades. They tell me they're all very busy, that they couldn't be busier. Well, of course, then matched with this incredible infrastructure bill, which has done a lot for our water systems and our lead pipes and public transportation as well. Of course, Oakland County passed a major transportation millage as well. Here in the Motor City, we have now busing that works really well. It goes east to west. It was quite the triumph of last term. And what we also have noticed, though, here is that when we did the clean energy investments, when we looked global competition in the face and said, look, in the last administration, in a bipartisan way, we renegotiated NAFTA. We called it USMCA. We plussed up Buy American content. We said we're going to have the rules of the road for our auto industry to succeed, a platform for us to go into markets. And yes, this happened under President Trump and with Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We renegotiated USMCA. And then in the next term, we said we're going to make investments in clean energy, not subsidies, not ownership structures, but large capital-intensive investments in industries of scale. So what, my friends? So that we're not overly reliant on the adversaries on the global stage, the Chinese Communist Party for one. gosh knows what's going to totally happen over there. But we want to have domestic technologies and innovations. We want to have an ownership structure so that we're not forced to go and buy from overseas markets. We have learned this lesson over and over and over again. Frankly, we've learned this lesson with semiconductors, the microchips that go into anything from your general electronics devices, your cell phone, your computers, your music players, if you're still listening to those, to, of course, the automobile. And the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden we couldn't get the shipments in, and we were making all these beautiful cars, and we really do salute our auto workers for their great efforts during a very trying time, certainly protecting and maintaining their safety, but staying dedicated to the production and the production efforts of their enterprise, as well as our innovation ecosystem. So you see, Michigan did something enormous. We responded to the industrial call to action during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was, of course, our manufacturers, large and small, that were addressing the supply chain disruptions, from the personal protective equipment to the ventilators that we were running low of and all that. And then they continued to innovate. And here we stand at the precipice of this incredible new mobility moment that is being led by the auto industry. I think some want to say, oh my gosh, this is the government dictating the terms. And of course, I just received an incredible briefing today from the MIT Sloan School of Business. They work across the aisle. They have this unbelievable data set that shows, what we need to do to stave off the 5-degree warming of the planet. And it's a whole host of things. But of course, to my capitalist-focused friends and my capitalist-focused countrymen and women, those are all profit-making endeavors. We are here, my friends, to talk about the future, and we should be celebrating it and not cowering and clinging to the past, and absolutely saluting and recognizing the freedom of our fellow countrymen and women who are going to buy the automobile they want to buy. But of course, we have 1 million new electric vehicles that were sold in the United States of America, 75,000 from GM, 75,000 roughly from Ford, and they're being honest and transparent about what they want to do. Every week I go and I visit a manufacturer, and I meet them where they're at, and I sit in their conference rooms and I walk their floors. And I'm in my 6th year of doing this, and really tremendous things are happening all across Southeast Michigan with our automotive supply chain. They've been very dedicated to some of the transition that their customers, the OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers, are professing to make, that they want to be zero emissions, maybe in total. But we want to win the future, and we want to be innovators and technology leaders. And of course, with chips and the microchips running short during the global pandemic, of which I mentioned that Michigan really responded to in a tremendous way, we also, frankly, Mr. Speaker, learned a big lesson, which is that the United States, Gordon Moore and some brainiacs out west innovated the chip. They innovated the microchip. And we were at one time producing 40% of these chips in the United States of America. And it was our technology, it was our innovation. And then it wasn't just low labor costs, which is a reality, but it was kind of an investment structure. It was kind of a wooing that took place. And the chips start going over to Taiwan and China and all this and that. And then the tide really rolls out. And I can speak to this as someone who was serving as a presidential appointee in the administration of Barack Obama during the Great Recession, when we were doing a rescue, not just of Wall Street. It wasn't just a Wall Street rescue that started under President Bush. And look, these financiers and the capital markets and the derivatives trading that had gone awry. It's trading, by the way, derivatives trading that had gone awry. It was the foreclosure crisis that was tied to that. It was the Main Street effort of saying that we are not going to liquidate or see the liquidation of General Motors and Chrysler, and we use the troubled asset relief funds to invest in the companies and not to own them or control their day-to-day management. And of course, we're sitting in these ornate government rooms, and we were rightfully saying we've got two other big problems. One is on semiconductors. We're not making enough chips. We're too overly reliant on foreign markets. Well, that comes to roost in the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, I, every week, as a humble member of Congress from the southeastern Michigan, and as someone who evangelizes and champions our manufacturing economy, I decide to reach out to the Speaker of the House through the professional way in which we do so as members of Congress. Letter. I send the Speaker of House a letter a week almost. Let's do something on chips. And then, of course, the great Gina Raimondo, Commerce Secretary, partners up with the White House Office of Leg Affairs and some of us lawmakers. And and oh my gosh, the Senate was involved, and I love to tell the Homeric story about passing bills. But the short of the long is we passed a CHIPS bill, chips and science. And it was a really ringing moment here in this body because, again, it was bipartisan. And of course, I'm sitting on the Science Committee as a chair of the Subcommittee on Research and Technology, authorizing the doubling of scientific research for the National Science Foundation, all passed unanimous, all passed bipartisan. We passed chips and science, and we say with that, a tranche of money, which I understand that my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are more keen to austerity measures and maybe didn't take the vote accordingly. Well, look, $52 billion we said we'd commit in the marketplace. And of course, we're poking and prodding at the Commerce Department, and they're working through some of the legal matters to get more of the money out. And we don't want it to be too cumbersome. But $52 billion signed into law, committed. It was an August day in 2022, hot as all get out. And my friends, it's absolutely incredible because within one business quarter, $200 billion of private sector capital commitments were made here in the United States of America. That is a 21st century industrial policy approach. And so we're looking at this also because there was a number two. We had two problems. Chips, which we've sought to solve, and Raimondo will tell us, Secretary Raimondo will tell us, that we have a plan to be the only country by 2030 who will design, produce, and ship these chips, that we will be the ones to do it. And I'm very excited to see where these investments are going. But we had a second problem that we had recognized a decade and a half ago, and that was around critical minerals. That we, again, are overly reliant on foreign markets, and particularly the Chinese Communist Party on critical minerals. And the challenge here is that 98% of these minerals that go into your cell phone, that go into our manufactured goods, that are so absolutely tied, critical minerals, critical materials, so tied to our manufacturing enterprise, and a weakness, a supply chain weakness of the United States of America. And we are now starting to form a legislative agenda around how we could do similar to what we did with chips, although it's more complicated. And of course, I can see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, eyeing on some of the permitting challenges and some of the reforms that we want to do to accelerate this clean energy revolution. So you've got the environmentalists and the regulating insecure people coming together for once. But we want to do the same thing on critical minerals, right? We want to work with our allies. We want to pass trade deals. We know we're going to be renegotiating USMCA. The year 2025 is just around the corner. So many of us remember the energy, the enthusiasm, the almost revolutionary moment that it felt like to arrive in the 21st century. Everything was 21st century. Everything was the next 21st century plan and the agenda and all this. Well, now we're squarely in the 21st century. And we've got opportunities galore, and we've got some challenges that we want to address. And we want to bring together our allies, similar to how we did in other types of arrangements. The AUKUS arrangement that is now Australia, UK, US allowed us to invest in nuclear submarine development and technology development. We've got the Quad initiative, and we really do salute and recognize the current administration's approaches to foreign policy as a way forward and a way to lead by bringing people along, and not saying that we're going to pay for everything, but bringing people along through the rules-based, open, free market, capitalist, democratic society principles. In April of this year, believe it or not, we passed a foreign aid package for democracy here in the chamber, and of course in the other chamber, the upper chamber, and it was signed into law by the president. Well, it was to a T the exact package he asked for in October. You know, support for our democratic allies, support for democracy, and obviously some efforts which have fallen off the rails this term around securing our own borders. And we can only hope to see the day in which such important things are not so political that they remain stalemated. I certainly seek to be a part of the bipartisan solutions to say that if you are trained in the United States of America, if you're getting that PhD, we want to find a way to keep that talent here. This is something that we heard over and over and over again from our stakeholders on the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. Don't let the talent leave our shores. That's a way in which we innovate. And at the same time, too, you know, let's truly invest in border security. I come from a northern border state, and we take really seriously our relationship with Canada and the security of both of our borders and trade, and certainly looking at the rail and the bridges, and we're working on building a new bridge. Well, it's almost built in southeast Michigan, a large export destination. It's economics, it's livelihoods, and it's also people's lives. You know, it's what draws people together in many respects, you know, the ability to connect. And that was something that was somewhat taken from us during the pandemic period. And we're not forgetting of it. And we certainly want to continue to support people to be the best and the most achieving that they can be. And that is all around us in Southeast Michigan. You know, people innovating in their garages and creating new businesses and being entrepreneurial. You know, we always want to support people to succeed in small businesses and listen to them. I always say, listen, if I can be of help, that's great. And if not, I'm happy to step and get out of the way. But of course, some other matters of bipartisan congressional coming together at this moment are worth reflecting on a new subject, and that is with regard to a role that I have had in this Congress since the year 2022 as the co-chair of the Task Force on American Hostages and Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad. This is a task force that is bipartisan. It is co-chaired by my colleague from Arkansas, French Hill. It brings together members from all over the Congress to shine a light on these wrongful detentions, on these American hostage scenarios. And we have certainly had a term around hostages here in the chamber, and some really great work that has been done in addressing the hostage crisis, the hostage crises, and the ways in which we can operate most effectively as a legislative body. Now, I fell into this role on the request of a former congressman from Florida who now runs the American Jewish Committee. He's the president of the American Jewish Committee, former Congressman Ted Deutsch, a dear friend of mine. And he was the co-chair. And upon his retirement, he asked me to fill in his shoes. And in part is because I was showing up at all the task force meetings on behalf of Paul Whelan. Paul Whelan, resident of Novi, Michigan, employee of Borg Warner, a very large billion-dollar-plus American automotive supplier in which he was in charge of global security. And of course, it's quite memorable because just as I was preparing to be sworn in for my first term in the Congress representing Michigan's 11th district, right as the year 2019 was being rung in, we had gotten word that on December 28th, 2018, that Paul was taken captive by the KSB and the Russian Federation. They ultimately charged him on false grounds of total sham of espionage, and it was 5 years, 7 months, and 5 days that Paul was unlawfully and illegally and unjustly imprisoned. Now, in this term of the 116th Congress, I had the privilege and the rightful duty, in coordination with Paul's incredible family, of writing a resolution, H.R. 552, calling on the Russian Federation to free Paul Whelan. Worked with my colleagues across the Michigan delegation. Mr. Tim Wahlberg was at the time representing Manchester, Michigan, and that is where Paul's family lives, and was in regular communication with them. And we were staring down the face of Putin, because it was Putin's game to take Paul Whelan, a former Marine, a hometown son of Michigan, and an attempt to disappear his life, an attempt to play games of politics and embarrassment to the United States, and of course with the ultimate goal of getting a swap. Now, H.R. 552, the resolution calling on the Russian Federation to free Paul Whelan, produce the evidence or free Paul Whelan. They had no evidence. There was nothing he had done wrong. He was a citizen on his own time, an American citizen on his own time, visiting Russia. That resolution was voted on unanimously. Unanimously. Everyone who voted that day, they voted yes. They voted to support the resolution, and the same thing happened in the Senate. And we had 3 terms, and we voted on the same resolution each time. And on August 1st, it was a Thursday, into actually almost the following day, it was nearing midnight by the time the plane landed, Paul Whelan returned home to American soil. The ultimate and largest hostage-freeing effort since really the Cold War took place. Paul Whelan, Anna, Evan Gershkovich, involving some of our other European counterparts. And of course, I was watching as the plane, the bright light in the sky, descending from the heavens, it felt like, landing at Andrews Air Force Base, greeted by President Biden, greeted by Vice President Harris, you know, among the political events that were going on as well. But of course, the governing, as President Biden always reminds us, still goes on, and there's still so much work to do. Paul Whelan, the door opens, he appears, and he steps off the plane. He walks down the stairs. And the president placed the very American flag pin that he was wearing on Paul, and we know that Paul cherishes that and wears that pin often. And it was so momentous. It was so surreal. We had so many starts and stops and missed opportunities and trials and tribulations and lack of familiarity of what it was like to see an American. He was the first one out of the crew that was taken, be put into a prison, not wanting to at all prevent what needed to happen from happening. And that was such a cause for celebration in Michigan. Billboards, welcome home Paul, with a yellow ribbon adorned on the billboard that people could see as they drove along our highways. And there's so much to share about this journey and the legislative body of work that surrounds hostage affairs and negotiations and the return of wrongfully detained Americans. 5.5 years. Paul lost his job. He lost his place of residence. His dog passed away. We've mentioned Flora on this House floor before. And now it's an effort to rebuild. And so many of us with this task force, and as we know, we're passing an NDAA soon, and as we know, we got the Robert Levinson bill passed in 2020, and a really phenomenal package of legislation that has passed, but more to do. And we remain dedicated to that effort. But of course, later that month, that very same month of August, just last month, another tragedy struck our hostage community. 6 hostages who were taken from Israel on October 7th, 2023, were murdered. Murdered by Hamas terrorists in a tunnel. Takes your breath away. Puts sand in your mouth. What's there to say beyond the overwhelming expression of condolences to the family and to the people, the families, and the people impacted by this? We don't even have the exact date. We have a sense of the exact date. The bodies were recovered on the 31st of August. Hirsch Goldberg Poland, whose name I know has been spoken in this chamber, and who has absolutely remarkable parents, John and Rachel. Rachel, who received a Time 100 designation, so Time 100 Person of the Year for her advocacy. Hirsch is American. Hirsch was born in America. Hirsch was born on U.S. soil, and he was taken by terrorists on October 7th, 2023, because he was at a concert celebrating peace, love, and freedom. Now, as someone who's been doing the task force work and working so closely with so many advocacy partners, over and over again, we kept expressing that the hostages in Gaza, the Americans, 32 Americans killed that day, 9 Americans taken, that they're the heartbeat of the negotiation. Hirsch wasn't the only person killed, murdered in August, 23 years old. Eden at 24, Ori at 25, Alex at 32, Carmel at 40, and Almog at 27. These are shots heard around the world, and they're attacks on all of our humanity. And they're a reminder to those of us who are stewards of democracy and freedom and the efforts of this chamber that we must do more, that we must continue to say the names, we must continue to push for a just ceasefire, an end to the war, which means that we're going to see a return of the hostages and Hamas surrendering, that these individuals should have never been murdered. Now, in August, we weren't in session. There was no way to verbally address this chamber. And so, as I had booked this special hour address before the last session had concluded, it weighed on me, recognizing that we had a pretty enormous month in terms of these affairs, and the work and the support alongside the Levinson family, alongside Paul Whelan and his family, the family of Hirsch, the remaining hostages in Gaza, who have suffered through torturous conditions, tunnels and starvation. One of the young women who was murdered, just 79 pounds. This is why we stand united around a foreign aid package for democracy here in the United States of America. And as we seek to continue to do the work on behalf of the people who sent us here, to continue to do the work on behalf of justice and fairness, and to remind ourselves that there are many who unfortunately do not share our view of freedom and who want to disrupt it, who want to override it. Is the target Israel or is the target America? You know, Israel's war now on so many different fronts. Pressures in the north, 80,000 people removed from their homes, and the like. I am proud to be a supporter of the U.S.-Israel relationship. I am certainly not a voting member of that country, but I'm a supporting member of this body who recognizes the essential nature of the U.S.-Israel relationship. And what that means, not just for our national security, which in this moment is quite paramount, but also what that means for our trade, for economy, for innovation, and the like. And we continue to extend our support and our encouragement and our love to the people of Israel, the people suffering, the people who are scared because our siren's going to go and are you going to have to hide and are the children going to be able to go to school. The reality of what Hamas has done in Gaza, caring nothing with the nearly $1 trillion of assets for the people, the innocent people who live in Gaza, proclaiming that civilian deaths are a good thing. And of course, that is one element to what is going on now in the Middle East. So as I look towards the next 25 years in terms of the quarter 21st century to the mid-21st century, and what is going to be determinative of our outcomes, we certainly recognize that history, the brief history of this incredible nation of ours, is so incumbent upon us. It is heavy and it is incumbent upon us, in part because of a great world war that Michigan played a critical and essential role in, the arsenal of democracy, as we responded to the attacks on our country, the attacks on civil liberties, and playing a role in ending it, and then using our industrial might to change the world's economy yet again. And then yet 80 years, almost 80 years since the end of World War II. So a living memory it is barely. And it is a history worth teaching. It is a history worth knowing as an American. As part of the horrors of the Holocaust, we say, never forget. And we ask ourselves, what are our challenges for these next 25 years? I don't want to see it be the drumbeat of war. My responsibility here is not to shepherd America into war, but certainly it is recognizing that autocracy and democracy are competing, and there is an undergird of jihad taking place, and jihad that seeks to disrupt and to dismantle, to bring us back to an ancient time that we don't want to see arrive again, that terrorizes people. And the jihad is hitting in Russia, and it is a threat and a reality here in the United States of America and across Europe. And yet, as we look at ways in which our nation exemplifies its leadership on the global stage, with allies, with trade partners, and the like, we've got to seek ways in which we bring people along to succeed. It can't just be America on an island alone. We've got to advance and continue to push forward a foreign policy agenda that allows for and provides the conduit for our success, not just as a nation, but as the harbinger of freedom. And last century, we tried a lot of different ways to place freedom on people and to encourage democracy. In some ways it worked, in some countries it worked, in some countries it didn't. Exploited free markets on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party remains a problem. I, as a member of the Select Committee on Strategic Competition, as I've mentioned, we really seek to compromise and work in a bipartisan way because that sends a bigger message. And some of this also comes back now to another important topic, which is the reform of our democracy. Not in full, but as lawmakers, any time we're passing a law, we're making a contribution to our democracy. I, as a member of Congress from Michigan, introduces a bill, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's not just for my constituents, it's the nation's laws. We here this evening, couldn't pass a federal budget. We are passing the nation's budget. And so I find it worth our efforts as lawmakers and as stewards of the Constitution to ask ourselves of worthy improvements. You've seen this term, 7 bills introduced by colleagues on the other side of the aisle specific to the District of Columbia and its unique status, non-state status of seeking to govern ways in which the District of Columbia works. I don't know if those are messaging bills. Sometimes that's what they call them, messaging bills, or points that folks are trying to get across. It puzzles me. Why would you come here from Texas to legislate specifically to the District of Columbia? Now, I have participated in the majority in the debate to add the District of Columbia as a state to the Union. And this is not about politics. And of course, there's the Puerto Rico consideration, and that comes with its complexities and its own points about self-determination. But the people of Washington, D.C., over 700,000 people, larger than not a lot, but a handful of states, have said they want to become a state. Now, this is the grand conversation of the historic nature of the body we serve in. It's every debate that was had in the first 100 years of this chamber. How did states get added? Well, of course, it was controversial based on the horrors of slavery and something that this country had to shed itself of through civil war. And I'm not saying that's what is weighing down on District of Columbia, but we added states to this union. It was a constitution with 13 colonies. It was a constitution that was written over, periods of time. And we have these constitutional scholars, and we've got these points of history. And allow me to just share as an aside that it is really quite humbling to talk about the Constitution on the floor of this House. Debates that we can go back to that were written up, and points that were made, and doctrines that were written surrounding it, and of course, starting with the Declaration of Independence, and that's an origin story. Our Declaration of Independence is an origin story. So it's just like meeting someone for the first time. Where were you born? Who were your parents? What is your origin stories? Origin stories become not things of myth, but really cause for celebration. And we should be proud of America's origin story. I certainly am. I revel in celebrating July 4th safely and freely here in the United States of America every year, and I'm grateful for it. And it is not to be blasphemous to our Constitution. It is not to be disregarding of its strong governance and the ways in which our laws and our systems have moved us forward over and over again, much to the envy of many. A strong economy, strongest economy in the world, great innovation, great communities, great schools, good elections. But we've got to look this time in the face. In July of 2020, I didn't speak these words, but I wrote these words and I submitted them to the chamber. And I think that they are worth sharing in part, because we are in an election year, and I'm not politicking and I'm not abusing this lectern or my time or my space here. These elections seem to drive us further from each other than they do driving us together. It's like we can't see each other. I am from a politically popular state, Michigan. People are campaigning and competing for Michigan. So I see it all. You know, I see what's going on with these national campaigns. And in July of 2020, July 9th of 2020, I submitted words to the congressional record. Madam Speaker, I rise today with respect to our democracy. We boast a steady history, no matter the circumstance, of maintaining a peaceful and efficient process upon the conclusion of our presidential elections. Whether a president continues in office for another term, experiences defeat, or concludes holding office due to the constitutional term limit, our democracy has flourished to the benefit of the American people for centuries. For centuries. Now, I am going to guess that we're going to have a passionate, heated November 5th, and a result is going to happen. And I'm going to make this extension similar to how I did in written form 4 years ago, of committing to that peaceful process. And this is not to shame or to scold or to admonish. We are in a new time. We're not struggling with the pandemic. We're not struggling with people not being able to work and dealing with some other matters that kept them pent up. But we're here to flourish as the 21st century hits its quarter mark. And when I think about what happened, and I was here as the 2020 election happened, and then debates pursued and fights and claims of malfeasance, which were really never proven. But I stand here because from 2000 to 2020, we had a lot of frustrations with our federal elections. 2000 was one. It was major. Mr. Speaker, can you just tell me how much time I have left?
The gentlelady from Michigan has 15 minutes remaining.
15 minutes, a good 45 minutes of going strong here, and not a sip of water. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I will use my 15 minutes. And I'm going to say this because we had the 2000 election, which was really determined by the Supreme Court. And instead of, as people who are in the political process and people who surround the lawmaking of this nation, instead of saying, gosh, what are the American people telling us over and over again? We're closer together than we are further apart. You know, we got a 4-seat effort to have a new majority in the Congress. We have a 50-50 Senate. We have an electoral college, which was somewhat designed to placate now illegal and abhorrent, recognized as abhorrent matters in the United States of America. But we have an electoral college that has determined a handful of these elections, particularly in this century. We want to say your vote matters. Well, the popular vote is recognized, but it is not determinative. And we really haven't reformed or adjusted a thing. We've just continued on. We haven't made amendments. We haven't added states to the unions. We've just said this is the way it's going to be. And so we are experiencing a somewhat frustrating and tragic uptick in the disappointment of our fellow countrymen and women. They don't trust the system. And it astonishes me. This is the time in the process of elections where, of course, I'm in rigorous conversation with voters, but I'm also in rigorous conversation with people who aren't voting the way I am. And why is that? Why is that? Because I know that the world changes really quickly after an election, and we've got to find a way to keep going. We've got to find a way to make sure that this institution hits its pitch level of perfection. We'll never be perfect, but in terms of outcomes and results. And frankly, if you don't understand why people are voting a certain way, if you're just quick to write them off or to make a judgment or an insult, and maybe this is a lecture to everyone, but it's really just a point of personal privilege, you're not on the path to succeeding. And we know that. So I take pride as a liberal, as a Democrat who came in and won because people who voted for the 45th president voted for me. And I recognize that. I took that seriously. And I always kept it up. You know, we've had a couple of impeachments, well, last term and this term and the term before it. Every term I've been here, impeachment comes up. It's not clear to me that impeachment's even working for its intended purposes. Now, the last time we impeached a president, I thought, well, it's very impeachable because of the dereliction of duty and the total abandonment of the roles and the responsibilities of commander-in-chief. The government was being attacked. There's no excuse about it. Well, that impeachment failed. The impeachments are failing. We do have elections, and elections have to be fair. We can say that, but they have to be trusted. They have to be trusted. And when whether it's me or another elected official, just always deems someone as political, always deems them as political because they are falling in a party. Well, you're on that side and I'm on this side, and the trust can only extend so far. That becomes painful to our democracy. And while I haven't proposed every answer on every reform, de Tocqueville, certainly when he was evaluating our nation and exploring it and writing about it, he said, "Nothing is more wonderful than the art of being free, but nothing is harder to learn than how to use that freedom." The freedom of our fellow citizens, our fellow residents, and the freedom as lawmakers who've been bestowed a trust on behalf of the citizens of our district, the voting residents of our districts, to continue to help to form a more perfect union. We must reclaim trust. We must utilize every facet of this body, not in perfunctory terms, not for show, which is why I have carved out an hour of my evening to make this extension and to make this reflection and to dare to proclaim that a reformed and strengthened American democracy will best serve us to the future generations and those before us today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight we are going to speak about the border, the failed policies and the false security that has been created under the Biden-Harris administration. It's a target-rich environment, I will tell you. We have many examples of the problems that have been created and the policies that created those problems before us. Keep in mind, we have examples of what is also to do right. Not theories, but we have hard examples of what to do to secure our border that were implemented under the Trump administration. And yes, now we have examples of what not to do as we look at the current wide open border and the massive problems that it has created under the Biden-Harris administration. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm going to yield 5 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the great state of Tennessee to kick this off. That would be Representative Rose.
Thank you. I appreciate you yielding tonight. Mr. Speaker, Vice President Kamala Harris's tenure as border czar has been a complete and absolute failure. For the folks who claim she has never in charge of the border, I'll read President Biden's own words from March of 2021. He specifically assigned Vice President Harris with the task of, quote, stemming the migration of our southern border, close quote. I understand the White House would like to rewrite that bit of history, but a simple Google search will show that it isn't just House Republicans calling her the border czar. She was widely referred to as such by the mainstream media at the time. Since her appointment, Harris has gone to the border only once. Even worse, she never spoke to either of the past two chiefs of Border Patrol. While the Vice President was failing to meet her new responsibility, our Commander-in-Chief was busy undoing the successful border policies of President Trump. Here's where that's gotten us. More than 10 million people have tried to cross into the United States illegally in less than 4 years. More than 52,000 illegal immigrants with criminal backgrounds have tried to enter our nation illegally. That's just the ones we know about. Keep in mind, more than 2 million people managed to evade Border Patrol under this administration. That's more gotaways under Biden-Harris than in the previous decade combined. This is a direct result of open border policies and a refusal to uphold the immigration laws already on the books. In July alone, there was a daily average of 3,300 encounters at the border. Former President Obama's DHS secretary noted a few years ago that any more than 1,000 encounters per day overwhelms the system. Mr. Speaker, the border crisis is far from over, and it continues to threaten our national security. In the last 2 years, Border Patrol officials have seized an average of 2,000 pounds of fentanyl every month coming across the border, enough to kill 458 million people. But the real question is, how much fentanyl did they fail to seize that is currently killing our citizens? More than 350 people who are on the terror watch list have been stopped trying to cross the southern border. A recent report revealed that 99 of them were released into the country after being stopped at the border. It was also widely reported this summer that more than 50 illegal immigrants with ties to ISIS were on the loose after being released from custody. All of this on Vice President Kamala Harris's watch. This week, House Republicans will bring to the floor two pieces of critical legislation. The first, a bill to ensure that any illegal immigrant who is convicted of a sex offense or crimes involving stalking, child abuse, and neglect are deported. The second, a piece of legislation that aims to claims to end the free hotels, health care, and cash given to hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants being housed in our nation's major cities. It's well past time to stop incentivizing illegal immigration. It's time to support what the American people overwhelmingly support: immigration done the legal way. With that, I yield back and thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, you can see there's a long list of problems, and we have many speakers here who want to speak to those problems this evening. It's critically important for the American people to hear that not only do we identify what these problems are, but the Republicans have been bringing solutions forward to address these problems. We've been bringing solutions that we know will work. They are not, again, theories. These are issues that have been addressed, and we know that the solutions that we are recommending have been utilized by the Trump administration and are extremely effective. With that, I would like to yield 8 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you very much for yielding some time to me. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my constituents in Western North Carolina to highlight the dire situation at our southern border and to advocate for the enforcement of our nation's immigration laws. During his time in office, the Biden administration continues to break records, but not in a good way. Last month, Customs and Border Protection seized close to 1,700 pounds of fentanyl at the border, a 30% increase from just July. Over 200,000 Americans have now died from illegal drugs being smuggled across the southern border, and this number only continues to increase. This also comes after 3 years of broken border records and overwhelmed Border Patrol agents. Some of the first executive actions taken by President Biden undid the Trump administration's attempts to get the situation under control. Biden threw open the border. And whether he did it for political reasons or through sheer incompetence, it's costing Americans $500 billion every year. Now, we have fentanyl flowing across the border, courtesy of the Mexican cartels, tearing apart families and the very fabric of our communities in the North Carolina mountains. Our borders being overrun with law-breaking migrants, overpowered by drugs and overwhelmed by what this is costing our nation. By conservative estimates, more than 2 million illegal immigrants have been turned loose and are now unaccounted for in America. And that doesn't include those who manage to give Border Patrol agents the slip, or the millions who have been living here illegally for years. These are not small numbers, Mr. Speaker. This is mass migration into our country, facilitated by our very own president. So, what is the Biden-Harris solution? How does President Biden and his appointed border czar plan to solve a problem that they manufactured? Last month, a DHS reported found nearly 530,000 individuals were flown in and paroled by the Biden-Harris administration under the error-plagued mass patrol program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, a program that was previously paused due to mass fraud and abuse. You can't make this up, folks. During my time in Congress, I've written, co-sponsored, and helped pass legislation in the House to secure the southern border and end this administration's radical and dangerous border policies. I was proud to have co-sponsored and to vote for H.R. 2, the Secure Border Act, which is the strongest border security package passed by the House in American history. But Senate Democrats and President Biden couldn't take real concrete steps to solve this migration crisis and address everything from court backlogs to the trafficking of unaccompanied children if they would just get behind H.R. 2. Why are the Democrats so adamantly opposed to common sense legislation to protect Americans and close the southern border, you might ask? One of my Democrat colleagues apparently said the quiet part out loud. In no uncertain terms, she said that she wanted more illegal immigrants to come into our country to give liberal sanctuary cities a higher population for congressional districting and the Electoral College. She said, "I'm saying I need more people in my district just for redistricting purposes," in reference to illegal immigrants coming in droves to New York. To solve the problem, once and for all, I introduced H.R. 7109, the Equal Representation Act, which allows a very basic question to be asked in the U.S. Census. Are you a U.S. citizen? Given all the other information the government collects during a census, this is a very reasonable thing that we should know, especially as the census count determines congressional apportionment, and only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote. My bill prohibits anyone who is not a United States citizen from counting towards population totals that determine the number of seats each state has in the U.S. House of Representatives. This would go an incredible long way to helping us determine who's actually in our country, which is not an unreasonable thing to want to know. Knowing who's in our nation and keeping out those who are trying to break our laws and brazenly waltz across our borders is basic national security. Our own president is failing at the task of keeping this nation safe and secure. I ask my colleagues from across the aisle and this administration to work with Republicans to pass this common sense legislation that actually goes to fix the problem. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from North Carolina for participating tonight and helping us to shed some light on all of the problems that has been caused by this wide open border that's been created by the Biden-Harris administration. Next up, I would like to recognize my good friend, my colleague from Arkansas, a fellow duck hunter and chairman of the Natural Resource Committee, Representative Westerman. I yield to Mr. Westerman 7 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Montana for yielding, and I thank my friend and colleague, another representative from Arkansas, a dear friend, Representative French Hill, for joining me here at the well. And Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to honor and remember the remarkable life of my constituent, Jennifer Ann Morton, a beloved daughter, sister, aunt, and friend whose life was senselessly taken far too young. While I did not have the opportunity to meet Jennifer myself, I understand she was a warm-hearted woman with unwavering principles. Born and raised in Central Arkansas, Jennifer attended the University of the Ozarks for her undergraduate education. She later attended UAMS, where she obtained her license in respiratory therapy to pursue her passion for taking care of children as a respiratory therapist in the infant toddler unit at Arkansas Children's Hospital. Her dedication to her work and her love for the children she cared for were unparalleled. For nearly 20 years, Jennifer was a loyal supporter of the Texarkana Baptist Children's Home. The team at Baptist Kids knew Miss Jennifer as a compassionate and empathetic contributor to their mission, someone who never hesitated to support Arkansas children. With each donation, whether monetary or gifts for the kids, she always sent a personal and intentional letter to express her gratitude and care for the folks at Baptist Kids. Her tender and caring heart was evident through her love for her nephews. She loved to spoil them, and on every single holiday, she would always buy them matching pajamas. Friends, this was a woman who devoted her life to caring for children. Her dedication was such that she would often leave work after a long shift and go to the store to buy new clothes for her patients, ensuring they were always comfortable and cared for. But above all, Jennifer always put God first. Everything else came second, no matter what. Just 10 days ago, at only 48 years young, Jennifer's life was tragically and senselessly taken. Early in the morning on September 8th, an illegal immigrant crashed into Jennifer while recklessly driving drunk through Little Rock. Maynard Herrera, the man responsible for her death, was found fleeing the scene of the crash and apprehended by the Arkansas State Police. He was charged with negligent homicide, DUI, driving without a license, weapons violations, and more. We later learned that he had already been deported from the U.S. in 2018. Because our current chaotic immigration and border policies, there's no telling when he re-entered, how he evaded Border Patrol, or how long he had been living in Arkansas. This tragedy should have never happened. He should have never been in our country to begin with. The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies are allowing thousands of men like Maynard Herrera to enter our country every single day. We are failing our country. We need to step up, secure the border, and put an end to this chaos before any more innocent Americans lose their lives because of failed policies. Before I close, I'd like to recognize the brave Arkansas State Troopers who quickly responded on the scene on September 8th. Sergeant Dakota Bailey and Trooper Hunter Glover were the first to arrive on the scene. Corporal Benjamin Obera and Trooper Chance Fortune also responded. Sergeant Bailey detained Herrera as he fled the crash, and Trooper Glover notified Jennifer's father, Jimmy, what had happened. I spoke with Jimmy just Monday, and he told me that Trooper Glover was kind, patient, and respectful in his actions that day, characteristics that the family will undoubtedly remember. Arkansans are blessed to have law enforcement officers who lead with respect and dignity above all else. Mr. Speaker, Jennifer Morton's legacy will never be forgotten. We will remember her as a God-fearing and compassionate woman who cared deeply for her family and dedicated her life to caring for children. May God bless Jennifer's loved ones as they mourn her loss, a life taken far too soon. I yield back.
I thank gentlemen from Arkansas, and I think that this reflects very clearly on the losses that our country is suffering. It is much, much more than monetary consideration. We are losing lives every single day, and the hundreds of thousands of lives that have been talked about from fentanyl overdoses, we also have to acknowledge. Once again, we have many of our colleagues lined up here to speak. Right now, I would like to recognize my very good friend, my colleague from the great state of Tennessee, Representative Burchett, for
3 minutes.
5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Vice Chair for yielding, first of all, and I want to thank his dedication to this country and his friendship to me, and he will be missed. He's a good dude. The State Department, Mr. Speaker, they've been giving out cash vouchers to illegal aliens. Now imagine this. They're veterans living literally under bridges in the district I represent, yet they're giving folks that come over our border, we don't know who the heck they are, we're giving them yours and my hard-earned tax dollars. And they've never been able to provide an actual number or amount. That's by design, Mr. Speaker. Our country has been flooded with, and I've heard it stated, 10 million, 11 million. I think it's probably closer to 15 million illegals in the last almost 4 years. And nobody knows exactly how many, again, by design. And you add that list, the answers that we don't have. Not only we don't know how much they've received in assistance, dadgummit, we don't even know how many people have received this assistance. The White House will not give us this information. And when they drop these folks, and we've all had the phone calls and the emails and the letters and the pictures of the buses unloading folks, illegals, out into our districts, and no one can tell us who the heck they are, where they came from, or if they're expected to return anywhere. All you can count on is more tax dollars being spent. We're $35 trillion in debt. Every 100 days we add another dadgum $1 trillion, and neither party has a plan to pay it back. You cannot put a pin down on how much money that we've doled out. We've got some serious problems. Caravans travel fast, and word of mouth even travels faster. These people know about the benefits they get, that they're gonna get, before they even start their journey. They're more educated at it than I dare say any State Department official that's supposed to know what the heck's going on. We're incentivizing illegal immigration, which means we're incentivizing breaking the law. Everybody knows it's wrong. They know it's wrong. We know it's wrong. But they're willing to forego it. They know these folks are going to be voting. They know they're going to add to their rolls. one way or the other. They're going to get a driver's license, and then they're going to go to another state, and they're going to present that driver's license, and they're going to get a voter registration card, or they're going to do it within their own state. But the abject failure to secure our border is severely straining our communities. I can remember when I was mayor of Knox County, we had one school that had over a dozen different languages, and the population of that school was under 300. And we're required to provide services for those children. Now, dadgummit, it's not the kids' fault. It's the breakdown of this town, the breakdown of the system that's caused this problem. The people who actually pay taxes in this country are the ones that are paying for this. Our healthcare system, education, social safety nets, et cetera, they're all breaking. They're all breaking down. We don't even know what people are buying with this cash that they're getting or where they're sending it. There's no way of telling. Does it make it back to the cartels? I suspect it does. Who the heck knows? Nobody knows. Our State Department has a terrible track record under Secretary Blinken. That track record is bought and paid for with the American citizens' tax dollars. It's not in my notes, but it's on my heart. One thing I think we ought to remember if we read our scripture, and Jesus was talking and he said, how you treat the least of these is how you treat me. Those 300,000 plus children that have come over our dadgum border, Mr. Speaker, nobody knows where they are. They don't know what hell those kids are in. I think our minds don't have to wander very far to know what conditions they're living in, if some of them are still even living. And we will pay. God will rebuke this nation for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Rosendale. I appreciate you, brother, and I yield back any remainder time that I have.
I thank the gentleman from Tennessee, and I certainly appreciate you being here this evening. Again, shedding light on these massive, massive, terrible problems that this open border has created. It's much more than monetary costs to the taxpayers across this nation. There are lives that are lost, and there are lives that are suffering as a direct result of it. Next, I want to recognize the gentleman from the great state of Arkansas. They have a showing this evening. My good friend, Representative Hill, I will yield 15 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Montana, and I have to start out, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend Bruce Westerman, my colleague in the Arkansas delegation, for paying tribute on this tragedy that we witnessed in our central Arkansas area of a life lost of a honorable citizen doing the Lord's work, caring for kids every day, who tragically lost her life due to the drunk driving by an illegal alien who crossed our border more than one time without any repercussions. And so I want to add my thanks to Congressman Westerman for his words in memory of Jennifer Morton. I join him with thoughts and prayers for her family, for her friends, for the loss of a skilled therapist at Arkansas Children's Hospital. But, Mr. Speaker, this is just emblematic of what we're confronting in this country. Deaths like that, deaths from fentanyl, massive human trafficking, the Mexican drug cartels making truly billions of dollars from those human trafficking fees of coaching, urging, pushing migrants across the southwest border of the United States, to the point that there are millions entering our country illegally. And my concern tonight that I want to highlight, and I thank my friend Mr. Rosendale for the time, is the number of these that are potential terrorists in our country. Just last year alone, 1 year, 169 individuals were caught on the terrorist screening database. That's more apprehensions, Mr. Speaker, than in the last 5 years combined. Isn't that an indication of just how open this border is? And the question is, Where are they once they cross into our country? What's become of them? They were encountered by Customs and Border Patrol. They were encountered by TSA at an airport, but what's become of them? And those of us on the House Intelligence Committee and on Homeland Security have been tirelessly trying to get the answers to those most basic questions. Since last fall, Congress has been requesting the information from the executive branch to better understand the severity that this threat poses. In my judgment, Mr. Speaker, it is a clear and present danger to our country, but how do we gauge that threat? How do we gauge the severity of it posed by known and suspected terrorists who've crossed our open southwest border at or between the ports of entry? And literally with millions of gotaways, how are we supposed to extrapolate that risk? Is it greater because they obviously were avoiding detection? Or should it be a ratio similar to what we witness today when they are encountered? On numerous recent occasions, FBI Director Chris Wray has stated in congressional testimony his concern about our open border and the increased threat of terrorism. He suggested that the threat of attack against Americans in the United States is at a whole other level. That's his quote. And that he sees blinking lights everywhere. That's his quote, Mr. Speaker. But it's from last fall, a year ago. Actions speak louder than words, and why his warnings have our attention. The executive branch's lack of coordinated, fused action, in my judgment, contradicts what he said. During the annual threat assessment hearing last March in open forum, I pressed Mr. Wray on this common sense question: where are these individuals? How have they been handled? Who knows about it? Mr. Wray at that time could not answer. And to date, the FBI's responses have been less than satisfactory to the members of Congress on the House Homeland Security Committee and Intelligence Committee. The information is trickling in, but it's not the comprehensive, coordinated response with actions that I believe, in my judgment, our members are seeking. House Intelligence Chairman Mike Turner, House Homeland Security Chairman Mark Green have joined me in pressing for these answers, and we led a letter in April to the Government Accountability Office to review the process of identifying which terrorist watch list individuals are trying to come into our country and where they are once they're released. What's the policy there? But I've done more by adding language in the Fiscal 24 Intelligence Authorization Act to require Homeland Security and the FBI to regularly brief the Intelligence Committee on these policies, on these procedures, on just how these encounters, these individuals are treated, how they're coordinated. President Biden, Vice President Harris, and their agency heads bear the ultimate dereliction of duty and need to be reminded that the border security isn't a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. Border security is a national security issue. And here we are just after the recent 23rd anniversary of 9/11, and it serves as a stark reminder that we need to immediately address where these terrorists potentially are in our country and ensure that a day like 9/11 never happens again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Margie Scott, the medical director of the Central Arkansas Veterans Healthcare System, on a happy and healthy retirement. Dr. Scott has devoted 26 years to serving veterans at the Central Arkansas VA, including 8 years as the director. Dr. Scott orchestrated the challenging mission of providing care to nearly 70,000 veterans each year with an innovative and creative approach that has, over the years, modernized how Central Arkansas VA operates. The positive impact she's had is unquestionable, and the standard of care that she has set, I hope, will endure for many years to come. Dr. Scott, thank you for your steadfast commitment and service to our veterans. All of us in Central Arkansas appreciate your tireless efforts that have led to veterans working hard to receive the health care they rightfully deserve. Congratulations, Dr. Scott, and best wishes for a happy retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize members of the 19th Airlift Wing's Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team for their efforts in securing dangerous military explosives during a recent traffic incident on I-40 in central Arkansas. Based out of Little Rock Air Force Base, the 19th Airlift Wing supports the largest C-130 transport fleet in the world, providing humanitarian relief to victims of disasters and essential supplies to troops in the heart of enemy territory. Following a tragic accident involving a tractor-trailer carrying military explosives, the 19th Airlift Wing's EOD team sprang into action along with our state's first responders to secure the hazardous cargo and move it away from civilian populations while also restoring use of the highway in short order. I was proud to meet with the airmen during my recent visit to Little Rock Air Force Base and thank them for their bravery during this instance. It was truly impressive. My hat's off to these brave airmen from Team Little Rock, and all of Arkansas is proud for their efforts and service to our country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Peggy McCall for the nearly 2 decades of devoted work with Miracle League of Arkansas, an organization that provides opportunities for children with disabilities to play America's pastime. While working at KidSource Therapy, Peggy realized that children with special needs and their families should be able to make the same kind of memories at the ballpark that she had with her own children. She partnered with Little Rock Rotary Clubs in the spring of 2005 to bring Miracle League Field to Central Arkansas, and that field hosted its first season that next year in 2006. Since then, Peggy has been the cornerstone of Miracle League of Arkansas and currently serves as executive director of the organization. In honor of nearly 2 decades of work to create unforgettable memories, Miracle League's field has a new name, Peggy McCall Field. Peggy exemplifies passion and excellence for her work in our community, and all of Arkansas is better off because of her efforts. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Lieutenant General Jonathan Stubbs on becoming the new director of the Army National Guard. Lieutenant General Stubbs is the first Arkansan and National Guardsman to be elevated to the rank of Lieutenant General and the first to be assigned as the director of the Army National Guard. Governor Sanders had named General Stubbs her Adjutant General of Arkansas. General Stubbs' quality, his character, his work ethic, his leadership sharpened our own tag and are now fully recognized nationally with this great honor of leading the Army Guard across our nation. Throughout his 27 years spent serving the Arkansas National Guard, General Stubbs has demonstrated the extraordinary ability to inspire and lead those under his command. Whether it's at home or deployed in defense of America's Constitution and interests, General Stubbs has exemplified dedication, leadership, and an unwavering commitment to our country. Lieutenant General Stubbs knows what it takes to lead our brave men and women in uniform, and though we'll miss him and his leadership at home in Arkansas, we look forward to the now impressive positive impact that he'll make in this crucial role in our national defense here in Washington. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend the exceptional work of a friend and great Arkansan, George H. Dunklin, Jr. George has worked over the past 4 decades for conservation efforts to benefit Arkansas and the natural state. George has worked with Ducks Unlimited as an area chairman, president, chairman of the board of Ducks Unlimited, and has left a lasting mark on quality habitat preservation efforts for decades to come. He also has devoted time to serving as chairman of our Arkansas Game and Fish Commission. George has led a life of service to the people of Arkansas and its wildlife and their habitat. All of us from the natural state thank him for his lifetime of hard work and tremendous dedication to waterfowl. Arkansas's reputation as a world-class place for outdoor recreation and field sports stands taller thanks to the efforts of citizens like George. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my friend Steve Finnegan for his first year of his broadcasting debut with his own radio show on 102.9 KARN in Central Arkansas. Steve is a passionate and gracious host who always strives to tell the truth and make sure that Arkansas voices are heard each Saturday from 12 to 3 Central Time. Prior to this newfound radio career, Steve proudly served our nation in the United States Army, helped lead the American Legion in Arkansas, and in the early 2010s was CEO of Green Blue Environmental, a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business for over a decade. Over the past year, he's taken an impressive veteran and small business owner background and brought his voice and expertise to the people of Arkansas and beyond across KARN's Arkansas Signal and its streaming reach. Steve Finnegan is a dedicated patriot, both in his service and love of country and love of our great state of Arkansas and her people. Congratulations, Steve. What an outstanding accomplishment. I look forward to the show's continued success in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Master Sergeant Michael Hester, a Central Arkansan and member of the Arkansas National Guard. This past August, Master Sergeant Hester was part of a 6-person all-National Guard rifle team that won the Dogs of War Trophy, a national trophy for marksmanship excellence. Winning this revered trophy requires incredible skill and teamwork from all members of the team. Sergeant Hester served as a gunsmith and machinist for the team, playing a crucial role in the National Guard's first Dogs of War trophy in almost 4 decades. I speak for all Central Arkansans when I say how proud we are of Master Sergeant Hester and his teammates for this significant achievement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Weston Wakefield, an Arkansas teen golfer representing Central Arkansas at the 2024 Pure Insurance Championship in Pebble Beach, California. Weston started golfing when he was 8 years old and is a member of First Tee, a youth development organization that teaches life skills to kids and teens through golf. The Pure Insurance Championship is in its 21st year and brings teens from First Tee chapters all over the country out to world-famous Pebble Beach golf links and Spyglass Hill Golf Course for the PGA Tour Champions Tournament later this month. Weston will be competing against 79 other teens from across the country for the Pro Junior title. We wish him all the best luck in this tournament and will be sure to watch his continued success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the late Curtis Ferguson of Benton, Arkansas. Mr. Ferguson's big personality and civic leadership left a big impression on everyone he met. He was truly larger than life. Curtis passed away on June 16th. Whether meeting Curtis in business, at church, or civic activities, you were smiling and glad he was helping. His family said that he had an unrivaled work ethic and a big vision to match. He used these amazing character traits to create his own company, Ferguson's Furniture, and supported and encouraged his family's entrepreneurial successes. Curtis always had time for his family and his grandchildren. They will always remember their special trips with him and their learning experiences. I'm honored to have represented such an amazing, self-made man, and I'm glad I can help celebrate his life and commitment to Arkansas, Saline County, and Benton. We are all better off for Curtis's committed civic and fun-loving business style. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my dear friend Heidi Harrell on her nomination to be the next chair of the Board of Directors of the Public Relations Society of America. If elected, she'd be the first Arkansan to lead the PRSA. I had the privilege of working alongside Heidi as she served for 5 years as the Communication and Marketing Officer at my former company, Delta Trust and Bank. She serves as the Director of Communications for Central Arkansas Water, a metropolitan water system that serves over 500,000 residents. Heidi has more than 20 years of communication and marketing experience, and just last year received the Public Relations Society of America's Crystal Award for her significant contributions to the PR profession. Heidi exemplifies passion and excellence in her communications work and beyond, and I know she'll excel if she's elected to this national role. Congratulations, Heidi. All your friends, your former coworkers, your current coworkers are very proud of this accomplishment. I thank my friend from Montana for this time, and I yield back to him.
I thank you, gentlemen from Arkansas, for joining us this evening, helping us to shed some light on the problems associated with the wide open border. And I think that we can see that the people of Arkansas are very fortunate to have you representing them. And it sounds like you have a lot of very, very good neighbors to keep you here in office. We appreciate the work that you do. Mr. Speaker, could I inquire to how much time I have left?
The gentleman has 18 minutes remaining.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this wide open border is a national security threat. It's much more than a monetary problem that has been placed upon the taxpayers across the United States. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $150 billion to $500 billion a year is being taken out of the revenue that we should be spending on our veterans, that we should be spending on our own citizens, and it's being spent on illegal immigrants as they come into our country. Now, everyone is always striving to find a better place. They want to have more opportunities for their family, for their children, for their grandchildren. We hear about the dreamers. We hear about the dreamers all the time. Well, guess what? The American children, the citizens, have dreams too. My children have dreams of what they would like to accomplish in this country. My grandchildren have dreams on what they would like to accomplish and what they see that this country could be. And we are stripping away all of those dreams when we continue to leave this border wide open. I have grave concerns about not only the millions of people that have come in here illegally that we've had encounters with, but as been touched upon this evening, I've got grave concerns about the several million people that have come in as gotaways, that have not had any encounters with any law enforcement whatsoever. What kind of problems can they cause to our infrastructure? What kind of problems can they cause to our rail systems, to our water systems, to our sewer systems, to our power grid? And why is it that when it is so easy to sneak into our country, to walk in, to be greeted on the border of Texas, to be greeted on the border of California, and be given new clothes, be given a cell phone, be given transportation to virtually any place in this country that you want, and some traveling money to go with it, what kind of criminal do you have to be to actually sneak into our country? And what plans do you have to cause problems? What strain is it causing to our school systems? How about the human trafficking, the human suffering that is taking place with the people that are forced into the sex trade day after day after day? And we know that it's happening. The hundreds of thousands of children that are completely unaccounted for. Where have they been sold? Where have they been transported to? What kind of hell are they living in right now? How many of them will be just lost and end up taking their own lives because they cannot endure it any longer? What about the introduction of diseases that we haven't seen for decades that are showing up on our streets and our schools, coming directly from the illegal aliens that are coming into our country? How about the suppression of wages and the problems that it's causing for our labor community? We're keeping the wages down. People ask, why can't we just increase the minimum wage? Because the market is so flooded with people that are willing to hire illegal aliens that we cannot get those wages up. And then the suffering in the families that lose loved ones every single day. About 100,000 lives a year are lost in this country due to fentanyl overdoses that we know is coming directly from the southern border. And this body right here is going to have to do something about it, because the administration The Biden-Harris administration has demonstrated they will not do anything about it. We have passed H.R. 2, and I am told that it is the most comprehensive security, border security, and immigration legislation that has ever come through here. We passed that, and it's over in the Senate, waiting for Chuck Schumer to do something with it. We passed the SAVE Act. We've heard so much about it for the last couple of weeks and how it is going to straighten out and make sure that we don't have illegals voting in our elections. We passed it in July, and it sits in Chuck Schumer's desk waiting for some kind of action. The only thing that remains for us, the only thing that is left for Congress to do is to use the power of the purse strings that we were granted by the Constitution, that we continually hear about. Continuing resolutions prohibit us from doing our job. Our job is to pass appropriation bills and to transparently and properly fund government. Continuing resolutions simply continue funding at levels that most of us voted against on policies that most of us voted against. And it is not the way to run government. It continues to fund the very agencies that cause problems in our nation and that have been weaponized against our citizens. They are literally growing larger bureaucracies they are using to attack American citizens. All of the alphabet agencies, the ATF, the FBI, the IRS. We must reclaim our authority and utilize the appropriation process as called for in the Budget Act of 1974, and thereby fund government in a transparent and responsible fashion. If not, we will see a continuation of these disastrous policies and an accumulation of the ever-growing debt, which now exceeds $35 trillion. Mr. Speaker, we must do this, and we can do this, but we have to stand up and declare that we're going to do this. It's tough decisions for very difficult problems, but that's what we signed up for, and I'm here to make sure that it happens. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.